Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. How is this possible? In front of that incredibly supreme Emperor's aura, everyone looked incredibly shocked. Their souls felt as weak as glass, crumbling under the Emperor's aura. That terrifying Emperor's aura flooded out in all directions, submerging countless regions. Nothing could stop it. This Emperor's aura, which could cause all creatures to submit, made even the 10,000 dragons might seem weaker in comparison. They could not rival it at all. This person was like a supreme emperor. Binkix's face was pale, and he could now guess at Zhaofu's identity. He had such pure emperor's blood, and he was definitely the legatee of an empire. His identity was incredibly prestigious, and he was not something he could compare to. In front of Zhaofu, a crown prince of a royal kingdom like him was nothing. No wonder he was so powerful, and it also explained why he had not wanted to become friends with him. Binkix now understood it all. Long Ying's expression was now unsightly to the extreme. How could such a terrifying existence suddenly appear? He had messed up greatly this time, and it was possible that he would be destroyed because of it. Why did he have to offend this person? Long Ying felt immense regret. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's people also looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that this person would be the prince of an empire. That emperor's aura was incredibly monstrous, and it was possible that it was no ordinary empire either. This person's identity was simply too shocking, shocking people to death. 1071 10,000 Dragon Destruction Boom. A massive, shocking explosion sounded out. Zhaofu stepped forwards, his enormous emperor's aura heavily weighing down on the 10,000 dragons with heavenly might. Roar, roar, roar. That terrifying power caused the 10,000 dragons to look quite afraid, and even their bodies slightly trembled. They gave off unreconciled roars, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. However, they could not stop Zhaofu at all. Zhaofu walked forward step by step until he reached the final step again, and at that moment, the 10,000 dragons launched ferocious attacks towards him. Boom. 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 The dragons gave off terrifying power, seeming to split the heavens apart before simultaneously attacking. They all rushed towards Zhaofu like a massive flood, sweeping across everything. With his 5 aura flames around him, Zhaofu's expression did not change at all. He lifted one foot and brought it onto the final step. Boom. In that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse as an unimaginable might heavily weighed down on the 10,000 dragons' bodies. They gave pained howls, and under that might, their bodies exploded. This happened in just an instant, and after exploding, the 1,000 dragons turned into motes of light that drifted down, creating a beautiful scene. This signified that the 10,000 dragon stage's 8th danger zone had been broken through. Zhaofu now stood on top of the 10,000 dragon stage, and the aura flames and might around him disappeared, causing him to seem like an ordinary person. The scene was now completely silent, and most people were still kneeling on the ground, looking up at the person on the 10,000 dragon stage in shock. Even though he did not give off an aura anymore, they could still feel a formless pressure. That Supreme Emperor's image could not be dispelled from their hearts. They were also dumbfounded about that person's status and the fact that he had broken through the 8th disaster zone. It was not something they could endure. Since the 10,000 dragon stage had been built, a long time had passed, and someone had now finally broken through, destroying the legend that it could not be conquered. However, only this person could do such a thing. No one else in the ancient stem domain could. A small domain like the ancient stem domain did not have any empires, and neither did the surrounding domains. This meant that Zhaofu came from some other place. The ancient stem rankings did not change. The first-ranked person was still first, and the second-ranked person was still second. Zhaofu was not added, not because he did not deserve to be on it, but because the ancient stem rankings did not deserve to have him on it. Royal kingdoms were already existences that reigned supreme, and empires reigned far above royal kingdoms. They could not imagine just how terrifying they were, and countless proud people would willingly kneel down to true emperors. Binkix looked incredibly shocked, and his heart still had not recovered from the waves that Zhaofu had caused in his heart. He completely accepted his loss. Zhao Fu's identity was much more prestigious than his, and he was much more powerful as well. Now, Binkixu understood the situation much better and understood that he did not have the qualifications to befriend Zhao Fu. He decided not to bother Zhao Fu anymore. The woman in black now looked quite afraid. Thinking about how she had treated Zhao Fu, she realized that she may have stirred up big trouble. She had thought that Zhao Fu just had good talent but could not compare to her young master in terms of bloodline. She was not wrong. The ancient STEM domain only had a few royal kingdoms, so at most, people would be equal with her young master. There was no one who could surpass him. However, this emperor had suddenly appeared, which was too scary. With this sort of identity, even in the entire heaven-awakened world, his status would be quite revered. He was much more powerful than her young master, and she felt like she had taken a big slap to the face. The cold-looking young man looked at Janai and could not help but sigh. No wonder why he was just a bodyguard despite being so powerful in the way of the sword. His master was too terrifying. Long Ying and the 7 beauties had long since left before anyone else could recover. It was best to leave as soon as possible, as if Zhao Fu came to find them after, they would be doomed. Zhao Fu's performance had completely surpassed anything Long Ying could have expected, and he had then revealed such a terrifying identity. This had completely terrified him, so he quickly snuck away with his women. The manager also looked incredibly dumbfounded. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful and have such a prestigious identity. He had even broken through the 8th danger zone. The ancient STEM rankings could not contain a grand figure like him. The 10 or so higher-ups of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group were also incredibly shocked, unable to calm themselves down. Someone had finally conquered the 10,000 Dragon stage, and that prophecy was going to be fulfilled. Moreover, they could not help but feel awe towards Zhao Fu's identity. On top of the 10,000 Dragon stage, Zhao Fu looked at the countless treasures around him, making him feel incredibly moved. All of those intense treasure lights made Zhao Fu feel quite bewildered. Zhao Fu looked around him and saw all sorts of epic rank equipment, legendary rank equipment, and even some saint armaments. There were all sorts of spirit medicines, other treasures, and items. The total value of the items here would be at least 6 or 7 billion gold coins, and it now all belonged to him? Zhao Fu was ecstatic with joy and could not believe it was true. However, there was no need to doubt it. With so many treasures in front of him, if he did not take them, he would be an idiot. He disregarded his image as he started to madly collect all of them. Large swaths of treasure started to vanish from the 10,000 Dragon stage, all of them collected into Zhao Fu's spatial ring. Even though Zhao Fu was going incredibly quickly, it took him more than half an hour to collect the countless treasures. Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to madly laugh. The benefits were simply too great. After stepping onto the stage, he had obtained a treasure trove. Were there more of these opportunities? Zhao Fu would do it as many times as he could. Right now, no one spoke. Everyone silently watched Zhao Fu collect the countless treasures, and the higher-ups of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group silently waited. After all, these treasures belonged to anyone who could clear the 8th danger zone. Back then, they had followed orders from the previous generations to put various treasures on top of the stage in order to attract people to challenge it. That was why the 10,000 Dragon stage was quite famous within the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain. After collecting the countless treasures, Zhao Fu walked to the center of the stage. There was a fist-sized silver dragon pearl floating there, which was most likely the core of the 10,000 Dragon stage. Zhao Fu had not wanted to go over. After all, if he took all of the treasures and then destroyed their stage, wouldn't that be going too far? However, despite the fact that Zhao Fu did not want to, the 10,000 Dragon stage seemed to have its own consciousness, telling Zhao Fu to go over. Zhao Fu thought about it before deciding to go over, and he placed his hand on the dragon pearl. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded throughout the sky, and the silver dragon pearl gave off a large amount of silver light. The entire 10,000 Dragon stage violently shook and gave off a terrifying aura as massive gales erupted out. 1072 10,000 Devil Pearl Roar, roar, roar. More dragons' roars sounded out from the 10,000 Dragon stage's dragon pillars. The dragon pillars violently trembled before falling apart, turning into shattered stones as dragon images flew out towards the top of the stage. The dragon pearl gave off an intense silver light, shining in all directions. Countless illusory dragons spiraled in the sky, once again creating the scene of 10,000 dragons in the air. Their aura was just as terrifying, causing people's bodies to stiffen. Suddenly, the silver dragon pearl broke free of Zhao Fu's grasp and quickly entered Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled, but he did not do anything. The countless dragons spiraling in the air and giving off terrifying auras rushed down and also entered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu felt an immense wave of dragons might enter his body. This process was quite quick, and it lasted just a few moments. After everything settled, a silver dragon mark appeared on Zhao Fu's chest, and there were not any other changes. The 10,000 Dragon stage lost all of its power and became an ordinary stage, and the legend within the inner regions of the ancient stem domain disappeared. At that moment, the people from the 10,000 Dragon financial group walked over with respectful looks on their faces. They first bowed to Xiaofu, as Xiaofu had broken through the 8th danger zone and obtained the 10,000 Dragon Devil Pearl, but they also bowed because of his prestigious identity. As such, they had to bow. The might of an empire was not something that they could resist. However, how could they know that Xiaofu was not the emperor of an empire but a mere king of a marquisate kingdom? It was just that his bloodline was superior to theirs. This was all thanks to Xiaofu's bloodline, scaring a whole bunch of people. Because of how terrifying his bloodline was, everyone fully believed that he was a true emperor. Facing these people, Xiaofu felt quite wary. Their auras were all quite powerful, and they were not people who should be offended. Only after they bowed did Xiaofu inwardly let out a sigh of relief. There most likely would not be any fighting. I am the president of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. It is my honor to meet your majesty, the elegant-looking middle-aged man at the lead said as he faintly smiled. Xiaofu nodded, and thinking about the Dragon Pearl and countless treasures, he asked somewhat guiltily, those treasures belong to anyone who can step onto the 10,000 Dragon stage, right? The middle-aged man smiled as he said, they indeed belong to your majesty. I have a request for your majesty, which is to become an elder of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. This is one of the benefits of reaching the top of the 10,000 Dragon stage. If it was any ordinary person, they would feel incredibly joyful towards becoming an elder, as they would receive unimaginable benefits. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group was one of the largest financial groups in the ancient STEM domain, and its power was immense. However, the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's higher-ups believed Xiaofu to be an emperor, so he naturally would look down on their 10,000 Dragon Financial Group. As such, they could only phrase it as a request. Because Xiaofu had obtained the 10,000 Dragon Devil Pearl, there was now a great connection between him and the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, so they wanted to strengthen their relationship. At that moment, Xiaofu inwardly laughed. He had never thought there would be such great benefits. If he could become an elder, he would be able to use the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's power to obtain a large number of corpses, allowing Great Ken to develop even quicker. Facing such great benefits, of course Xiaofu would agree. However, on the surface, Xiaofu merely calmly nodded. This caused all of the people from the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group to give big smiles. They were ecstatic that Xiaofu would become an elder of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group because they were now connected, but they were also happy about it because of Xiaofu's prestigious identity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the elegant-looking middle-aged man took out a silver dragon medallion and gave it to Xiaofu, saying that it was a token of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group and could serve to show his identity. Xiaofu took it. The middle-aged man wanted to entertain him, but Xiaofu politely refused. He did not like such social niceties. Everyone looked up in awe as Xiaofu descended from the 10,000 Dragon stage, and Jnaya returned to Xiaofu's side, continuing to act as his bodyguard. Everyone automatically made way for Xiaofu, not daring to obstruct him. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect and admiration. This was an epic rank emperor. Binkixu tactfully retreated to the side with his people as well, not intending to stand in Xiaofu's way. However, Xiaofu walked over to him and smiled as he said, apologies for before. Brother Bing has good character and is someone I would like to befriend. Before, Xiaofu did not want to make trouble, but he had still drawn so much attention to himself. He felt that Binkixu was quite a good person, and he was the crown prince of a royal kingdom. Perhaps when Great Kin entered the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain he would be of help. As such, it would be good to develop their friendship. Binkixu now felt quite dismayed. He had never thought that Xiaofu, who had shown no interest, would completely change his attitude and take the initiative to befriend him. Binkixu smiled and expressed his understanding. The woman in black beside him did not dare to say anything and obediently lowered her head, and the cold-looking young man did the same. Following this, the two parties returned to the hotel to continue to chat and learn more about each other. Xiaofu had the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group continue to help him collect corpses, and the price was incredibly cheap, essentially just covering the costs. After dealing with these matters, Xiaofu took the countless treasures and corpses back to Great Kin. At the same time, news of what had happened here quickly spread throughout the ancient STEM domain, shaking everyone. What? Not only did someone break through the 7th danger zone, but he even cleared the unclearable 8th danger zone? How is this possible? Can a person even do that? After all, the 10,000 Dragon stage was quite an interesting matter within the ancient STEM domain, and many people knew about it and had tried it before. Most people knew just how terrifying the 10,000 Dragon stage was. Now that someone had fully cleared it, just how terrifying was that person? Many geniuses who had tried and failed before no longer felt as proud, and their expressions fell. How could that person break through the last danger zone? With their talent, it was impossible, so how could that person do it? Most geniuses could not believe this and felt that it was a rumor started by troublemakers. However, after sending people to investigate, they found out that this matter was true. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that that person was the emperor of an empire. Why had a person with such a prestigious identity come to a boundary domain like theirs? No one could understand. However, this made it so that the geniuses could fully accept their loss. After all, that person was an emperor and had an emperor's bloodline, so it was only natural that he would be superior to kings like them. Many people paid a great deal of attention to this, sending people to fully investigate this matter and collect all relevant information. After hearing that terrifying emperor had become an elder of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, everyone felt envious of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's good fortune. 1073 Private Godly Spirit. Now, everyone felt quite curious towards the 10,000 Dragon stage. Why had the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group constructed it? There was definitely a great secret behind it, or the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group would not have placed such importance on it. It was one of the tightest secrets of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group, and no one knew. After the Ice Origin Royal Kingdom's higher-ups heard about this matter, they hurriedly recalled Binkitsu and asked him about it. They took this matter very seriously and also greatly rewarded him for being able to befriend that person. The opposite happened at the Eight Dragons Essence sect. When they found out that their young sect master had dared to humiliate that emperor, they were scared out of their wits and immediately recalled him to punish him, forbidding him to leave the sect for a year. He had caused big trouble this time, and even royal kingdoms were incredibly servile in front of empires. The Eight Dragons Essence sect did not even have the strength of a royal kingdom. Now, the entire Eight Dragons Essence sect felt quite fearful that emperor would descend on the Eight Dragons Essence sect and cause big trouble. Countless people were incredibly shocked about this matter, causing it to become a hot discussion topic. The recent years had been too peaceful, and now that such a big matter had happened, everyone was extremely excited. Zhao Fu did not know about any of this. After returning to Great Qin, he had a big smile as he started to go through his gains from the 10,000 Dragon stage. The treasures piled into small mountains, and it was impossible for Zhao Fu to go through all of them himself, so he could only call others to help. Everyone looked incredibly shocked, unable to imagine how their majesty had obtained such a treasure trove. One of the items was the Cosmos Medallion, which Zhao Fu picked up first. In 2 years, he would be able to enter the Cosmos Historical Remnant, perhaps he would be able to make some gains there. That had been the original goal of challenging the 10,000 Dragon stage. A few hours later, they finally finished making inventory of the countless treasures. They were worth 8 billion gold coins in total, which exceeded what Zhao Fu had expected. This was simply too shocking. This amount of money was quite a lot, even to Great Qin. Within the mountains of treasures, Zhao Fu found a few interesting things. The first was a blueprint, which was the blueprint for creating dragon-slaying ballistae. With high-grade talisman bolts, dragon-slaying ballistae could instantly kill city lords. Great Qin only had 100 of them, and after their previous big battles, they had damaged 10 or so of them. Great Qin had previously been unable to construct them and had only obtained them from Regent treasure boxes. It had once been on the chaotic world stone steel, but Zhao Fu had not been able to exchange for it. With this blueprint, Great Qin could now manufacture its own dragon-slaying ballistae, giving Great Qin another powerful card to play. The second item of interest was a pearl condensed from powder. It was as big as a longan fruit and gave off a strange fragrance. It was called the Flower Spirit Pearl and could help flowers grow. This could be used on the world flower. Zhao Fu had been doing his best to nurture the world flower this entire time, but it still had not bloomed, and Zhao Fu had no idea what to do. This Flower Spirit Pearl was many times better than the 1000-flower liquid, so perhaps it would be effective on the world flower and cause it to bloom earlier. The third item was a white dragon-shaped jade. It was as big as palm and gave off a faint dragon's might. It looked like there really was a dragon inside. This was called the Dragon Soul Jade, and legends said that it was a jade condensed after a dragon died. It contained powerful dragon's power, and Zhao Fu planned to use it on the Wyvern Den. It would have powerful effects there. After all, the Dragon Soul Jade was quite powerful itself, and it had affinity with the Wyvern Den's attributes. If it fused into the Wyvern Den, it would be able to increase the power of the Wyverns and perhaps increase the spawn rate. Great Qin had already used Wyverns on the battlefield, and their effects were incredibly monstrous. They had a great advantage in the air and made things much easier to deal with. They were almost representative of Great Qin, and Great Qin had to continue nurturing them for sure. Another item was a horn that was 2 meters long and looked quite crude. It seemed like the horn of a beast and gave off a faint battle intent. This was the horn of a berserk battle beast, and it was a war treasure item. It could greatly raise morale during battles and allow soldiers to fight without fear of death. Finally, There was also a white crystal that was as big as a grain of rice. Even though it was quite small and did not seem like a treasure, just a normal item, it was actually one of the most treasures among them all. Zhaofu realized that this rice grain-sized crystal was actually a divinity shard and gave off a dense aura of a godly spirit. Even though its power was quite weak, it gave off a heartwarming feeling, and it was most likely a holy light attributed divinity. Because Zhaofu had the god-killer profession, he was quite sensitive to the auras of godly spirits. He found that there was still a trace of consciousness within this shard. The golden dragon suddenly said, "Zhaofu, you can nurture this godly spirit and help it recover using sacrifices of incense and faith. It can become Great Kin's private godly spirit, and you should know the benefits of a godly spirit. For example, that water god you have has given all sorts of blessings. Moreover, the water god core will become more powerful as she becomes stronger. One day, it will definitely become a top-tier core. Nurture it into a private godly spirit of Great Kin." Zhaofu smiled and felt quite interested, so he decided to try it out. Zhaofu first gave the dragon-slaying ballisti blueprint to Beishan and had them fully research it and manufacture the dragon-slaying ballisti. Great Kin would give them its full support. Following this, Zhaofu used the flower spirit pearl on the world flower, causing it to grow by another 100 or so meters. The flower bud became even larger and greener, and it seemed like it was only a single step away from blooming. However, the world flower was incredibly difficult to nurture. Zhaofu had already spent so much effort on it, and he had even built a fountain of life around it to provide it with life energy. However, it still was not enough. Afterwards, Zhaofu fused the dragon soul jade into the wyvern den. Apart from strengthening the wyverns, it increased the spawn rate by 2 per day, which was quite good. Finally, Zhaofu used the method provided by the golden dragon to nurture the divinity shard. He first had people construct a temple before preparing a light crystal that was 2 meters tall. This light crystal contained a massive amount of holy light power, and such a large piece was incredibly rare. Zhaofu carefully fused the divinity shard into the light crystal, causing the massive light crystal to immediately show changes. It gave off a faint white light and a holy, pure aura. The light crystal started to go through changes, and Zhaofu wondered what sort of god it would produce. After all, the divinity needed to reshape itself. Now, they had to provide it with sacrifices of incense and faith. Great Kin had billions of people, so the amount of incense and faith it could provide was massive. As long as they focused on it, it would develop incredibly quickly. After taking care of all of this, Zhaofu gave a satisfied smile. He went outside the palace to look at the snow dancing in the air and welcome the cold wind. In a few days, it would be New Year's, after which Great Kin would enter its 6th year in the heaven-awakened world. 1074 New Year's Bank. As the snow danced in the air, the Great Kin city seemed to be covered by a layer of white. Celebratory red lanterns hung throughout streets, and every house had New Year couplets stuck on either side of the doors. People walked about on the streets with big smiles on their faces. Zhaofu stood on the top level of a tall building, looking at the majestic scene of the Great Kin city, feeling quite odd. Seeing the many families getting together, Zhaofu could not help but feel a bit lonely. It was New Year's, and on this day, Great Kin ceased all operations. New Year's was one of the most important festivals to Great Kin, as it followed Chinese traditions. Great Kin had unified China and integrated the surrounding countries as well. Of course, some people had escaped to other continents. It could be said that since ancient times to now, no one had been able to complete this monumental task. If there were not other worlds outside the legacy lands, Great Kin would be more or less completed already. Great Kin still had not finished clearing out regions, but once this was done, Great Kin would launch the final attack to unify the world. In the future, the world would be at peace and the human world would no longer have any fighting. Your Majesty. Hug. Little Nine wore a snow-white cotton-padded jacket and led Little Rose to the top of the building. She held a drum-shaped rattle and leapt towards Zhaofu. Zhaofu lightly laughed as he hugged her and Little Rose, and the two of them started to play about within Zhaofu's embrace. Zhaofu felt as if he had gained 2 little sisters, which dissipated a bit of the loneliness in Zhaofu's heart. Your Majesty, we've completed the preparations for the New Year's banquet. The various generals and ministers have all arrived, please return to the palace, Li Si said as he bowed. Zhaofu nodded before suddenly asking, how are our grandparents? Li Si smiled as he replied, the 2 elders are quite healthy. This minister has been taking care of them. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Zhaofu lightly nodded and said, invite them to the palace to celebrate New Year's together. Li Si smiled as he cupped his hands, saying, yes, Your Majesty. This minister will immediately go to invite them. In actuality, Li Si had long since expected that Zhaofu would do this. Even though Zhaofu had said that he was cutting off ties with his family, because of their familial connection, even though he hated his uncle's family and did not pay much attention to his grandparents, Li Si had been secretly taking care of the two elders this entire time. During this special celebration, Li Si understood that Zhao Fu would feel lonely, and he could not make up for this, nor could anyone else. After all, they were not Zhao Fu's relatives. People in the outside world said that their majesty was cold-blooded and bloodthirsty, and sometimes he was indeed like this. To Great Qin's enemies, he was incredibly ruthless, but to those part of Great Qin, he was quite soft. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to the palace and celebrated the New Year's with his generals, ministers, and grandparents, and he almost became drunk. 4 days later, Zhao Fu put his emotions back in order and headed to the fish scale world. Great Qin had signed a contract with the fish scale world, promising not to attack for 3 years. It was now the 6th year in the Heaven Awakened world, and the contract would expire next year. Zhao Fu's focus this time was the Darkwater continent. Zhao Fu now had 4,200 city lords in the Darkwater continent, and he controlled 3,200 of them with brain bugs. There were still 1,000 who were not controlled. The Darkwater continent had 6,000 regions and 19,000 or so city lords. Zhao Fu's 4,200 city lords were about a quarter of the total city lords, and they had 2,000 or so regions. Zhao Fu felt that he could start up a battle within the Darkwater continent. After all, this would be a battle within the fish scale world, so it would not have as much of an impact as a war between worlds, and the factions from other continents most likely would not interfere. This undoubtedly reduced the difficulty of Zhao Fu unifying the Darkwater continent. Because of the contract, Great Qin's soldiers could not enter the fish scale world, so Great Qin would not be able to help at all. They could only rely on their forces in the Darkwater continent. Currently, almost 80% of System City Lords in the Darkwater continent had joined the System faction controlled by Great Qin. Because of their identity as City Lords, they had quite an advantage because the world was essentially split into two sides, one being the player side and the other being the system side. By now, it was mostly players starting to gain the upper hand, and they continuously conquered system main cities. If system main cities wanted to stay safe and not be destroyed by players, they had to gather together. That was why Great Qin's faction in the Darkwater continent had grown so quickly. Moreover, this was growth that did not cost them anything, and it allowed them to completely absorb the forces of those who were joining. The city lords were also quite loyal. However, the fact that there were still 1,000 city lords who were not controlled was a risk, but Zhao Fu could not do anything about it. He lacked brain bugs, and most trades in the Heaven Spirit Steel were conducted through bartering. Gold coins were not of much value in the Heaven Spirit Steel, and their only use was to pay for fees. Zhao Fu did not want to continue pretending to be a higher being in the Heaven Spirit Steel, because without actual cultivation, he could be exposed quite easily. He absolutely did not want to catch the attention of a true higher being. He had made friends with a higher being, but Zhao Fu did not dare to disturb him or her, only collecting books for that higher being. At first, Zhao Fu only provided books that could help with comprehension, such as scriptures. Later, Zhao Fu found that the higher being loved all kinds of books, so he sent over China's 4 great classics, which were the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Journey to the West, Water Margin, and Dream of the Red Chamber. He had never expected the higher being to like Journey to the West the most, and the higher being even asked Zhao Fu who wrote it and wanted to meet that person. Zhao Fu could not do anything to help. The person who wrote Journey to the West was from the Ming Dynasty. How could Zhao Fu go and find him? However, it was not surprising that the Journey to the West was the most liked one. It was the most widely read classic out of the 4 great classics, and it had its own charm. Now that Zhao Fu could not use the same methods to obtain brain bugs, he could only use other things to trade them. With Great Qin's fortune, this was no problem. Following this, Zhao Fu spent a great deal of effort to obtain 1,000 brain bugs to control the remaining 1,000 system city lords. Now, this system faction once again fully belonged to Great Qin. The system faction had a force of 4,200 city lords and 400 million stage 1 soldiers. Just thinking about it, anyone would feel excited. With this sort of strength, unifying the Darkwater continent would not be too difficult. Even though their forces only made up 1/4 of the total forces in the Darkwater continent, they were one collective force while the others were a pile of loose sand. Some would not even help and would just sit by and watch. However, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to play things safe. He decided to slow down the unification of the Darkwater continent because he was still somewhat worried about the other continents. After all, even if Great Qin's faction could take over the Darkwater continent, with its strength, it might not be able to defend it and scare others into not attacking. Right now, the most important thing was to gather more city lords from other continents. With how big Great Qin's faction was, it would attract more people because the more powerful the faction was, the safer it would be. 1075 Putting on an AC. Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that he needed a more detailed plan. As such, Zhao Fu returned to Great Qin and met with his generals to discuss this before going to the fish scale world again. Zhao Fu first sent people to the various continents to give letters to system city lords. Of course, the contents of the letters were about how good Zhao Fu's faction was and how evil player factions were, hoping that they could band together. Not many people responded to this, as most of them did not want to leave their own continent. However, at least now everyone knew about this faction. None of them expected the system faction in the Darkwater continent to become so powerful. It was simply too shocking, and no one knew how they had done it. Zhao Fu expected the outcome to be like this. Despite sending out countless letters, only 20 or so cities had been willing to join Zhao Fu's faction, which was a small but pleasant surprise. The reason they joined was because the places they had been at before could not be stayed in anymore. Some places had already been taken over by players, so these system factions could only run or else submit. Some places were not very peaceful anymore, and because they were worried about their safety, they left ahead of time and did not want to stay anymore. What Zhao Fu wanted was for system factions to have his faction in mind if they ever decided to leave where they were. As for how to make them leave, Zhao Fu already had a plan, which was to put on an act of players attacking the system main cities. By scaring these system city lords, they would naturally obediently come and join Great Qin's faction. However, this would cost quite a bit of money, as they had to hire a large number of players. Great Qin had a large number of fish-scale players, who were those 4 billion fish-scale players they had captured when they had taken back the southern continent. With so many players, they would definitely be able to shake the fish-scale world, and Zhao Fu's plan would have massive effects. However, these people belonged to Great Qin, and if they were used, people would naturally know that Great Qin was behind this. Moreover, there was the issue of the contract. These fish-scale players were now subjects of Great Qin, so they could not go to other continents, but neither could the rest of the fish-scale world come to the Netherwater continent. By now, Great Qin had cleared out 80% of the Netherwater continent. This took quite a long time, as it was quite inconvenient for humans to move about underwater, so many things were done by fish-scale people. Because there was already a rift, the fate of the two worlds did not dissolve the heavenly domain boundary again this time. However, the fish-scale world's fate was silently being stolen away by Great Qin. This time, Zhao Fu brought over 1 billion gold coins to recruit enough players. 1 gold coin was worth 10,000 copper coins, so hiring one player for 1 gold coin was quite attractive. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not need them to actually do anything, so it was quite easy to hire people. There was a small system faction of 10 or so system main cities peacefully going about its business, not wanting to get involved in any fighting. However, on that day, battle sounds rang out in the surrounding 10 or so kilometers and a massive aura rushed at them, shocking all creatures nearby and causing them to run for their lives. Things are bad. There are a few million players attacking. A soldier standing guard cried out with a pale face after seeing the dark mass of fish-scale players charging over. Everyone else was also terrified. Their 10 or so cities only had a combined force of 1 million or so soldiers. Even though they had an advantage in terms of cultivation, facing millions of people, it would be quite difficult to win. Even if they won, it would most likely be a Pyrrhic victory. This immediately caused all of the cities to go into lockdown, and the soldiers hurried to the city walls, looking at the dark mass of fish-scale players gravely. The city lords also hurried over, and the residents could not help but feel worried. What's going on? Why are there so many players attacking? We've moved to such a remote place, yet these players still want to attack us. They're going too far. A bearded city lord said angrily. Another city lord sighed, saying, no matter which continent or which world it is, this is the trajectory that everyone is going in. In the end, the players will unify everything. After all, they have a massive amount of fate, and they are the main characters of this world. A fish-scale woman had a cold expression on her face as she said, are we really going to be destroyed by players? I can't accept it. Even if we're destroyed, we have to drag them down with us. An elder also sighed and said, so what if we can't accept it? In front of such a massive force, all resistance is futile. Let's think about how to face these millions of players. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This was not the time to be lamenting about such things. The soldiers on the city walls solemnly prepared for a tough battle, but what happened next completely shocked them. After charging halfway, that ferocious army suddenly retreated, causing the city lords to feel incredibly confused. What was going on? Why had this army suddenly retreated? Everyone looked at each other and could not understand what was happening. However, they felt that it was possible that it was a trap, so they did not leave their cities. However, after a while, there was still no response from that player army, so everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had really left. Even though they did not know why, seeing that they had won without fighting or suffering any losses, everyone looked quite happy. Nevertheless, just as they were about to go back to their own lives again, that massive army once again ferociously charged over, loudly shouting and giving off a shocking aura. This forced the countless soldiers to once again return to the city walls, gravely waiting for the enemy army to arrive. The 10 city lords also became wary, staring at the player army to react to whatever they did. However, in the next moment, the army once again retreated, causing the system factions people to frown. They could not understand the player army's goal. No matter what, the system side would not take the initiative to rush out, as they held the advantage when defending their cities. If they rushed out, they would not have this advantage and would instead be ambushed. This time, they waited a bit longer, and after confirming that the player army would not attack, they prepared to withdraw their troops. Kill. A terrifying aura once again flooded out, and the system soldiers once again returned to the city walls, seriously preparing for battle. However, by now, they felt somewhat angry. These people are so annoying. The 10 city lords were quite annoyed. After being continuously harassed like this, no one would be happy. Once again, the player army retreated halfway, and the 10 city lords could not take it anymore. They flew out of their cities to check just what was going on. However, before they could get close, 20 or so terrifying auras exploded out. The system city lords realized that there was an ambush, so they quickly ran back. Following this, the player army once again charged and retreated, almost angering the system side to death. Those hired by Great Ken did not actually have to fight, all they had to do was charge and yell a bit. After retreating, they could do whatever they wanted. Some lay down to sleep, others ate, and others chatted. 1076 Villain and Hero. After a while, someone called out that it was time, and the players once again gathered together and roared as they charged at the city walls. This time, the system side was already prepared. They did not leave the city walls and continued to defend. Some soldiers had left, as they could not continue to keep all of the soldiers on the city walls. Many of them had not eaten because the player army had wasted almost an entire day of their time. They felt that this army was just a fake army that did not dare to actually attack, they were just here to harass them. Seeing that the city lords had not responded after they had charged halfway, the person commanding the player army shouted, "Charge closer. Anyone who charges near the city walls before retreating will be rewarded 10 silver coins. Kill." Hearing that there was a bonus reward, everyone felt incredibly excited and charged forwards with an even more ferocious aura. This gave the system side a big fright, and all of the soldiers immediately gathered on the city walls, ready for a big fight. However, the players once again retreated. "I'm so angry. How about we just charge out and fight them? Kill all of these damn players," a city lord said angrily. He had had enough of this repetitive harassment and humiliation. The elder immediately said, "We can't. There were 20 or so city lords hidden within that army, and this is clearly a trap. If we charge out, we'll definitely fall into their trap and suffer heavy losses." When they thought about that, everyone could only hold in their anger. If they just endured it a bit more, it would be over. However, what they did not expect was that the next few days would nearly anger them to death. During those days, the army continuously harassed them and even issued challenges, calling everyone in the cities cowardly turtles who could only hide. They said that the cities did not dare to fight and were trash. This made the city lords feel incredibly angry, and they were now even more certain that this was a trap and that they could not go out. These people were like a group of flies, continuously annoying and harassing them. These city lords had suffered for many days, and they felt that their heads were going to explode. What they didn't know was that if they rushed out, Zhao Fu's fake army would immediately scatter. They were all here for money, and it was easy money without fighting. If there was any danger to their lives, they would immediately run. However, Zhao Fu had also prepared other plans. If these people charged out, Zhao Fu would attack the city. Zhao Fu was using his faction from the Darkwater continent, so this would not be a violation of the contract. As such, there would be no problem. Is there anything we can do about these despicable players? I can't take it anymore. I want to rush out and kill them all. I'm going to die of anger. A city lord yelled angrily. The other city lords also looked quite furious. They desperately wished to go out and slaughter that player army, but it was extremely dangerous outside. If they went out, they would be finished. Just as the city lords were suffering, a letter filled with a gentle light was delivered to them. This was naturally from the Darkwater continent, and reading that letter, they felt quite moved. A young man smiled as he said, "What do you all think about going to the Darkwater continent? System city lords are in charge over there and are madly suppressing players. If we go, we won't be harassed by players anymore, and it'll be us suppressing players instead." Another city lord nodded in agreement, saying, "I think we should. Over there, the world belongs to system factions like ours, and it should be a good place to stay. Didn't we originally gather together for safety? Now that this place isn't safe anymore, we should move to the Darkwater continent. Yes, yes. This is the best plan. We can't afford to fight those players outside, so we can only hide. I agree to go to the Darkwater continent, another city lord said. After discussing, the city lords decided to relocate to the Darkwater continent together. However, with so many players outside, it was difficult for them to do anything. Worst came to worst, they might be attacked while relocating. They felt quite insecure, and someone suggested, since we've decided to join the Darkwater continent's faction, we'll be part of them in the future. How about we ask them for help? From this, we'll be able to see their attitude towards us. If it's good, going there will definitely be better than staying here. However, if their attitude isn't so good, we'll think of another way and not go to the Darkwater continent. Everyone else nodded, feeling that this was quite a good plan. Following this, they sent a reply letter, and the Darkwater continent's faction immediately responded. The next day, they sent people over, shocking the city lords. They had never thought that the Darkwater continent's faction would value them so highly. Moreover, those people were incredibly passionate and made all sorts of promises as if they were the hosts here and the city lords here were the guests. Seeing that the other side valued them so much, the 10 city lords were naturally quite happy and reassured, and they felt that they had made the right decision in joining the Darkwater continent's faction. What they did not know was that Great Kin was the mastermind behind all of this. With the Darkwater continent's people here to cover them, they did not have to worry about the players, and they were able to peacefully relocate. Following this, even more people from the Darkwater continent arrived to help them with their relocation. The player army once again pretended to charge a few times, but they were scared back by the Darkwater continent's people. This allowed everyone to feel incredibly safe, and they no longer worried about anything. After coming to the Darkwater continent and seeing how everyone lived in harmony and unity, the 10 city lords were even happier. They had never thought that things would be so good, and they regretted not coming earlier. However, they did not know what they would face in the future. This was all part of Zhao Fu's plan, playing both the villain and the hero, using those harassment methods to force those city lords to hand themselves over to Great Kin. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't spend 1 billion gold coins to hire just those people. He did the same thing in many different places, continuously harassing the system main cities. As for the larger system factions, Zhao Fu did not dare to go and do the same to them because they had great strength. It was possible for him to lose control over the situation. Therefore, Zhao Fu mainly focused on some smaller factions in remote areas. It was easier to make a move against such factions, as they were smaller and had no support. When faced with situations like this, they had no way to deal with it. When the Darkwater continent threw out an olive branch, most of them quickly agreed to join, causing the Darkwater continent's system faction to grow bigger and bigger. 1077 Eastern Side. Seeing that Great Kin's faction was becoming stronger and stronger, the other people in the Darkwater continent became more and more unsettled. The next day, they planned to make the first move and ally together to attack. After all, if this faction continued to grow at this speed, it would destroy them sooner or later. As such, they had to act first, or else it would be too late. The remaining forces in the Darkwater continent gathered together and discussed how to destroy Great Kin's faction. Great Kin's faction took up one side of the Darkwater continent, and the remaining factions could group into 3 armies to simultaneously attack. There were 10,000 or so city lords and 8 billion soldiers gathered, which was quite a mighty force. Everyone felt quite confident and started to make detailed plans as to how to attack. Things are bad. The system army struck first and is attacking the eastern side of the Darkwater continent. A soldier hurriedly ran in and reported while the main leaders were discussing amongst themselves. What? Everyone was greatly shocked and had never expected the system faction to act first. They had gathered people to destroy Great Kin's faction, and with such a big ruckus, of course Zhao Fu knew what was going on. He knew that he could not continue to wait and decided to attack first. The other faction city lords were still discussing this matter, so their cities did not have city lords protecting them. This made them feel quite panicked, and this was especially so for the eastern side. After hearing about this, the city lords quickly returned. The other factions also returned and gathered their armies to head towards the eastern side. There, they could destroy Great Kin's faction in one fell swoop. However, when they tried to return to their own cities, they found that there were a large number of isolation barriers set up in many places, making it impossible to use teleportation channels to return to their cities. They could only rely on flying to return. Zhao Fu coldly smiled in the eastern side. That's right, ally together all you want and discuss all you want. Great Kin had been allied against many times, and he now knew how to deal with this. Great Kin had the strength to set up a large number of isolation barriers. This was a great opportunity because most of the city lords had not returned and only a small portion of the city lords had remained behind. With their central figures missing, morale would not be very high, and they had not yet gathered into one unified force yet. Zhao Fu did not take such an opportunity to attack. It would be too much of a pity. Zhao Fu brought 4,000 city lords and 400 million soldiers. 80% of his forces were gathered at the eastern side, planning to take down the eastern side as quickly as possible. If they could do this, the pressure they faced would drastically decrease. There were about 2,000 or so city lords left defending, and 1,000 city lords were able to quickly make it over, bringing only 100 million soldiers. Time was tight, so Zhao Fu did not hesitate. He gave the order to attack, and because Zhao Fu himself was bound by the contract and could not personally attack, he brought 80 dragon-slaying ballistae. Great Kin was hastily manufacturing dragon-slaying ballistae, but it was not something that could be manufactured in a short period of time. These 80 dragon-slaying ballistae were all from before. Apart from the dragon-slaying ballistae, Zhao Fu also brought 120 or so destruction crystals. Kill. After receiving Zhao Fu's order, the city lords gave off terrifying auras and rushed forwards, and the countless soldiers below also roared as they flooded forwards with monstrous momentum. The defending soldiers and city lords in the air were incredibly serious, as the enemy had many times their forces. They could only desperately stall for time and hope reinforcements came quickly. Once reinforcements came, victory would be theirs. Boom. 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 Massive golden rays of light containing immense power tore through the sky incredibly quickly, flashing past in the blink of an eye and leaving traces through the air. Kai. 90 or so city lords' chests were pierced before they could even react, and most bolts pierced through at least 2 city lords, nailing them to the ground kilometers away. The remaining city lords looked incredibly shocked and had no idea what had happened. However, in the next moment, something that greatly shocked them happened. Bang, bang, bang. Massive explosions sounded out as colorful crystals smashed against the defensive walls, resulting in enormous eruptions. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out, destroying everything in their way. In just an instant, the grand defensive wall had completely crumbled, and all of the soldiers on them were either dead or gravely wounded. Blood stained the bodies of water around this area, creating a chilling scene. Charge. Great Kin's faction gave off an unstoppable momentum as they charged at the enemy. The eastern side had suffered massive blows and lost their defensive wall. They essentially had no strength to resist anymore. Zhao Fu's city lords encircled the enemy city lords, and they also used the dragon-slaying ballistae to continuously shoot out terrifying bolts, giving off dangerous auras. Because both sides were fighting closely, they could only attack isolated enemy city lords and could not continuously attack in order to avoid any friendly fire. The soldiers below started to fight with the surviving enemy soldiers. The enemy side no longer put up much of a resistance because they had already lost most of their forces, and Zhao Fu's side already held a numerical advantage. The casualties on the eastern side increased more and more, and finally, morale collapsed and the soldiers started to run for their lives. Zhao Fu's faction chased after them, not letting any of them off. After these forces were destroyed, the remaining cities and regions naturally could not resist at all. Region after region was easily taken down by Zhao Fu's faction. After hearing that the front lines had collapsed, those who had been planning to return to reinforce the eastern side quickly ran back. The eastern side had fallen, so they could only run to other places. Some even escaped to other continents. There were many city lords who decided to surrender. After all, Zhao Fu's faction was a system faction, so it was most likely more reliable than player factions. Most who surrendered were system city lords as well. A bit more than a day later, Zhao Fu's system faction had completely taken over the eastern side. By now, city lords from the other directions had finally broken through the isolation barriers, but it was too late. The other side had 8,000 or so city lords and around 600 million soldiers. However, Zhao Fu's faction had quickly devoured the regions they had taken over, and many of the surrendered forces had been absorbed into the army. The remaining city lords and soldiers who had stayed at the headquarters had also come. Their overall force was a bit stronger than the other side, having around 9,000 city lords and 600 million soldiers. Seeing that the system army was already prepared, the various factions did not feel much confidence. If they fought, their side would not have any advantage, and they would instead be at a disadvantage. The system side held an obvious advantage, they had greater strength and also had the geographical advantage. Moreover, most of them were system city lords, making them a bit stronger than player city lords. It would be quite difficult for them to win. 1078 terrifying Great Kin. The armies of the two sides faced off against each other. Zhao Fu had not revealed himself this entire time, simply controlling things from the shadows. The one commanding the army was a valiant-looking fish-scale city lord. He was the temporary commander of the system faction. His name was Liu Li, and of course, it was because he had long since been controlled by a brain bug for a long time that he had been chosen. Liu Li stood in the sky and gave off a powerful aura as he looked at the enemy army in front of him. He gave a confident smile as he said loudly, "The Darkwater continent will belong to us System City Lords sooner or later. You players should hurry up and piss off. Also, you System City Lords on the other side, could it be that you're willing to follow the bad example of the players? How about you join us? We System City Lords are your true friends, leave those players and join us." One of the players, a big man giving off a mighty aura, coldly harumphed as he said, "Stop trying to sow discord. Right now, it's your side that's in danger. This world belongs to players, and system factions like yours should submit to players instead of acting like this." Liu Li loudly laughed, "The strong devour the weak. Who cares about what the trend is? Right now, it's our system faction conquering you players." The big man felt quite furious. If they had a big enough advantage, they would have started fighting already. However, they had no confidence, so they could only face off like this. Both sides had a similar number of soldiers, so neither side could do much to the other side. Zhao Fu's side held the geographical advantage, so they naturally would not lose their advantage to attack. They understood that if they started fighting, they would suffer heavy losses. Because of the contract, Zhao Fu could not do anything, and he was unable to affect the battle. Both sides continued to face off like this, and the atmosphere cooled. Neither side seemed willing to advance. A white-haired elder stood out and tried to be the peacemaker, saying, "All right, we're all fish-scale people, we shouldn't be fighting among ourselves like this and causing unnecessary losses. Don't you remember who the owner of the neighboring Netherwater continent is?" After hearing this, everyone fell silent and looked quite serious with a trace of fear in their eyes. The owner of the Netherwater continent was Great Kin, that overpowered kingdom that had caused the entire fish-scale world to fall into crisis. The Netherwater continent had been given to Great Kin due to that unfair contract, and it was a great humiliation to the fish-scale world. However, no one dared to say anything because Great Kin's power made them all feel immense fear. Great Kin could be said to be the fish-scale world's greatest threat, and nothing could compare to it. This was acknowledged by everyone. This was why everyone reacted in that way after hearing that. Next to them was Great Kin, and even though they had signed a contract that prohibited fighting for 3 years, that would expire next year. The Darkwater continent was right next to Great Kin, and thinking about how terrifying Great Kin was, everyone felt quite afraid. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, the elder continued to say seriously, "That's right, it's Great Kin, the human world's Great Kin. With a terrifying monster right there, we're still fighting amongst ourselves. If Great Kin attacks, how will we defend?" A green-clothed middle-aged man stood out and said, "That's right, Great Kin is right next to us, and next year, the 3-year contract will be over. What will we do when that time comes? Under Great Kin's ferocious might, they might conquer the entire Darkwater continent. When that time comes, no one will be able to escape. Do you all want to see us stay together or become Great Kin's dogs or slaves?" These words caused an uproar among the others. No one wanted such a thing to happen to them. They're right, our true enemy is the human world's Great Kin. With how terrifying Great Kin is, it'll be quite difficult to stop them with our power. We should be united instead of fighting amongst ourselves. I agree, let's not fight. The human world's Great Kin caused the fish-scale world to suffer such great humiliation, we should be resisting them instead. We should be united against outsiders and not fighting amongst ourselves. If we don't unite, under Great Kin's threat, we might all die. When that time comes, we'll be sinners of the fish-scale world. That's right, let's be unified against outsiders. We can't afford to continue fighting amongst ourselves. Great Kin is too terrifying, and we aren't a match for it at all. Thinking about how it took down billions of us in the southern continent in the human world, I still feel afraid. The scene became quite raucous, and many people could not help but speak up. They were all afraid of Great Kin's threat while the ruler of Great Kin awkwardly stood in the crowd. In actuality, neither faction wanted to fight. The other side did not dare to attack as they were at a slight disadvantage, and Zhao Fu did not want to attack either because he would suffer disastrous losses. Zhao Fu wanted to keep waiting because there were still many system main cities relocating to the Darkwater continent from other continents. His strength would become stronger, and at the same time, he could try to convince the remaining system factions in the Darkwater continent to join him, causing the other side's strength to decrease. When that time came, it would be quite easy for Zhao Fu to destroy them, and he would not have to pay such a great price. Zhao Fu knew that they most likely would not fight, but he had never expected things to conclude like this. After hearing everyone talk about Great Kin like this, as the ruler of Great Kin, Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. Liu Li, the city lord acting as commander, coldly harumphed, "For the future of the fish-scale world and for all fish-scale people, we can refrain from attacking for now. However, that's on the condition that others don't attack us." Zhao Fu had Liu Li officially speak first so that he could stand on the side of justice and integrity. This made the players secretly curse at him for being shameless. They had been about to give an official statement too, but now that Liu Li had spoken first, it seemed like they were the good side, taking a step back for the sake of the fish-scale world. The one who said this first would obviously seem like the nobler side, while the other side naturally would not be able to achieve the same effect even if they said the same words. Moreover, if they rebutted this, they would be condemned by all others, saying that they were foolish, selfish, and vile people. The players could only agree and thank the system side. They did not want to fight either, so they could only do their best to maintain some dignity. Both sides did not continue talking and drew the line here. Neither side would attack the other in the future, after which both sides left. Even though everyone said they would mind their own business, after returning, both sides continued to develop their strength. Zhao Fu was definitely going to unify the Darkwater continent, while the player side would definitely retaliate. They did not want to be destroyed, so they also had to become stronger. 1079 Citizenship System. Zhao Fu sent a large number of soldiers to defend the boundary between the two sides and did not give this matter any more attention. He knew that the other side would not dare to attack for now, so it was time to focus on expanding his own faction. Zhao Fu continued to use his shameless recruitment tactics, which were quite effective. Every day, over 100 city lords joined them. Even though the other side was desperately trying to expand their faction, how could their speed compare to Zhao Fu's? Zhao Fu's faction grew much faster than theirs, and unifying the Darkwater continent was just a matter of time. There was nothing to worry about. Zhao Fu stayed here for a few more days, and after seeing that the situation had settled, he returned to Great Qin. Great Qin had finished its New Year's celebrations and had gone back to its normal course of business. Soldiers once again started to clear out regions, and the various departments diligently completed their tasks. There was not much to do, so Zhao Fu set his mind to internal matters. He read through the documents that had stacked up and found that a few ministers were suggesting changes to the citizenship system, because although the system punished those who had resisted Great Qin, it did not benefit the unity of the kingdom. Moreover, there were many holes in upgrading from a criminal to a citizen, and there was no proper supervision. Some people had taken advantage of this, resulting in discontentment. If this went on, there could be trouble in the future, so they requested Zhao Fu to think about changing the citizenship system. After reading through these documents, Zhao Fu frowned. Even though the documents were suggesting changes to the citizenship system, their actual intention was to get rid of the current citizenship system, and they were using a soft way of doing it. In that case, should he get rid of the current citizenship system? Zhao Fu sank into his thoughts and felt quite hesitant. When Zhao Fu established the current citizenship system, it was primarily to punish the resist factions. Since they had caused Great Qin great losses, not killing them was already merciful. As such, they had to be properly punished or else Great Qin's soldiers' blood would have been shed for nothing. Zhao Fu naturally felt quite angry towards those who resisted greatly. However, from the descriptions in the documents, it indeed seemed like there were some problems and hidden troubles. Most of the ministers were civil officials as generals were responsible for fighting on the front lines. Most ministers were split into two factions, and the one that supported Zhao Fu's system was made up of mostly outlanders and was led by a person called Gulai. Gulai was a catfolk elder who had originally been the city lord of a basic city that had been conquered by Great Qin. He had served Great Qin well and been promoted, and he had become an important minister to Great Qin. They believed that the criminals deserved their treatment, as they had resisted Great Qin and made Great Qin spend extra effort to conquer them. As such, they deserved this kind of punishment. He believed that not making them slaves and giving them the opportunity to advance their citizenship status was already incredibly merciful. To them, those people should forever be criminals, and their children should also be criminals. The weak should submit to the strong. Moreover, those who did not resist could be given citizen status, but if those who resisted greatly were given the same treatment, it was possible that those who did not resist would be dissatisfied. This would also create more resistance for Great Qin in the future. Now that most people knew that those who resisted intensely would be made criminals, most people obediently submitted. However, if people knew that they would still receive the same treatment even if they resisted, they would definitely try to resist first. As such, these ministers recommended for the citizenship system not to be abolished and even suggested adopting slavery. After all, it was quite common in the Heaven Awakened world. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded as this was what he was thinking about as well. However, slavery was against Zhao Fu's ideals, and he would not accept it. Zhao Fu had his own bottom line. Seeing that Zhao Fu did not support abolishing the current citizenship system, those who supported abolishing it were greatly worried and immediately came forward to express their opinion. These ministers were mostly Chinese, and they came from various schools and sects. Because Zhao Fu had stopped sanctioning the school of Confucianism, school of Mohism, and Buddhist sect, many of their key figures had returned to China and served Great Qin. Their opinion was that Zhaofu was an enlightened legion that only uncivilized and barbaric societies used slavery, after which feudalism was established. The reason why slavery was replaced by feudalism was because slavery could cause a lot of unrest in a nation and result in all sorts of conflict, and it could even lead to the demise of a nation. These ministers said that even though the current citizenship system was not slavery, it could cause a lot of conflict and would not make the subjects of Great Kin completely loyal. It would be difficult to fully unite the kingdom, as those who belong to Great Kin should be treated the same. Those ministers believed that the current citizenship system should be abolished, as it would cause hidden problems for Great Kin, and there were definitely better ways to go about this. After hearing from these ministers, Zhaofu felt that they were right as well. Both sides made sense, so which side should he listen to? Zhaofu felt quite troubled, and he could not help but look towards Li Si beside him, Great Kin's prime minister. Li Si calmly smiled and cupped his hands as he said, "Everything is in your majesty's hands." Li Si had passed the buck back to Zhaofu, causing Zhaofu to glare at him. At that moment, Li Muking stood out and said, "Your Majesty, this minister beseeches you to leave the throne and go to the common people to look at the conditions of those criminals. I'm sure that will help you make a decision instead of just staying here and thinking about it." Preposterous. With how grand our Majesty's status is, how could he go to those criminals? Minister Li dares to blaspheme against His Majesty and should be punished. Another minister chided and said, "This is not a democratic kingdom like your real world, this is His Majesty's empire. Everything revolves around His Majesty, and the commoners are of secondary importance. Minister Li, doing such a thing is against the spirit of Great Kin." This caused the player ministers to look quite serious. This was a grave accusation. They indeed wanted to do things in a democratic way, and it was indeed quite inappropriate. The expressions of Li Muking and the other player ministers fell, and the indigenous resident ministers glared at them. Zhaofu felt quite startled and swept his gaze across everyone present. He found that without him noticing, different factions had developed. Now, because of that minister words, the hall had fallen completely silent, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Zhaofu thought about it before saying in a dignified tone, "Enough, we have our own plans. We think that Minister Li is correct, we will go and take a look personally to see the true situation in Great Kin." 1081 gold coin. Now that Zhaofu had spoken, no one dared to voice any objections, and everyone was obedient to Zhaofu's will. Li Muking and the other player ministers inwardly let out sighs of relief. Luckily, Zhaofu was not a person from a large family or an indigenous resident, or else his attitude towards this would be different. Following this, Zhaofu put on some simple clothes and left the palace with Li Muking. At the construction site of a canal, Zhaofu watched big men covered in sweat digging the canal and moving rocks and mud. With spatial rings, the process was much easier. After dislodging the rocks and mud, they could be put into spatial rings for easy transportation. The materials for constructing the canal were placed on the side, allowing the speed of construction to progress incredibly quickly. With Great Kin's current citizenship status, criminals could improve their status by serving Great Kin. This included participating in construction activities, which gave them points, and with enough points, they could increase their status. The people here were all criminals, and they wanted to earn points by building this canal. Of course, Great Kin's government also gave an appropriate wage as well. Suddenly, a big man carrying a large pole accidentally bumped into Zhaofu, causing a bit of mud to fall onto Zhaofu. The big man's face paled, and he immediately apologized. "I'm so sorry, young sir, it wasn't on purpose. I'll immediately clean it off for you." "Humphrey! How dare a criminal like you touch this young sir's clothes?" A foreman walked over and coldly harumphed. Even though Zhaofu felt that his clothes were quite plain, to others, they could still tell that he had an extraordinary aura and was definitely no ordinary person. The big man had never thought that the foreman would come over, and his face became even paler. He wanted to explain, saying that it was by accident. However, the foreman cut him off and said, "You know that this young sir is definitely part of Great Kin's nobility. With your status as a criminal, why are you not kneeling to apologize yet? Do you want me to make things difficult for you?" Hearing this, the big man looked at Zhaofu's clothes and immediately knelt and kowtowed as he said, "I'm sorry, young sir. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive this lowly one." The foreman apologetically smiled, saying, "Young sir, do you think you could spare him just this once? This lowly one will clean the mud off your clothes for you." Zhaofu felt quite surprised. This foreman looked quite savage, but he was actually helping that big man. "No matter, it's not a big deal and I don't mind much. Also, why are you so afraid?" Zhaofu felt quite confused. This was just a small matter, but the other person was simply too afraid, as if he was desperately scared of something. The foreman did not know how to reply. From a glance, he could tell that Zhaofu was from a rich and powerful family, and he could also tell that he was quite inexperienced and naive, not understanding the situation in Great Kin. However, seeing that Zhao Fu's attitude was quite good, he breathed out. It seemed like he would not make things difficult. Standing beside Zhao Fu, Li Muqing explained, for criminals like him, making trouble will add to his crimes, and he might be put on the blacklist, preventing him from earning more points. That would mean he will be a criminal for the rest of his life. That's why he's so afraid, especially so because you're dressed like nobility. People like him can't afford to offend people like you. The foreman smiled as he said, this beautiful young miss is quite knowledgeable. Back then, it took me a lot of effort to go from a criminal to a citizen. If I make any trouble, all of that will be for nothing. In Great Kin, it's like there are tags on us, and if we make any mistakes, the consequences will be severe. Zhao Fu nodded in understanding. Back then, he had indeed ordered for them to be punished severely so that they would be afraid and obedient. Since they had resisted so intensely back then, Zhao Fu had of course used all sorts of methods to subdue them. The foreman then said again, young sir, young miss, why have you come to a place like this? With your statuses, coming to a place like this will make others laugh at you. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and asked, why do you say that? What's wrong with coming here? The foreman felt quite surprised and had never thought that Zhao Fu would ask such a thing. Inwardly, he felt that Zhao Fu really was an ignorant little prince who didn't know anything. He smiled as he replied, this is a place where criminals are gathered. Nobles like you coming here will ruin your image. Zhao Fu frowned and looked to Li Muqing and asked, why has Great Qin's citizenship system become so strict and severe? Those who are above will always be above, and those who are below will always be below. Zhao Fu had never expected this at all. This was not his goal. Zhao Fu would treat anyone who became a citizen with kindness. Zhao Fu had just wanted to punish these criminals before they became citizens. As long as they were loyal to Great Qin, Zhao Fu would treat them properly. However, the current state of Great Qin had become like this, like the outside world. Zhao Fu did not want to see Great Qin like this. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu's expression became quite unsightly as he said, can you take me to look around more? I want to understand this place more. The foreman felt quite surprised and smiled as he replied, young sir, you're quite interesting. Why do you want to understand the criminals? Zhao Fu nodded and said, I just feel like it. Afterwards, I'll properly reward you. Hearing this, the foreman agreed without thinking, alright then young sir, I'll take you around. Following this, the foreman brought Zhao Fu around the construction site. Zhao Fu looked over and saw that on an empty space, there were a few children playing. They were mostly dressed in coarse cloth, and only one of them was dressed in ordinary cloth clothing. At that moment, a woman dragged the child wearing cloth clothes away, while that child threw a tantrum, not wanting to leave. The children wearing coarse cloth innocently looked at the scene in front of them. They could not understand why the woman was dragging that child away when they had been playing so happily before. The woman angrily raised a hand and said, if you keep crying, I'll hit you. They're the children of criminals and are also criminals. If you play with them, you might turn out like them in the future. Our Majesty doesn't like those people, so do you want to be like them? Don't you want to be a minister in the future? Hearing this, the little boy stopped crying. He did not understand what a criminal was, but he did not want to be someone who His Majesty did not like, so he could only reluctantly leave. The children in coarse clothes had been quite happy before, but sensing the strange gazes around them, they lowered their heads and started to cry. Zhao Fu could not help but walk over, and he handed the children a gold coin, smiling as he said, good kids, be strong. Go and buy some yummy food with this. Seeing that Zhao Fu had taken out a gold coin, the foreman could not help but conclude that Zhao Fu really was a youngster from a rich family. He did not know Zhao Fu's true identity, and that to Zhao Fu, one gold coin was just like a rock on the ground. 1081 Do you hate Great Qin big brother, are you really giving this to us? That's a gold coin, and it can buy so many things, a little girl with braids asked as she looked at Zhao Fu with wide eyes. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Just as the little girl was about to take the gold coin, an older boy stopped her and said seriously, don't forget what father and mother said, don't get too close to those who are dressed well because they're all important people. We can't take things from them or else we'll make trouble for father and mother. Do you want father and mother to suffer because of this? Hearing this, the little girl thought about her father and mother getting into trouble because of this and withdrew her hand. Zhao Fu looked quite awkward, but the foreman beside him smiled, took out a few copper coins, and gave it to them, telling them to go and play. These children knew the foreman, so they happily took the money and hurriedly said, thank you uncle. As such, Zhao Fu gave the gold coin to the foreman, who smiled and profusely thanked Zhao Fu. Following this, the foreman continued to lead Zhao Fu around the construction site. Zhao Fu soon saw some elderly people also working on the canal. Why are these elderly people here? Zhao Fu asked curiously. Zhao Fu had given elderly people special treatment. Even though they were criminals, Zhao Fu had ordered for them to be given easier work, they should not be here. The foreman sighed and replied, "It's mainly to earn some extra points to raise their family's children's statuses. Ordinary criminal children can't go to school, and even if they make it in, they'll be discriminated against. Only by raising their status can they live a decent life. However, points can be bought with money, and because their families are in financial difficulty, they can only come to work here." Hearing that there were people trying to profit from points, Zhaofu could not help but feel a bit angry and asked, "Points can be bought with money?" When he had established the points system, Zhaofu's goal was for these people to serve Great Kin and truly become loyal to Great Kin. That way, they could become subjects of Great Kin, and Zhaofu would acknowledge them. That had been Zhaofu's goal, and using money to buy points completely went against Zhaofu's purpose. Zhaofu remembered that he had clearly forbidden this, and points could only be exchanged among family members. As such, he asked the foreman about this. The foreman smiled. "It's quite simple. When exchanging points, they just say that they're part of the same family." "Do the officials not check this?" Zhaofu asked angrily. The foreman had never thought that Zhaofu would become angry and asked, "How can we check this? With how chaotic the world has become, barely anyone has identity documents anymore. Moreover, in this new environment, no one knows each other, and because it's impossible to confirm, the officials just let them do what they want." Hearing this, Zhaofu felt less angry. He walked over to those elderly people and said, "Go home, there's no need to come here anymore. Your family's children are now citizens." The elderly people all looked at Zhaofu in disbelief because the only person who could casually raise a person's status like this was Great Kin's Majesty. Even the important ministers had to find a good reason to do this because Great Kin was ruled through laws. Even though this young man was dressed quite well, he evidently was not an important minister because he was far too young. Since he did not have that status, no one believed him. "Young sir, please continue looking around with the foreman. We appreciate your kindness, but please don't disturb our work," an elderly man said as he picked up a basket filled with rocks and walked forwards with great difficulty. The foreman also said, "Yes, young sir, where do you want to go next? I'll take you there. Please don't disturb them anymore, they need to work here to earn money and points." Zhaofu did not reply to the foreman, and after thinking about it, he said in a loud voice, "I'll ask you all, do you hate Great Kin for treating you like this? Do you hate Great Kin's emperor? Do you want to rebel against Great Kin?" Zhaofu's voice was quite loud, causing everyone nearby to fall deathly silent. Everyone looked at Zhaofu in disbelief. This person dared to say such sacrilegious words. Does that person not want to live anymore? This is Great Kin. He just asked us if we wanted to rebel. Isn't his starting up the rebellion? Everyone looked quite afraid and quickly distanced themselves from Zhaofu. The consequences of what Zhaofu had said were too severe, and anyone who was dragged in would die. They did not want to lose their lives because of this, so they did not want to have any connection to Zhaofu. The foreman's face went deathly pale, and he had never expected Zhaofu to be so suicidal and say such things. Was he not afraid of angering Great Kin's Majesty and having his entire family wiped out? "Young sir, hurry and escape Great Kin or else the soldiers will come soon, or you can kneel down right now, apologize to Great Kin's Majesty, and say that you were just joking around, perhaps you'll still be able to live." The foreman hurriedly said to Zhaofu. He did not want to have any connection to Zhaofu, but he was the one who had brought Zhaofu here, so he was already tied in with him and could not escape. He could only hope that Zhaofu would be fine so that he could be safe as well. Zhaofu looked at the terrified people around him, his expression unchanging as he said, "I'll ask you again. Given how Great Kin has treated you, do you not hate Great Kin?" Everyone continued to remain silent. No one dared to reply to Zhaofu's question, which might turn them into a corpse. However, an elderly man nearby sighed and said, Do we have the right to hate? After all, it was our factions that intensely resisted, resulting in His Majesty's anger. That's why we're in this situation. Even though we have to work hard, are deprived of some benefits, and are discriminated against, at least we can live safely here. We don't go hungry or thirsty, and we can live in peace. Great Kin's Majesty has already treated us well, we can only hope that one day he will lower the requirements for becoming a citizen. Just as the elderly man finished speaking, the sounds of horses galloping could be heard. Everyone's expressions fell, and someone cried out, "Oh no! Great Kin's soldiers are here to capture people. If you don't want to die, get away from that person." Everyone within 1 kilometer of Zhaofu was terrified and started to run away. It was evident how big the matter Zhaofu had caused was. Who was it who dared to try to cause a rebellion? This deserves capital punishment. A powerful or descended, it was an official in a court dress, and at the same time, hundreds of cavalrymen arrived. Sensing that terrifying aura, everyone else felt incredibly terrified. They looked at Zhaofu and thought to themselves, this person is way too brave. In just a while, He won't even know how he died. The official looked furious. Someone dared to say such things in the region he administered. If things went poorly, he would be punishment for poor management. He followed the gazes of the crowd and looked at the person at the center. Immediately, the official's face went pale, and he broke into a cold sweat. He immediately descended from the sky and knelt with both knees, calling out, "This minister greets your majesty." This immediately caused an uproar. 1082 equality. Everyone present looked incredibly confused and did not dare to believe their eyes. This prestigious official was actually kneeling on the ground trembling, calling that young man your majesty. Did that mean this young man was Great Ken's emperor? Thinking about that, everyone present hurriedly knelt and cried out, "We greet your majesty. Long live his majesty. Long live his majesty." The foreman who had been leading Xiaofu around had fallen to the ground, paralyzed in terror. He had never thought that the young man beside him this whole time would be Great Ken's emperor, the most prestigious person in Great Ken. After all, he had come to a place like this to look at criminals. Those elderly people were also scared into kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. No wonder he could casually give them citizen status. He was Great Ken's majesty. Xiaofu looked around him and coldly harumphed before flicking his sleeves and leaving. Only after a while did the official and others dare to stand up. They had never expected that their majesty would actually come to a place like this. Following this, news of Xiaofu coming here quickly spread, causing massive waves. No one could believe that Great Ken's majesty, who enjoyed all sorts of luxuries in the palace, would come to such a remote place. Reporting to the Prime Minister, His Majesty has returned to the palace and does not seem to be in a good mood, a guard respectfully reported to Li Si. Li Si smiled as he nodded, "I understand, you can leave." After being by Xiaofu's side for so long, Li Si had a good understanding of Xiaofu's personality. He then summoned Shengyang to go with him to the Great Ken Palace because it was time to write some new laws for Great Ken. After the various ministers received news about this, they quickly made their way to the palace as well. Seeing Li Si bring Shengyang here, Xiaofu could not help but glare at him. The way Li Si dealt with things was becoming slicker and slyer, not willing to directly deal with anything. Li Si dryly coughed before saying, "Your Majesty, I've brought Shengyang here to help you draft some new laws, and some other civil officials are also on their way." Xiaofu nodded and started to discuss this matter with his ministers. The first thing was the problem with the current division of classes. The upper class had their own circles and hated to have any relations with the lower class, while the lower class had their own circles and felt too inferior to interact with the upper class. The way they did things was different as well. The upper class were arrogant and dauntless, while the lower class were incredibly servile and afraid of offending people. This was the situation in outside nations, but Xiaofu did not want Great Ken to be like this. After all, Great Ken was his heart's blood, and he was determined to build both a powerful and happy empire. The first rule was that Xiaofu forbade any discrimination. He had made a rule previously, but that was with respect to racial discrimination. Now that Great Ken was developing faster and faster, the gaps between classes were becoming more and more evident. This was not only because of the citizenship system, this was something that was completely unavoidable. This was not just the case in feudalistic nations, it happened even in democratic nations. At first, everyone would be equal, but sooner or later, it was unavoidable that different classes would manifest. Xiaofu wanted to reduce this, and he wanted every Great Ken resident to have equality. However, whether it was in the real world or the heaven-awakened world, absolute equality was impossible to achieve. As such, Xiaofu could only do his best to maintain equality as best as possible. That was what he wanted to do. The second thing was to create a census register. Not only did all residents of Great Ken have to register who was in their family, but they also had to provide some basic information such as where they lived, what other relatives they had, etc. The third thing was to investigate the ones who were deceiving the officials. Great Ken had clearly prohibited the selling of points, but some people had still done it. Xiaofu received information that 10 points were sold for 1 gold coin, and even though a few gold coins were nothing to Xiaofu, it was quite a hefty sum for ordinary people. Ordinarily, it took 10 days of work to earn 10 points, and 100 points were required to raise one's status. Since these people had dared to deceive Great Ken and do something that Great Ken had prohibited, they had to be severely investigated and punished. Those who should be killed would be killed, and those who should be imprisoned should be imprisoned. These people were not to be shown mercy. Finally, Xiaofu decided not to abolish the current citizenship system, which made Li Muqing and the other player ministers feel quite surprised. A minister who gave off a scholarly aura stood out, cupped his hands, and lowered his head as he said, "Your Majesty, there are many hidden dangers to the citizenship system. Why are we not abolishing it?" Xiaofu swept his gaze over that person and replied simply, "We have our own plans, there is no need for any of you to worry about this." This made all those who supported the current citizenship system to smile. It seemed that they were the victors in this battle. In actuality, Zhao Fu wanted to get rid of the citizenship system, but after thinking about it, he decided not to give up on it because it could bring many benefits, such as creating a powerful deterrent. It was quite good in theory, but they also had to consider reality. In the future, Great Kin would continuously battle and clear regions, and it would have to face other worlds in the future. This system was quite useful, and Zhao Fu planned to reform it instead of abolishing it. Zhao Fu decided to lower the requirement to increase one's status from 100 points to 90 points, while elderly people and children only required 20 points. He also decided to create an investigation system for those who truly served Great Kin, and they would have the number of points required reduced. However, those who were still rebellious would have to earn extra points, and those who committed grave offenses would be executed in order to prevent future troubles. Zhao Fu also got rid of the rule that criminals who made mistakes would be treated harsher or be automatically put on the blacklist. They would receive the same punishment as normal citizens. At the same time, they would be allowed to continue to earn points, but they would be audited in case they were still rebellious. Zhao Fu would accept anyone who truly submitted to Great Kin, but for those who were still rebellious at heart, he would show no mercy. He would not allow them to bring Great Kin any harm. Kindness and ruthlessness were equally as important, and that was the reason why Zhao Fu did not abolish the citizenship system. After hearing about all of Zhao Fu's reforms, Li Muqing and the player ministers let out sighs of relief. Even though Zhao Fu did not abolish the citizenship system, he had made big reforms, which they were quite pleased to see. After the discussions were complete, the new rules were spread throughout Great Kin, and those who were the happiest were, of course, the criminals. After seeing these reforms, they had more hope and color in their lives. It was now incredibly easy for the elderly and children to improve their statuses. The elderly no longer had to suffer, and children could go to school. Those were the greatest benefits of reforms. 1083 Final reward. After the reforms were put into effect, Zhao Fu personally went to see their effects and how they were being carried out, and he was relatively satisfied. For the next few days, Zhao Fu continuously read through documents and felt incredibly bored. He suddenly remembered that there was a historical remnant that he had not visited in a while, which was the assassin historical remnant. He had never been able to pass the final stage. Zhao Fu felt that there would be no problem in him clearing it now. Even if he could not pass it, he could forcefully break into the historical remnant and obtain the final reward. With his current power, he was quite confident. The assassin historical remnant was one of the first historical remnants that Great Kin had obtained. Back then, the monsters within had given him quite some trouble, but at that time he did not even have a basic city's city lord seal. Now, Zhao Fu was already the ruler of a level 11 Marquisate kingdom, and his strength was unimaginable to ordinary people. Zhao Fu once again returned to that assassin historical remnant, arrived at the final stage, and activated the final trial. Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a gloomy bazaar. There were people everywhere, and they all had Western faces and were all quite tall and big. They looked like they were wearing ancient European clothing, and the atmosphere was quite heavy. Zhao Fu had turned into a 15 or 16-year-old boy. After trying this a few times, Zhao Fu understood this trial quite well. Zhao Fu's task was to deliver a letter for a major figure and kill the city lord here in order to help that major figure seize power and allow the commoners to live good lives. What's more, he also had to help that major figure affect the whole country, and from that, start the revolution. Zhao Fu's body had no power at all, and he was just an ordinary 15 or 16-year-old boy. If he faced an adult, he definitely would not be able to win. Moreover, the upper-level figures here were not ordinary people, they all had battle chi or magic, and it was not one-on-one battles each time but one person against the whole world. How could Zhao Fu pass? Zhao Fu did not plan to follow the mission like before, as it wasted too much time. He had to first gain battle chi or magic before assassinating other people, which would make him stay in here for decades. How could Zhao Fu waste so much time here? As such, Zhao Fu decided to use other methods to destroy this illusory world with force. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the bazaar and sensed the power within him. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as massive amounts of blood-red light came out of Zhao Fu's body, forming a blood-red pillar of light that rushed into the sky. The sky was gradually dyed blood-red, and a killing intent spread out. Zhao Fu was at the center of this storm, and the massive gales knocked the surrounding people and items to the ground. The scene descended into chaos, and countless people ran for their lives in terror. Shing! A clear sword hum sounded out as a simple black and blood-red sword appeared in front of Zhao Fu's body. This was the Emperor Killing Sword. Zhao Fu grasped the Emperor Killing Sword, and a massive wave of killing intent entered Zhao Fu's body, causing his body to go through massive changes. His eyes and hair became blood-red colored, and fangs grew in his mouth. A blood-red sword mark appeared on his forehead, and his body gave off immense killing intent. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Fu waved the emperor-killing sword, and illusory and hazy sword souls densely gathered around him. Xing. Zhao Fu once again waved the sword, and the countless sword souls obeyed, flooding out and starting to kill. All living creatures around them were quickly killed. This was an illusory realm, so Zhao Fu did not hold back and started a massacre. Blood continuously shot out, and cries continuously sounded out as Zhao Fu coldly walked towards the city hall. Bang! Before Zhao Fu could reach the gates, a 2-meter-tall fat man holding 2 short axes charged out. He had heard that there was someone making trouble in the bazaar, but right after rushing out, he had encountered Zhao Fu. The fat man looked quite shocked, like someone who didn't even have stage 1 cultivation facing a stage 9 expert. Who are you? How can you be so powerful? The fat man was the city lord, but Zhao Fu did not answer him. There was no need to speak to a dead man. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, and a massive sword light containing immense destructive power flew out, instantly covering the fat man and turning him into tiny pieces. After killing the city lord, Zhao Fu rushed into the city hall and took a handsome young man with him. This was the major figure he had to help. Now, Zhao Fu had to take him and continuously conquer. He would no longer use slow and steady methods. This young man looked quite terrified and continuously resisted, calling him a demon and a monster who killed without blinking. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he flew towards another city. He directly descended above the city hall, his terrifying aura heavily weighing down on the city. Zhao Fu's voice sounded as loud as thunder. This is your new city lord, does anyone have any objections? The skinny city lord of this city had never thought that such a terrifying person would appear. He immediately knelt and agreed to submit to the young man in Zhao Fu's grasp. The young man looked quite shocked, not expecting this at all. Zhao Fu had no time to pay attention to them and flew to the next city. Those who submitted were spared, and those who refused were slaughtered. In just a few days, Zhao Fu had conquered 300 or so cities. The young man became the new leader of the nation, and the illusory realm crumbled. He had passed the final trial. The scene before Zhao Fu blurred, and he once again returned to the passageway. It was completely dark around him, and Zhao Fu took out a light pearl to illuminate his surroundings before heading onwards. Finally, he arrived at a very large area that was filled with skeletons. There was a heavy aura of death here and 13 massive stone steels. These stone steels were black and rectangular. 12 of them were 100 meters tall, while the one at the center was 150 meters tall. They were arranged in a circular sector and gave off an incredibly cold and dangerous aura. There were things on the stone steels. On each of the 12 stone steels, there was a black piece of jade, and on the stone steel in the middle, there was an exquisite black sword. The 13 items all gave off black light and powerful auras as if they were kings looking down on everything. They gave off the might of kings, making people want to kneel and submit. To Zhao Fu, this sort of power was quite weak, and Zhao Fu stepped forward to see what they were. Suddenly, the black jades on the 12 stone steels gave off intense black light, and a powerful aura spread out like wild gales as a wave of killing intent locked onto Zhao Fu. 12 hooded figures holding different weapons appeared on the stone steels, staring at Zhao Fu closely. 1084 Darkness Soul Jade, you didn't pass the trial. You are not allowed to enter here. The 12 figures simultaneously said, their voices gloomy and ethereal. Zhao Fu ignored those people and walked forwards. Swish, swish, swish. The 12 figures simultaneously acted, turning into black shadows, coming within 100 meters of Zhao Fu in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fu held the emperor-killing sword as he stood still and looked at the incoming figures. There was a trace of disdain on his face as he slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red crescent. The 12 figures were greatly startled and quickly retreated, narrowly escaping Zhao Fu's attack. They had greatly underestimated his power. The 12 figures were now serious and spread out to surround Zhao Fu. They gave off powerful auras and stabbed their weapons into the ground. Black auras flowed into the ground, creating 12 points on the ground that seemed to call out to each other. A black magic formation appeared underneath Zhao Fu's feet, and a large barrier appeared. This was the assassin domain, which Zhao Sha and the others had used before. Those within it would have their strength, speed, and agility greatly decreased. Within the assassin domain, the 12 figures received a big boost to their strength, but they were still not a match for Zhao Fu. They once again attacked simultaneously, rushing at Zhao Fu with their weapons. Zhao Fu did not want to continue wasting time with them like this. Even though he could feel a massive power locking him down, Zhao Fu still raised the emperor-killing sword and released its full power. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the emperor-killing sword gave off a large amount of blood-red light, causing a destructive power to ripple out. The ground immediately cracked, and the 12 figures were quickly covered by the light. After everything settled down, a massive crater that was hundreds of meters wide had appeared, and 12 black pieces of jade floated above the crater. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed them. Assassin, Darkness Soul Jade, a bloodline legacy item left behind by a powerful assassin. After using it, one can receive the Darkness bloodline and grasp powerful skills and abilities. After looking at the Darkness Jade, Zhao Fu smiled. This would be perfect for Great Qin's 12 assassin leaders, and they would make them even stronger. In the future, it would be easier for them to assassinate major figures. The Darkness bloodline was not weak either, being a relatively high-grade bloodline. Xing. A sword hum suddenly sounded out as the sword on the middle stone steel turned into a ray of light and shot at Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast and was like a black line as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu's throat. At that moment, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a sharp blood-red arc of light that knocked the incoming sword away. After the exquisite black sword was knocked away, a powerful aura appeared in the air. The sword gave off a faint black light as a graceful woman's figure in a cloak appeared. Even though Zhao Fu could not see her full appearance, just from the portion of her face that was revealed, he could tell that she was quite beautiful. Suddenly, the woman grabbed that exquisite sword and disappeared, instantly reappearing behind Zhao Fu as she chopped towards his neck. Bang! Zhao Fu released his Emperor's domain in that moment with immense force, sending the woman flying 10 or so meters. The woman stamped on the ground, stopping her body from sliding backwards, and she prepared to attack Zhao Fu once again. However, Zhao Fu did not even look at her as he stretched out his hand, causing countless chains to shoot out with immense force. The woman continuously nimbly dodged, but she was still bound by the countless chains in the end and hung in the air. Zhao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face as he walked over. The woman desperately struggled and savagely glared at Zhao Fu as she watched him walk over. You didn't pass the trial, you used brute force to destroy the trial. You can't obtain the legacy. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I don't want to go through so much trouble. I just used the killing intent I obtained to easily pass. Right now, my strength greatly surpasses yours, so why should I abide by your rules? The woman coldly replied, then you can't obtain the legacy. Zhao Fu ignored her words and stretched out his hand towards her chest, covering her with his Emperor's aura. Gradually, the woman disappeared, leaving behind an exquisite sword. This sword was bound by countless chains and continuously struggled. Zhao Fu grasped the sword and sent his Emperor's power into it, forcing it into submission. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the sword's information with interest. This sword was called the Assassin, Way of King's Sword, and it was a weapon used by the King of Assassins. It contained King's power, and it greatly boosted one's agility and stealth abilities. The sword was a level 1 saint armament and quite powerful, but it was helpless against Zhao Fu and easily forced into submission by him. Zhao Fu looked around and found that the 13 massive stone steels were treasures as well. Every other day, they would form a Darkness Soul Jade. These Darkness Soul Jades naturally were not as powerful as the original 12, and they were weaker versions. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also found that there was a stage behind the 13 stone steels, where there was a floating black ball. That was most likely the core of this historical remnant, and controlling it would allow one to control everything here. Zhao Fu naturally didn't hesitate as he chose to conquer it. What Zhao Fu did not expect was for a massive amount of power and information to flow into his body. All of that instantly entered Zhao Fu's mind, and all of the information was related to assassins. This was most likely the legacy that the woman had spoken of. Zhao Fu went through the information and found information about the origin of these assassins. This assassin legacy came from the central area of the Heaven Awakened world, and it belonged to a large faction that had gone into decline. With Zhao Fu's current power, he very rarely used the assassin profession's power, but it was still quite useful now and then. It was much more useful than ordinary battle professions, so Zhao Fu decided to properly use it in the future. Now that Zhao Fu had conquered the core of the historical remnant, he had full control over the historical remnant. He found that the monsters in here could only survive in the historical remnant, making it so that he could not nurture them himself. This disappointed him quite a bit. If he could nurture them, they would have been another powerful force for Great Qin, but it seemed that this was not possible. However, now that he had finished clearing the assassin historical remnant, that was one thing off Zhao Fu's mind. After dealing with all of this, Zhao Fu returned to Great Qin, called the 12 assassin leaders, and gave them the Darkness Soul Jades. After using them, their power would greatly increase, and they would obtain even more powerful assassin skills. Only 11 of the 12 assassin leaders had come, and there was still one Darkness Soul Jade remaining. This was because Chuoba King had been one of them, but she had left Great Qin and no one knew where she was now. These 12 special Darkness Soul Jades could only be used by the 12 assassins who had been chosen by the assassin legacy, so Zhao Fu could only put aside the remaining piece for now. 1085 second method. After returning to Great Qin, Zhao Fu did not continue working on internal affairs. It was his 6th year in the Heaven Awakened world, and he felt that the day that the Heaven Domain boundary would disappear was getting closer and closer, making him feel somewhat unsettled. Great Qin just had to finish clearing out all of its regions before it could launch a battle to unify the world. The faction in the fish-scale world was also developing quite well and did not need much attention, and this was the same in the Dark Daemon world. Great Qin's weakest factions were the ones outside the Legacy lands. Zhao Fu felt that they were still too weak. If the Heaven Domain boundary disappeared and the other worlds attacked, those factions would not be of much help. Zhao Fu felt that he should develop the Lelai and Blue Wolf kingdoms. The Lelai kingdom was a grassy kingdom, which was the world above the human world, an enemy they had to directly face. The threat of the grassy world was the greatest, and Zhao Fu had to control the situation properly. The Blue Wolf kingdom had already been destroyed and now resided within the Lelai kingdom. Zhao Fu wanted to help it restore its kingdom so that he could use it as a chess piece to deal with the half-beast world in the future. Zhao Fu gathered his important subordinates to decide how to go about this. At the same time, he gathered information from around the Lelai kingdom. The Lelai kingdom and its neighboring 3 kingdoms now occupied the Blue Wolf kingdom's original territory, facing off against the 3 half-beast kingdoms together. The 3 half-beast kingdoms hated the 4 grassy kingdoms to death. They had spent a great deal of effort and paid a great price, but they had obtained far less than what the 4 grassy kingdoms had obtained. They also had to endure their bullying. They had been planning to attack the 4 grassy kingdoms this entire time, but the grassy kingdoms did not fear them at all. The 4 grassy kingdoms were stronger than the 3 half-beast kingdoms, so they remained in a stalemate with no fighting. Now, Zhao Fu had 2 choices. The first was to ally with the 3 other kingdoms to destroy the half-beast kingdoms, and the other was to incite conflict between the other grassy kingdoms and the half-beast kingdoms and profit at the end. The first option would result in the 3 half-beast kingdoms being destroyed, and this would cause a great disturbance. They would be officially invading the half-beast world, raising the attention of the entire half-beast world, and there would be intense retaliation. That was what Zhao Fu was worried about the most. The power of an entire world was too strong, so Great Qin had to act diligently. What's more, he could not afford to have Great Qin's identity exposed, or the Lelai kingdom might be destroyed and Zhao Fu would have to give up on this chess piece. It seemed that the first option wasn't viable, so Zhao Fu could only look at the second option. Zhao Fu and his subordinates discussed this some more, after which Zhao Fu left Great Qin with a big smile on his face. At the same time, he took a large number of city lords and wyverns with him. The moon hung brightly in the deep blue night sky, cleansing away darkness from the ground. It was silent all around as all creatures fell asleep. Zhao Fu went to a grassy royal city. He had never thought that his recently acquired assassin legacy would be put to use so quickly. This was the central area where the kingdom's fate was gathered. Kings had access to a large amount of fate here, so killing a king here was not quite possible. If there was even a bit of danger, the king would immediately sense it, making assassinations unlikely. In the past, Zhao Fu had assassinated a king before, but that was after waiting for him to leave the royal city. Otherwise, if that king had stayed in the royal city, as soon as there was any danger, the kingdom protecting formation would have been activated, and all city lords and officials would have been alerted. With their core, they would have been able to force Zhao Fu into retreating, making it impossible to conduct a successful assassination. However, things were different now. Assassins were proficient at assassinations and had all sorts of methods to conduct assassinations. After obtaining the assassin legacy, one of the things Zhao Fu learned was how to assassinate a kingdom. The first step was to capture a prince from the kingdom, which Zhao Fu had already completed. Kingdoms usually had many princes, so it naturally did not take Zhao Fu much effort. Back then, this prince had been with 5 or 6 seductive women in a brothel, but he had been spent after just a few minutes. He lay on the bed breathing heavily, but those seductive women were not satisfied yet. They lay in his embrace, but he did not react at all. Zhao Fu had snuck in and knocked out the women before soundlessly taking the prince captive. Looking at the unconscious prince, Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he took out the assassin sword. Zhao Fu had fully subdued the assassin sword, but back then it had resisted greatly, making him spend a great deal of effort to subdue it. Zhao Fu stabbed the sword into the prince's chest, and the assassin sword gave off a powerful suction force and sucked out all of the prince's blood. His body gradually withered until it became a dry corpse. After absorbing the blood, countless blood-red runes appeared on the assassin's sword. After these blood-red runes appeared, they slithered down from the sword and entered Zhao Fu's body. The runes appeared on Zhao Fu's body before gradually fading. This method used a prince's blood to create a disguise and trick the kingdom's fate. Now, Zhao Fu's aura was exactly the same as the prince's aura, and he had a slight portion of the prince's fate as well. This fate was preserved by the assassin's sword and could be used a few times, and it was an extremely high-tier assassination technique. It was especially for assassinating kings. After hiding the prince's dry corpse, Zhao Fu felt quite relaxed as he snuck into the palace. With this layer of aura, there was nothing for Zhao Fu to worry about. There were high-stage soldiers standing guard outside the king's chambers. There were 8 of them in total, and in order to not alert the king, Zhao Fu had to silently kill them all. Zhao Fu thought about it and did not hesitate to use the assassin sword skills. Zhao Fu held the sword as he closed his eyes, sending his emperor's power into it. The assassin sword slightly trembled as Zhao Fu suddenly opened his eyes. The assassin sword gave off a black light as a formless aura spread out, and 8 black figures sprang out of Zhao Fu's body. These 8 figures flew out and appeared behind the 8 soldiers in the next moment. The 8 soldiers sensed danger and looked quite startled. However, before they could do anything, the 8 figures took out daggers and slit the 8 soldiers' throats. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile before pushing open the door and walking in. A few moments later, a system announcement rocked the entire kingdom. Countless people were shocked awake from their dreams and looked incredibly startled. Their king had died? What was going on? Countless people could not understand what had happened, but the sudden death of their king would shake their entire kingdom. The kingdom's fate would also go through big changes. The various ministers and relatives of the king hurried to the palace. The king's death sent them into panic. Who should be the next king? None of this was clear, but everyone wanted to try to sit on the throne. All of them started to act on their own plans, and the entire kingdom started to descend into chaos, causing great unrest. 1086 Next assassination. After successfully assassinating the king, Zhao Fu went to another grassy kingdom, which was one of the 3 kingdoms neighboring the Lelai kingdom. These 3 grassy kingdoms had been waiting to see the Lelai kingdom be destroyed in the past, and their relationship with the Lelai kingdom was quite strained. After gaining control over the Lelai kingdom, he had taken a step back and humbled the Lelai kingdom's attitude, resulting in their relationship becoming better. He was simply working together with those kingdoms, so he did not feel bad at all for killing their kings. Zhao Fu went to the second royal city and used the same method to kill that kingdom's king. This shook the entire kingdom, and everyone struggled for power. The commoners were all greatly unsettled, and the kingdom descended into chaos. The kingdom's fate also descended into chaos. It was clear how important the king was to a kingdom. The kings of 2 kingdoms had been assassinated now, and both of them had been killed within their palaces. This caused mass panic in the neighboring kingdoms, and everyone gathered their city lords and court to their royal cities, afraid that they would become the next target. Just who had done this? They had killed kings in their own palaces, where there was the most fate. No ordinary person could do this. It was unlikely that anyone in the surrounding 10 or so worlds had this kind of ability, so where had such a terrifying figure come from? Why had he killed those 2 kings? Was there some sort of enmity between them? No one had any answers. Now, everyone felt immense fear and focused all of their forces on defending. The king was the most important thing to a kingdom, and if something happened to him, everything would crumble. This was the case for the surrounding 10 or so kingdoms. It could be seen how seriously they took this. That assassin was simply too terrifying to be able to kill a king within his palace. Now, no king dared to leave his royal city. If there were kings being killed even within their royal cities, being killed outside would be even easier. News of kings of nearby kingdoms being assassinated caused Liu's face to go deathly pale. She knew both kings who had died, and one of them was right next to the Lelai kingdom. It was quite likely that the Lelai kingdom would become the next target. Liu had already summoned most of her city lords back to the royal city, and the corps stood guard around the royal city. However, Liu was still quite worried. With the Lelai kingdom's power, it most likely would not be able to stop that terrifying person. Now, the Lelai kingdom did not have much strength left. They had already done what they could. If that person came for the Lelai kingdom, there would be nothing left that she could do. She could only hope that Zhao Fu would return to the Lelai kingdom. With Zhao Fu's monstrous strength, he would definitely protect them. Liu was confident of this. However, Zhao Fu was not here, and she did not know that the terrifying assassin was Zhao Fu himself. After killing the second king, Zhao Fu had planned to kill a third one. However, the commotion from the news made things quite inconvenient. With every kingdom's defenses being raised so much, it greatly increased the difficulty of completing assassinations. Zhao Fu clearly knew that he did not have the strength to destroy an entire kingdom. Zhao Fu thought about it and looked at the half-beast kingdoms. Originally, Zhao Fu's plan had been to assassinate the 3 kings of the grassy kingdoms, causing the grassy kingdoms to fall into chaos and have the half-beasts attack them. Now, he could only bring his plan forward. He would give this matter a few days to settle, and he went to the Lelai kingdom to prepare for the next stage of his plan. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned to the Lelai kingdom, Liu was ecstatic. With Zhao Fu here, the Lelai kingdom would be safe, and they no longer had to worry about that terrifying assassin. Her son's life was now out of danger. However, when she found out that Zhao Fu was that terrifying assassin, she was so scared that her legs nearly gave out. After Zhao Fu told her about his plan, she could not help but feel incredibly excited. If Zhao Fu could do this, the Lelai Kingdom would be able to become a Marquisate Kingdom. There were many benefits to becoming a Marquisate Kingdom. It was many times more powerful than a Barony Kingdom. When facing a Marquisate Kingdom, Barony Kingdoms could only act subserviently, not daring to offend the former. Before, Liu did not even dare to hope for the Lelai Kingdom to maintain its current condition. That would already be amazing. Now, something she originally thought was impossible might happen, making her feel extremely happy and excited. At the same time, she understood that all of this was because of Zhao Fu. Without Zhao Fu, all of this would be impossible. As such, she could not help but wonder just who Zhao Fu was. However, she did not need to ask him to know that his identity was extremely terrifying and surpassed anything she knew, or else he would not have such power. Liu did her best to cooperate with Zhao Fu, and she trusted that he could do all that he promised. After a few days of peace, the waves from the kings being assassinated gradually calmed. Nothing else had happened over the past few days, allowing everyone to breathe out in relief. They felt silly after being scared like that by a single person. Seeing that things had calmed down, he started the next stage of his plan. Before, the 4 grassy kingdoms had built defensive walls together to defend against the 3 half-beast kingdoms. Each kingdom defended its own portion, and what Zhao Fu was going to do was let in the 3 half-beast kingdoms through the Lelai Kingdom's portion. Zhao Fu had built a second defensive line and had gathered 90% of the Lelai Kingdom's soldiers to defend it. There were also a large number of Great Kin's city lords hidden nearby, or else Zhao Fu would not have dared to do such a thing. After all, the 3 half-beast kingdoms could just directly attack the Lelai Kingdom instead of the 3 grassy kingdoms. With the Lelai Kingdom's original strength, it definitely would not have been able to defend against the 3 half-beast kingdoms, and what Zhao Fu was doing would be extremely dangerous. However, now that the 2 kingdoms near the Lelai Kingdom had fallen into chaos, if they opened up the defensive line, the half-beasts would most likely choose to attack them instead and deal an unexpected blow. On the other hand, the Lelai Kingdom had made preparations and solidified its defenses. Anyone would know that attacking the 2 other kingdoms would be much easier. Zhao Fu ordered the soldiers on the front lines to retreat to the second defensive line, and he secretly leaked this information to the half-beast scouts, letting them know ahead of time that the Lelai Kingdom was retreating. Just as expected, the half-beasts were like ravenous wolves that had seen delicious prey, drooling as they came through the gap that Zhao Fu had opened up. At first, they considered attacking the Lelai Kingdom, but seeing that the Lelai Kingdom was fully prepared, they turned to the other 2 kingdoms. The kings of those 2 kingdoms had just died, so the kingdoms were in a period of mourning, and the princes were all fighting for the throne. During this period of time, both kingdoms would be weaker than normal. The armies of the 3 half-beast kingdoms flooded through the gap Zhao Fu had opened up and ferociously attacked the 2 kingdoms from the sides. Neither of the kingdoms had expected the Lelai Kingdom to be so shameless and treacherous to let outsiders in. 1087 Shameless Lelai Kingdom. The defenses of the 2 neighboring countries were relatively weak, so the 3 half-beast armies split into 2 waves to attack the 2 kingdoms. It was finally time to pay back their hatred from before. They had been holding in that anger for so long, and the 3 armies excitedly attacked the 2 kingdoms. They decided to destroy these 2 kingdoms first before turning to destroy the Lelai Kingdom and the other kingdom. Even though they did not know why the Lelai Kingdom had done such a stupid thing, it was clearly beneficial to them. What was key was that the Lelai Kingdom could not defend against the 3 of them, so they were not worried that the Lelai Kingdom would do something to them. After the 2 waves of half-beasts entered the territories of the 2 kingdoms, they pillaged everything in sight, and the 2 kingdoms quickly sent their armies to defend. Under such a great crisis, new kings were quickly put on the throne. The 2 kingdoms' fate was not stable yet, and people were quite unsettled, making morale quite low. The 2 half-beast armies suddenly attacked from the sides with unstoppable momentum, taking down region after region. The 2 kingdoms continuously sent reinforcements, but they still could not defend against the 3 armies. In the end, they paid a great price to block the 3 armies outside the 3rd defensive line. The situation was incredibly tense. If this 3rd defensive line was breached, the 2 kingdoms would be unable to defend anymore. The 2 grassy kingdoms immediately sent people to the surrounding kingdoms to ask for support, but it was to no avail. Now they were the ones to experience what it was like to be abandoned. They hated whoever assassinated their kings to death and hated the Lelai Kingdom for being so despicable and shameless. They felt incredibly furious whenever they thought about these things. The 3 half-beast kingdoms were afraid of the 2 kingdoms' reinforcements, which might prevent them from destroying the 2 kingdoms that were barely alive. As such, they had to finish this as quickly as possible, so they madly attacked without sparing anything. In order to speed up the process, the 3 half-beast kings personally attacked as well. They blasted terrifying attacks towards the grassy city lords, destroying their defensive lines quickly, and the new kings were soon forced to act. Below, Countless soldiers clashed together. A half-beast soldier held a large saber as he ferociously rushed up, cleaving a grassy soldier in half. Another grassy soldier roared as he stabbed his spear into that half-beast soldier's chest. Another half-beast soldier looked as if he had gone mad, and he howled as his hands became claws, ripping a grassy soldier to pieces. Despite looking afraid, another grassy soldier rushed up with a saber in his hand. A half-beast soldier chopped off the head of a grassy soldier with his saber, a savage expression on his face as he madly laughed, while another grassy soldier charged over with no regard for his life. In the end, he took down the half-beast soldier with him. The sounds of battle were deafening, and the clashing of weapons could continuously be heard. Blood flew everywhere, and corpses lay strewn across the ground, creating a horrific scene. However, the half-beast side was evidently at an advantage. Not only did they have more people, but their morale was also higher. On the other hand, the grassy people had fewer people and lower morale, and their numbers quickly decreased. The city lords of both sides began to fight in the air. Their battle was quite terrifying, creating large winds as they intensely fought. No soldiers dared to go near them. The kings of both sides also fought intensely, creating even greater shockwaves and striking fear into everyone else's hearts. However, the half-beast kings were stronger, as they had powerful cultivations and more battle experience. Compared to them, the new grassy kings were quite lacking. Clang! A half-beast king slashed out with his claws, sending a grassy king flying back. The grassy king only stopped himself after flying dozens of meters away, and there were 5 claw wounds on his chest, from which a large amount of blood flowed out. Boom! A massive aura exploded out as the grass king used his nation armament. A log giving off powerful green light appeared, dyeing the sky green and causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out. Seeing that the grassy king had used his nation armament, the half-beast king who had injured him coldly laughed and also used his nation armament. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky as a half-beast statue giving off terrifying power appeared, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Boom! The two of them once again started to clash, causing even stronger gales to blow out. Terrifying auras shot out, causing everyone nearby to feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. A woo-oo. An hour later, the half-beast king gave off an intense light, turning into a massive wolf that was hundreds of meters long. It gave a piercing howl before charging at the grassy king. The grassy king's face fell as he swung his sword, slashing out a massive green storm towards the enormous wolf. The massive wolf howled as it released even more intense light and smashed towards the green storm. Its ferocious charge scattered the green storm and headed towards the grassy king. Bang! The grassy king was blasted to the ground, opening up a large crater. His body was covered with blood, and his aura became weak. It was not just this grassy king who had lost, his city lords and soldiers had also suffered great losses. Most of the corpses on the ground were those of grassy people, and they had been defeated. The grassy king could only turn and run. The half-beast army broke through the third defensive line, but it had suffered big losses as well. However, they had won in the end, and their army started to rampage throughout the grassy kingdom. The grassy kingdom no longer had any power to defend, and the residents escaped in all directions. Even the king prepared to relocate the royal city and escape to somewhere else. This grassy kingdom was finished. The other grassy kingdom had also been destroyed, and it had been even worse off. That kingdom's king had been attacked by 2 half-beast kings and had not been able to escape. He had been killed by the 2 half-beast kings, and the grassy army had completely collapsed. Now that the 2 kingdoms had been destroyed, the surrounding kingdoms did not hold back at all and took this opportunity to take their territory. They pretended to be showing kindness, taking in refugees from the 2 kingdoms. This was why they had not sent reinforcements to help, as this was a world where interests reigned supreme. Who cared if they were of the same race? If they sent reinforcements, not only would they not get anything from it, but they could also suffer heavy losses, which was not worth it at all. How could they help them? Was it not better to wait to reap the rewards? Zhao Fu smiled as he read through the report in his hand. He had been paying attention to the battlefield since the start, and the 3 half-beast kingdoms were now rampaging within the grassy kingdoms, conquering a large amount of territory and cities. They were now quite deep within the grassy world, and it was time for Zhao Fu to act. Zhao Fu immediately gave the order to advance and cut off the retreat for the 3 half-beast kingdoms. This time, Zhao Fu mobilized 60 million soldiers and 10,000 city lords, and this included Great Gin's city lords. However, they were still hidden. Within their forces, they also had the Blue Wolf Kingdom soldiers. At the same time, Zhao Fu left some soldiers behind to defend against the neighboring grassy kingdoms. These kingdoms were also Zhao Fu's targets, but because of the changes in his plans, he could only give up on them for now. 1088 3 kingdoms. These kingdoms were most likely angry towards the Lelai kingdom for letting the half-beast people in, and they might even attack the Lelai kingdom. As such, they had to defend against them. Each of the three half-beast kingdoms had sent 40 million soldiers, which was 120 million in total. After destroying the two kingdoms, they had lost about 40 million soldiers and still had around 80 million soldiers. Zhao Fu's army quickly blocked off the path of retreat for the half-beast armies, greatly surprising them. They had never thought that the Lelai kingdom would be hiding such strength. After all, this was the grassy world, so the three kingdoms did not dare to stay. Now that their path of retreat had been cut off, the consequences would be quite severe. As such, they immediately tried to turn and break out while leaving some soldiers behind to take control of the regions they had taken. The two armies soon officially faced off against each other, giving off powerful auras. The surroundings fell deathly silent, and no living creature could withstand these two mighty auras. On the Lelai kingdom's side, Zhao Fu was in charge and stood in the air with 1,000 city lords behind him. On the half-beast kingdom's side, the three half-beast kings were in charge and they had 3,000 or so city lords. They seemed to have a much bigger advantage in both soldiers and city lords. One of the half-beast kings coldly looked at the half-beast woman beside Zhao Fu. This was the previous queen of the Blue Wolf Kingdom, and he coldly harumphed as he said, "We were wondering where you had run to. You're actually together with the grassy people. Weren't they the reason the Blue Wolf Kingdom perished?" Bing Xuanyu did not reply to his words and coldly looked at the three of them. They were the main reason why the Blue Wolf Kingdom had perished, and now that she had submitted to Zhao Fu, there was naturally no way to hate him. Instead, her hatred towards the three kings increased. Another chubby half-beast king coldly laughed, "We said before for you to come and serve us, that way, we would take care of you. You can still belong to us." The third king looked at Zhao Fu. They had met Zhao Fu before, but back then, Zhao Fu had acted quite low profile and had not done anything, so they had not paid much mind to him and thought that he was not very strong. However, this person had actually brought soldiers to cut off their path of retreat. He was also the one who had let them in to allow them to destroy the two grassy kingdoms. It could be said that Zhao Fu was the greatest contributor to this battle. That king lightly laughed as he said, "Do you really think that the Lelai kingdom can defeat us with its current strength? How absurd, you're simply seeking death. If you're willing to kneel down and surrender, we can spare you this once." The three half-beast kings did not directly attack, as they wanted to have the Lelai kingdom submit, and they had also already given the order for the remaining forces to hurry over and attack the Lelai kingdom from behind. If they could do that, the Lelai kingdom would definitely lose, and they could also turn to destroy the Lelai kingdom. Thinking about the prospects of devouring three kingdoms, they could not help but feel excited. The remaining soldiers in the three half-beast kingdoms amounted to around 30 million, and they were hurrying over and would be here soon. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "It should be the three of you kneeling and submitting to me. You." One of the half-beast kings was angered greatly and wanted to directly act, but was he stopped by the others because they needed to stall for time. Zhao Fu did not want to waste any more time with them and directly gave the order to attack. Even though Zhao Fu had brought a large number of city lords and wyverns, he did not want to reveal this. It was best to only use them when necessary. Currently, Zhao Fu only had 2,000 of his city lords reveal themselves, balancing out the number of city lords between the two sides, and he had the rest go to destroy the reinforcements. Boom. 10 skeleton cavalrymen giving off disaster auras raised their swords and exploded out with black pillars of light that rushed into the sky. Clouds swirled as massive amounts of heaven and earth chi gathered, and a massive black magic formation appeared, bringing with it immense deathly intent. Roar. Ear-piercing roars sounded out as skeletons suddenly appeared around the half-beast army. Sensing the aura of living creatures, they madly charged towards the half-beast army. There were at least 20 or 30 million of them, and they surged forward like a white flood. Since he did not want to reveal too many of his cards, Zhao Fu used the undead disaster, which he had not used in a long time. These skeletons were all from within the legacy lands. Outside, most people used incantation of rest to make it so that they would not be able to become undead after dying. With so many skeletons appearing, the three half-beast kings were greatly startled, and the soldiers quickly defended. The shield bearers came together and created a shield wall, while the infantrymen and archers waited. However, at that moment, the grassy and half-beast soldiers under Zhao Fu's control also attacked. The cavalrymen and infantrymen gave off an unstoppable momentum as they charged towards the half-beast army. The half-beast shield bearers on this side also came together, and the infantrymen and archers cooperated with them to form a defensive formation as they waited for the enemy soldiers to arrive. Boom. 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 Massive auras gathered together to form large creatures that gave off terrifying might. This time, Zhao Fu had brought all of the Lelai Kingdom's core, 7 in total. The other side had brought 5 each and left 2 at their own kingdoms, having 15 in total here. The core formations from Zhao Fu's side were surrounded by the other side's core formations, and city lords turned into rays of light as they clashed, starting a terrifying battle. Go and distract those core formations, leave the three of them to me. Zhao Fu looked over the battlefield and found that their side was quite weak in terms of core formations, so he gave the order for Bing Xuanyu to go and help. Bing Xuanyu nodded and charged at the other side's core formations. Zhao Fu took out the Death Disaster sword and looked at the three half-beast kings. He did not hesitate to release his full power, causing a terrifying aura to blast out like a storm. This caused the three half-beast kings' expressions to change because they felt true fear. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so strong. Xing. A massive sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out a massive grey crescent. It gave off a shocking aura as it blasted the three half-beast kings back. The half-beast kings were only able to stop themselves after flying back 100 or so meters, and they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Looks of shock were written all over their bodies, and they looked at each other as they unleashed their nation armaments and released their full power. Otherwise, they would not be a match for Zhao Fu at all. 3 pillars of light rushed into the sky, and 3 massive gales swept out. The terrifying power seemed to cause the space around them to twist, and within the pillars of light, the 3 kings' power continuously rose, dyeing the sky 3 different colors. 1089 Death Barrier. Sensing those 3 powerful auras, Zhao Fu thought about it but did not use his nation armament. Once he did this, his identity would be exposed, so Zhao Fu used the 6 Paths Demon Image's power. Facing the 3 kings who used their nation armament's power, if Zhao Fu only used his king's seal's power, he would not be able to conclude the battle quickly. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not dare to use his seal's full power either, as this could also reveal his identity. A massive wave of ghostly chi came out of Zhao Fu's body, causing the surrounding temperature to sharply fall, and a cold aura spread out. Zhao Fu did not hold back using the 6 Paths Demon Image's power, and the ghostly chi flooded out, covering the surrounding tens of thousands of meters. At the same time, an immense might came out of Zhao Fu's body. The 3 kings were quite shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu could explode out with such terrifying power. They reacted in the next moment, not willing to allow Zhao Fu to become any stronger. 3 sharp lights bringing with them terrifying power and powerful winds blasted through the ghostly chi. Xing. A clear sword hum rang out as a sharp gray arc of line appeared within the ghostly chi. A massive sword wind instantly blasted out, not only destroying the incoming 3 sharp lights but dissipating the surrounding ghostly chi as well. At the center of where the ghostly chi had been, Zhao Fu stood with a gray aura flame around him. His body gave off a terrifying might, his aura as cold as that of a ghost's. This caused the 3 half-beast kings to feel a chill through their hearts. How could this person have such terrifying power without even using his nation armament? Boom. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, causing a large amount of ghostly chi to flow out. It turned into a massive stream that turned into countless ghosts, which flooded towards the 3 half-beast kings. The 3 half-beast kings quickly swung their weapons, slashing out terrifying sharp lights that formed a storm and destroyed the countless ghosts. By now, Zhao Fu's body had disappeared and reappeared in front of one of the kings. His sword gave off an intense sword light as he slashed down towards that king. The king was shocked, and a fate dragon came out of his body as he unleashed his king's domain with his full power. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's sword descended, and the king's domain was split in 2. The half-beast king had a look of disbelief on his face as his body was also cut in half, causing blood and gore to fly everywhere. After seeing this scene, the 2 remaining kings felt a chill down their backs. How could Zhao Fu have such terrifying strength? They had used their nation armaments, yet one of them had been killed in one strike. Currently, Zhao Fu was not only using the 6 Paths Demon Image's power but also a bit of his king's seal's power as well. The 2 powers combined together was naturally incredibly terrifying. At that moment, Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes turned to the remaining 2 half-beast kings. This caused their hairs to stand on end, and they felt a terror within their hearts that spurred them to instinctively run. However, Zhao Fu's body blurred as he appeared in front of one of the kings. His sword gave off an icy glow as it stabbed towards the king, scaring the king into immediately using his nation armament to defend. Bang! The sword smashed into the nation armament with enormous strength, sending it flying. The king was also blasted backwards, but he was not seriously injured, causing him to have a look of pleasant surprise on his face. However, in the next second, his face was covered with terror because Zhao Fu had stretched out his hand towards him, causing countless chains to shoot out with immense force. The king quickly tried to call back his nation armament, but it was already too late. Kai. The chains pierced through the king's body with terrifying force, causing blood to spray everywhere. The king's body was completely riddled with chains and hung in the air, no longer breathing. The final king's head went completely blank. His body trembled, and he could only think about escaping. Staying here would result in certain death. However, in the end, this king was unable to escape either. He was chased down by Zhao Fu and stabbed through the chest. After Zhao Fu forcefully killed these three kings, the half-beast army below instantly fell into terror. Now that their kings had died, their morale plummeted to the bottom, and some people turned and ran. It was not just the soldiers, some city lords had already started to escape. They could already tell that they had lost this battle. Of course, there were many people who were filled with fury and hatred and attacked Zhao Fu's side even more ferociously, yelling that they would take revenge for their kings. Zhao Fu fulfilled their desires and held the Death Disaster sword as he rushed towards those people, bringing with him a deathly fog. The conclusion was as expected. As for the reinforcements of the three half-beast kingdoms, they had walked into a valley when a countless number of Great Ken's city lords mercilessly started to massacre them, releasing monstrous attacks that instantly killed countless half-beasts. The wyverns spiraled in the sky, finding chances to breathe out flames or icy blasts to burn or freeze people to death. There were 8,000 Great Ken city lords and 3,000 wyverns here. Even though it was not a great number, it was impossible for an army of 30 million soldiers to resist them. The core formations formed by the core were instantly destroyed. It was a one-sided massacre, and the half-beast soldiers continuously died. Some people could not help but start to escape, and the city lords started to hunt down those who ran. They had even set up a massive death barrier that trapped countless people inside. No one was able to escape, so some people knelt down and surrendered but still could not avoid death. In the end, blood stained the ground, and corpses lay everywhere, their faces covered with despair and terror. The scene of this slaughter was incredibly shocking, and the stench of gore and blood could cause people to vomit. These people had to all die, as news of Zhao Fu having so many city lords and wyverns definitely could not be spread. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would face a great threat, and his identity could be exposed. However, on the other battlefield, Zhao Fu treated captives well. Anyone who surrendered would not be killed. After the kings died and after the fiercely loyal soldiers were killed, the battlefield quickly calmed down. Take care of the battlefield and then take over the 5 kingdoms. Zhao Fu grinned. The gains this time were simply massive, destroying 5 kingdoms at once. There would be no resistance when taking over the 2 grassy kingdoms, and because 90% of the 3 half-beast kingdoms soldier had died here, they would not be able to resist much either. Bing Xuan stood beside Zhao Fu with a look of fear on her face. Only now did she know how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was. No wonder she could not resist at all back then. Even if the 3 half-beast kings had arrived in time, she would not have been able to avoid her fate. Following this, news of this spread, shocking countless people. The tiny Lelai kingdom had used such a shameless and despicable method to miraculously destroy 5 kingdoms. 1090 Great Ken-ass strength. After quickly conquering the 5 kingdoms, Zhao Fu had the Lelai kingdom go into full defensive mode. With just the Lelai kingdom's strength, it was impossible to fully control the territory of 5 kingdoms. As such, it had to go into defensive mode to defend against other kingdoms. However, it would be impossible to get back the territory that the surrounding kingdoms had taken during the chaos. Zhao Fu could not go to war against them and could only allow them to take this small advantage. At the same time, Zhao Fu helped the Blue Wolf Kingdom restore its kingdom. The Blue Wolf Kingdom was a half-beast kingdom, so if it took over the 3 other half-beast kingdoms, there would be less resistance. The surrounding kingdoms would not do much either, but if a grassy kingdom took over, the situation would be different. After devouring 2 grassy kingdoms, the Lelai kingdom's strength had become many times more powerful. As for the other grassy kingdom next to it, they could only leave it for now. After everything had stabilized, they would find an opportunity to destroy it. Zhao Fu stayed here for about a month until the situation had fully stabilized. What Zhao Fu was quite happy about was that both the Lelai Kingdom and Blue Wolf Kingdom had become level 1 Marquisate kingdoms. Because the regions they took over already belonged to kingdoms, they were not as hard to clear out as regions in the wilderness. Simply conquering them was enough. The Blue Wolf Kingdom now had 1,020 regions, 3,100 city lords, and 1.4 billion people. Its military was somewhat lacking, and because the original 3 half-beast kingdoms' military had essentially been wiped out, they only had 30 million soldiers, so they quickly recruited more soldiers. The Lelai Kingdom had 1,080 regions, 3,230 city lords, and 1.5 billion people. They still had the same number of soldiers as before, which was 50 million. This was quite lacking when compared to its population, so it also quickly recruited soldiers. The strength of a Marquisate kingdom was many times more powerful than a barony kingdom. With these 2 Marquisate kingdoms as chess pieces, Zhao Fu was naturally quite happy. Liu Yu was also quite excited. This unimaginable goal had been achieved by Zhao Fu, and she felt incredibly grateful towards Zhao Fu. At the same time, Bing Xuanyu also felt immense gratitude towards Zhao Fu. She had never thought that he would actually help her restore her kingdom, and he had made it a Marquisate kingdom. She had not done much, obtaining this easily, which she had never expected. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Zhao Fu returned to Great Qin. Of course, he left some of Great Qin's city lords in the Lelai Kingdom and Blue Wolf Kingdom to avoid any unexpected situations. Zhao Fu took with him 4 nation armaments and 3 barony royal cities. 2 of the kingdoms had been quite fast and relocated the royal cities away. However, to be able to obtain 4 nation armaments and 3 barony royal cities was already excellent. It was the first time Great Qin had obtained such great gains. These nation armaments were the nation armaments of true kingdoms, so they were much stronger than the nation armaments in the legacy lands. Refining them would be quite troublesome, but Zhao Fu had already prepared everything and refined them before placing them next to the Great Qin's city heart. Finally, Zhao Fu also brought back various concubines and young ladies of note to make concubines, providing the Emperor Phoenix statue with a large amount of Phoenix Chi. Zhao Fu then went to the front lines where the regions were being cleared to have a look, when he suddenly thought about the 100 swordsmen he had placed in the Emperor Killing Sword world. Zhao Fu cared a great deal about them because Great Qin had spent a great amount of effort to capture them, and all of them had terrifying talent in the way of the sword. They would be able to wield much of the power of sword obsession. When Zhao Fu went to see them, he found that their appearances had greatly changed. The killing sword intent in their bodies was much stronger, the blood-red chi around their bodies was even denser, their eyes gave off a bright blood-red light, and their bodies seemed somewhat illusory. They had already entered the second transformation of sword obsession. In order to kill someone in the second transformation, one had to destroy not only one's body but also one's soul, or else one could recover after a long time. In the end, they would become an unkillable and undying existence, so their body already seemed to be somewhat illusory. Zhao Fu also wanted to be unkillable and undying, but because this required him to give up his consciousness, Zhao Fu could only give up on that. Zhao Fu did not want to become a monster like that. The Emperor Killing Sword world had also obtained a lot of killing power from them, causing it to go through changes. The Emperor Killing Sword world was now 10,000 kilometers wide and could have 1,000 people go into sword obsession, but that would take quite a while. After taking a look at the people who went into sword obsession, Zhao Fu had wanted to rest for a few days. It was now February, and all sorts of flowers were blooming. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu received a piece of news. This news regarded the Western continent. Under Great Qin's terrifying threat, the Western continent had become extremely united, wanting to obtain strength to resist Great Qin. Right now, they only had Tina Pendragon to rely on because the Western continent only had one kingdom, which was the Great British Empire. As such, they could only support Tina Pendragon, as only she had a slight hope in resisting Great Qin. With everyone's support, Tina Pendragon's kingdom naturally developed incredibly quickly. Before, it had been a level 1 Marquisate kingdom, and it was now a level 4 Marquisate kingdom. It had 4,000 or so regions while the Western continent only had 7,000 regions in total. Zhao Fu felt that he could not allow them to continue like this as they would unify the Western continent, and it would be even more difficult for Great Qin to destroy them. It was not just the Western continent, the Eastern archipelagos were the same. Rames, the legatee of the Inca Empire, was one of the 8 legatees. He had also established a kingdom, making it the 3rd kingdom in the human world, and it was currently a level 5 barony kingdom. The Eastern archipelagos did not count as a continent, and it had around 6,000 regions. Right now, the Midland continent, Northern continent, and Southern continent were all occupied by Great Qin, separating the Western continent and Eastern archipelagos. It was almost impossible for them to ally together, and they could at most only pincer Great Qin. However, with Great Qin's current strength, Zhao Fu did not fear them at all, and instead he wanted them to attack. If they attacked, the losses Great Qin would suffer would be less than if Great Qin attacked. Currently, Great Qin had only cleared out 80% of the regions it occupied, and it had not finished constructing the Great Wall in some places. The Western continent had already gathered 50,000 city lords and 4 billion soldiers, and this did not include the Eastern archipelagos' forces. The Eastern archipelagos had 20,000 city lords and 1 billion soldiers. Once Zhao Fu attacked the Western continent, the Eastern archipelagos would definitely attack. Great Qin currently had 42 billion people and 4 billion soldiers. Of them, 2.9 billion were Stage 1, 100 million were Stage 2, 6 million were Stage 3, and 20,000 were Stage 4. Some of them still did not have Stage 1 cultivation yet. Great Qin originally controlled 27,570 regions, which included the Southern continent and Netherwater continent. With the Northern continent's 7,000 regions and the Dark Daemon world's Southern continent, it had 46,570 regions in total. Great Qin had 1 Marquisate royal city, 3 barony royal cities, 9 capital cities, 45,000 great cities, which did not include the 20,000 from the Dark Daemon world, 7,521 cities, 14,860 towns, and 8,589,489 villages. 1091 warfare. Finally, because Great Ken had 4 billion soldiers, it could have 40,000 basic general seals, 4,000 intermediate general seals, 400 advanced general seals, 40 marquis seals, and 4 earl seals. Great Ken's current force of city lords was greater than the two other sides, but its army was weaker in terms of soldiers, having about 1 billion fewer soldiers than the two other sides. If Zhao Fu was going to unify the world, he would not hide anything anymore. The difference of 1 billion or so soldiers would be made up from the Dark Demon world's southern continent, putting them at the same level as the other side. Zhao Fu's goal was to take down the eastern continent before conquering the eastern archipelagos. The soldiers he would move from the Dark Demon world would not attack, and they would instead defend against the eastern archipelagos while Great Ken attacked the western continent. Right now, Zhao Fu was somewhat worried about the Great British Empire. It had 17,000 city lords, 7 billion people, and 700 million soldiers. It also had 7,000 basic general seals, 700 intermediate general seals, 70 advanced general seals, and 7 marquis seals. Each kingdom had a limit to its population, and this was determined by how many cities it had. Each city had a population limit, so the more cities a kingdom had, the greater the population it could have. If the population exceeded the limit, those people would not count in the total population of the kingdom. Cities were within regions, and each region could only contain 5 to 7 cities. Any additional cities would not count as a city of the kingdom. The Great British Kingdom currently had 4,000 regions, so at the very least, it had 20,000 cities. This system restricted how many general seals a kingdom could have. The more people a kingdom had, the more soldiers it would have. The more soldiers that a kingdom had, the more general seals it could have. Because of the limitation on population, there was also a limit on general seals. As such, it was impossible to see a small kingdom with 10 billion people, 1 billion soldiers, and 10,000 basic general seals. Zhao Fu thought about it for a while, and in the end, he decided to start a battle for unification. As such, he immediately gathered all of his subordinates to discuss, and Great Ken was soon in a state of solemn and anxious preparation. This was a battle that would unify the world, and it would be the largest battle ever in the human world. The result would be incredibly devastating, with corpses that would pile up into mountains and lakes of blood. Even the heavens would weep. Great Ken did not dare to show any carelessness towards such an important battle because the slightest mistake could result in the deaths of countless people. Because of this, Zhao Fu and his important subordinates discussed this matter for a full week. Great Ken's various departments worked at their maximum capacities, gathering all sorts of resources required for battle, and a large number of weapons was produced. Are they finally coming? The western continent and eastern archipelagos soon heard that Great Ken was preparing for the human world's final battle, the unification battle. If Great Ken won, the human world would be unified, and there would be peace in the human world. Great Ken would be the only kingdom in the human world, and everyone would be subjects of Great Ken. The western continent and eastern archipelagos faced immense pressure, as this concerned their very existence. They did not dare to be careless and also put in all of their effort as they started to nervously prepare. In February, the orchids started to bloom, and in March, cherry blossoms could be seen everywhere. Great Ken had spent an entire month to prepare for this massive battle, and the western continent and eastern archipelagos had been preparing this entire time as well. It could be seen just how serious both sides were. During this time, the Li family once again tried the same trick to lure Zhao Fu over, but Zhao Fu did not pay them any attention at all. Now that there was such an important battle coming up, Zhao Fu would not allow anything to distract him. On March 7th, Great Ken officially moved out. Both sides had set down countless void zones in the oceans to prevent the other side from using any underhanded tactics. Zhao Fu had also constructed a large number of ice islands on the oceans to set up teleportation channels. Once the void zones were destroyed, they could be used. Great Ken's soldiers wore black armor and held sharp weapons, and they orderly passed through teleportation channels. City lords giving off powerful auras stood in the sky, giving off a massive might. The western continent's factions had set down a large number of void zones in the ocean, so Zhao Fu sent the 8 aquatic beast kings ahead to scout out the way to avoid any ambushes before ordering scholars proficient in formations to destroy the isolation barriers. On the other side, the eastern archipelagos heard that Great Ken was attacking the western continent, so it started to gather its armies to attack Great Ken. Similarly, both sides had set up void zones in the ocean between the Midland continent and eastern archipelagos. The eastern archipelagos had also used ice powder to create ice islands to transport soldiers. They were planning on sending city lords ahead to scout the way while they destroyed isolation barriers when something unexpected happened. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows shot out from underwater, tearing through the air as they flew towards the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers on the ice islands. The dark mass of arrows caused the soldiers on the ice islands to be greatly shocked, and they immediately defended. The shield bearers rushed up and formed a semicircular wall of shields that blocked the countless incoming arrows. The sudden attack only caused small losses to the Eastern Archipelagos as they were quite prepared. The city lords in the sky looked quite serious as they found that there were people underwater. They were all fish-scale people. The fish-scale people were adept at underwater battles, and for this unification battle, Great Kin had done much preparation. It had left a number of fish-scale people here as the first line of defense. The Eastern Archipelagos had sent 1.8 billion soldiers and 20,000 city lords, which was almost their entire force. They understood this was their last chance. If they did not go all out, they would perish. There were only 1 billion fish-scale people underwater, and only 400 million were soldiers. The remaining 600 million were people's militia. The Eastern Archipelago's city lords knew how strong the fish-scale people were underwater, so they gave the order for the soldiers on the ice islands to counterattack while they prepared to force the fish-scale people into retreating. That way, they would be able to head to the Midland continent. However, Great Kin's city lords gave off terrifying ors as they revealed themselves. Great Kin was weaker in terms of soldiers, but it was slightly stronger in terms of city lords. This forced the Eastern Archipelago's city lords to stay their hands with unsightly expressions on their faces. Swish, swish, swish. The Eastern Archipelago's soldiers drew their bows and shot out arrows that drew arcs in the air as they flew towards the fish-scale people. The fish-scale people immediately dove underwater, using the water to defend against the countless incoming arrows. This made most of the arrows miss. The fish-scale people underwater did not reveal themselves again and continued to hide as they bided their time. Their goal was to just stall the Eastern Archipelago's army and not destroy it. After all, the main battlefield was at the Western continent. As long as Great Kin could destroy the Western continent, the Eastern Archipelagos wouldn't have the strength to defend. 1092 ice-destroying spears facing the slippery fish-scale people, the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers' expressions became quite serious. They knew that these fish-scale people mainly just wanted to stall them so that Great Kin's main force could destroy the Western continent. Once the Western continent was conquered, the Eastern Archipelagos would have no hope at all. As such, they could not allow Great Kin to get what it wanted. If the Eastern Archipelagos could invade the Midland continent and force Great Kin to go back to defend, they would have a trace of hope. Activate the formations. A cry sounded out as a massive magic formation appeared on the ice islands, giving off an intense white light that gave off a bone-piercing coldness. Following this, the massive ice islands started to move, giving off immense auras of suppression as they moved forwards. They were quite fast and looked quite shocking. The scene of over 1,000 massive ice islands surging forwards was quite a grand sight. The fish-scale people were quite shocked. The Eastern Archipelago's people had turned these ice islands into boats. Facing these massive ice islands, the fish-scale people could only scatter because they would be turned into meat paste if they were hit. However, even though the ice islands were quite fast, it would take at least 20 or so days for them to reach the Midland continent. The Eastern Archipelago's factions knew this. They were only using the countless ice islands to charge and scare off the fish-scale people. Their true aim was to destroy the void zones. Boom. 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 The countless magic formations on the ice islands devoured countless traces of essence chi and gave off intense cold lights. Massive traces of chilling chi rushed into the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Frost gathered in the sky as if the sky was going to be frozen. The isolation barriers set down by Great Kin were destroyed by the chilling chi, and in just an instant, 2 lines of defenses had been broken through. Great Kin only had 4 in total. This made the fish-scale people feel quite shocked. They had never thought that the other side would be able to break through 2 lines of defenses so quickly. They did not hesitate anymore and took out spears inlaid with blue gems, throwing them towards the ice islands. Bang! 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 The spears stabbed into the ice islands and seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing a large amount of ice to crack and melt. These were ice-destroying spears, and the fish-scale people had used them against the human world when they had invaded. However, things were different now. And it was now Great Kin's fish-scale people using it against other humans. The countless ice-destroying spears riddled the ice islands with craters, making them look quite unsightly. In 5 or 6 waves of spears, these ice islands would be destroyed. Because the fish-scale people were throwing them from underwater, hitting the bottom of the ice islands, the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers could not defend at all. They did not want to go underwater either. Even though they had more people, they did not feel very confident in an underwater battle. The expressions of the Eastern Archipelago's people did not change because they had not been preparing all this time for nothing. Countless people threw out ice powder, which quickly caused the water to turn back into ice, quickly restoring the ice islands. Great Qin's fish-scale people continued to throw out ice-destroying spears to destroy the ice islands, while the Eastern Archipelago's people continued to use ice powder to restore the ice islands. Both sides continued on like this, with Great Qin ferociously attacking and the Eastern Archipelago's people continuously repairing, and this lasted for a whole day. In the end, the Eastern Archipelago's forces were able to break through the third line of defense. Facing this, countless scholars from Great Qin hurried over to set up temporary isolation barriers to try to stop the Eastern Archipelago's factions from going further. The city lords continued to fight, with both sides suffering losses. Great Qin relied on its equipment and other advantages to have a slight upper hand. Over at the western continent, Zhaofu also met some trouble. The 8 aquatic beast kings found countless massive whirlpools, which were 10,000 meters wide. They had immense suction force, and stage 2 soldiers who were sucked in were dead without a doubt. This was the defensive measure of the western continent. At first, Zhaofu did not pay them much attention, as all they had to do was destroy the void zones. Zhaofu ordered people to destroy the void zones, but the massive whirlpools could actually move, and they quickly headed towards Great Qin's forces. The massive whirlpools could cause a lot of trouble, and they could even destroy the ice islands. Zhaofu did not hesitate to order the 8 aquatic beast kings to destroy the whirlpools. The aquatic beast kings' bodies were all around 10,000 meters long, so they naturally did not fear these whirlpools. They gave off terrifying auras and slammed towards the whirlpools like mountains, causing whirlpools to collapse. On an ice island, Zhaofu was not satisfied at the speed at which the scholars destroyed void zones, and he prepared to use some other methods he had prepared. 120 savage-looking dragon-slaying ballistae were pushed out. Great Qin had recently manufactured an additional 40. These dragon-slaying ballistae all had bolts with black crystals inlaid into them. These bolts were quite extraordinary and were made of barrier-destroying stones. The head, body, and tail of the bolts were all socketed with talisman stones, and the bolts gave off monstrous auras. Corpse Soul commanders drew the dragon-slaying ballistae with great force, and as Zhaofu gave the order, they released the bolts. Boom! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as enormous black rays of light giving off an unstoppable momentum shot into the sky incredibly quickly, making it seem as if the sky was going to explode. The countless barriers in the sky were instantly destroyed by those black rays of light, and in that one wave of attacks, Great Qin forcefully destroyed 3 void zones. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhaofu's face. Each of those bolts were quite expensive, and they were twice as expensive as gold talisman bolts. If they were not so effective, Zhaofu would not be willing to manufacture them. After seeing those black rays of light tear through the sky, a few people from the western continent secretly observing a distance away felt incredibly shocked and could not help but gulp. This time, they had made immense preparations and laid down 9 void zones. Just like that, 3 of them had been destroyed. Under Su Yan's leadership, they had also created whirlpool formations, and they had thought that they would cause Great Qin a lot of trouble. However, they had been forcefully destroyed by those massive beasts, and now the remaining ones were being attacked by the 8 aquatic beast kings as well. If this went on, they definitely would not be able to defend against Great Qin. Those people left and reported this. If they did not do something, the void zones would be quickly destroyed. Within a large hall in the western continent, Tina Pendragon sat on her golden throne. She was undoubtedly the most powerful queen in the west, and many legatees stood around her. Some were from the southern continent, some were from the northern continent, and some were from China. In front of Tina Pendragon, they could only lower their heads. They had all been famous and important people in their own continents, but they had fallen to such a state. Tina Pendragon was in charge, but, of course, they had not actually submitted to her. 1093 Battle of Abnormal Signs. Countless factions from 3 continents were now gathered at the western continent. There were system factions, player factions, and many legatees that Great Qin had not destroyed, such as China's legatees. There was also Akhenaten and Babylon. They had the human world's last 2 clan armaments. The western continent was quite dangerous and terrifying, but they did not dare to face off against Great Qin directly. After all, Great Qin's strength was simply too horrifying, and facing Great Qin quickly destroying their defensive lines, they had to do something. How should we move? How can we avoid a direct confrontation and attack Great Qin from the side? Tina Pendragon thought to herself as she sat in her throne. This day had finally come. Even though she had wanted to directly face Zhaofu at least once, she understood that she was not a match for Zhaofu. They could not afford to directly resist Great Qin, as they would most likely lose. As such, they would only have an advantage if they attacked from the side. Zhang Zia walked over and said, "If we want to weaken Great Qin without directly facing them, this old man has an idea, but I will need all ability users and espers to assist me." Hearing this, everyone felt quite delighted and nodded in agreement. They felt immense confidence in Zhang Zia, A very famous figure from history. If he had an idea, it would definitely be an extraordinary one. Following this, countless ability users and espers gathered together. Among them, there was the most important person to Tina Pendragon, the greatest magician of the Western continent, Merlin. There was a massive stage next to the ocean, on which there were countless flags. The flags fluttered in the wind, and there were all sorts of magic items on the stage, including swords, sabers, drums, bells, paintings, instruments, staffs, and axes. They were all arranged in orderly structures. Zhangxia, who was dressed in white clothing, stood at the center, giving off an otherworldly feeling. He slowly closed his eyes and stretched out his hands, causing a massive, formless energy to spread out. The countless magic items around him seemed to sense something and continuously trembled. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the countless magic items continuously trembled and gave off all sorts of light as they turned into rays of light and shot into the sky, forming a massive magic formation. Immediately, the heavens and earth seemed to dim as a massive wind roared. The surrounding heaven and earth chi madly gathered, forming a berserk gale that was almost corporeal. Sand and stones were blown into the air, making it difficult for people to even open their eyes. An enormous might spread out from the magic formation, seeming almost solid, and everything nearby seemed to be weighed down by something incredibly heavy. There were many smaller stages in the surroundings, over 1,000 of them, and there were people and all sorts of magic items on them as well. They all started to act as well as formless energies spread out, causing the stages to give off a bright light. Boom! 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 Massive auras flowed out from the stages, rushing into the enormous magic formation in the sky. After obtaining immense power, the magic formation expanded from 10,000 meters to 100,000 meters wide. The monstrous aura seemed to tear through the sky, causing the heavens and earth to dim and for the sun and moon to go dark. The weather started to change as lightning suddenly descended, torrential rain suddenly fell, and the ground started to shake. It was as if it was the end of the world. By now, Zhao Fu had broken through the second defensive line and was breaking through the third defensive line. A massive wind assaulted them from ahead, and Zhao Fu looked over to see massive black clouds heading over. Within the black clouds, they could see lightning as well. This made everyone feel an aura of suppression, the feeling before a massive storm. It was incredibly dangerous. The sudden massive changes in weather were definitely not natural, the other side had done something. Zhao Fu immediately shouted for the 100 schools of thought and various sects to deal with this. Summoning wind, calling rain, divination, and reversing yin and yang were things that Great Kin itself was not proficient at, but even though the other side had ability users and espers, Great Kin had them as well. Zhao Fu did not want to expend too much strength before the actual fighting began. It was not good to suffer losses here, and because this battle was incredibly important and could not be taken lightly, they had to be extremely careful. Following this, Great Kin's countless ability users and espers hurried over. Looking at the abnormal signs ahead, they quickly thought of a countermeasure. The Taoist sect master bowed towards Zhao Fu as he said, "Your Majesty, the other side has forcefully attracted heaven and earth essence chi, resulting in these powerful abnormal signs. We can use the same method to calm down the heaven and earth essence chi." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and had them immediately do it. The various schools and sects started to set up stages on the ice islands before drawing out their own magic formations. By now, the dark clouds already covered the entire sky, and a berserk gale blew, making it difficult for everyone to stand in place. A massive amount of rain also poured down as bolts of lightning struck the ice islands and large hailstones also started to fall. Zhao Fu frowned. This was only the start, and the destruction later would be many times greater. They had to stop this, or they would suffer great losses. Boom! 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 At that moment, colored pillars of light shot into the sky, giving off massive explosions that rocked the heavens and earth. Hundreds of pillars of light stood between the heavens and earth, giving off massive auras and looking quite awesome. These pillars of light dyed the sky all kinds of colors, and heaven and earth essence chi madly gathered but did not cause any abnormal signs. Instead, it gave off a stabilizing and steady aura. Colored clouds appeared in the sky, giving off all kinds of colored light as they flowed towards the dark clouds ahead. After the dark clouds containing an aura of destruction came into contact with the colored clouds, they automatically vanished. The abnormal signs quickly disappeared and everything calmed down. In the western continent, Zhangxia and the others could sense Great Kin's interference, and their expressions became serious as they used their full power. Zhangxia's body gave off a faint white light as he rose into the air and arrived below the massive magic formation. He stretched out his hand and vigorously pressed it against the magic formation. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the countless magic items in the magic formation continuously trembled and gave off an incredibly terrifying power. The massive magic formation started to spin, seeming to tear apart space. The remaining dark clouds started to go through changes, giving off an even more intense sense of danger. Their color became darker, and the gales became stronger. The lightning became even stronger as the rain and hail became even more intense. The expressions of the people from the 100 schools of thought and various sects fell as they did not hesitate and also exploded out with terrifying auras, and the hundreds of pillars of light gave off even brighter lights. 1094 Ice Islands. The colored clouds continuously gathered, and beautiful rays of light shot out from the colored clouds, landing on the dark clouds and causing them to disappear. Zhangzia's expression did not change as he called out loudly, "Everyone follow my orders. Activate the 10,000 spirits." The people on the surrounding stages took out knives and cut their palms, causing blood to fall onto the stages. The stages absorbed the blood and gave off faint blood red light as faint images of people flew out from the stages and entered the magic formation in the sky. As the images flew into the magic formation seemed to gain a life of its own. Zhangzia once again raised his hand and pressed it against the magic formation, causing a massive power to come out of the magic formation. Roar! Countless roars sounded out. Within the thick dark clouds, countless massive figures appeared, roaring towards the colored clouds. The dark clouds' power instantly became many times greater, and as if they were alive, they flooded towards the colored clouds. When the colored clouds met the dark clouds, they gradually disappeared, causing the faces of the people from the 100 schools of thought and various sects to fall, and they erupted with even greater strength. The auras that the pillars of light gave off became even stronger, and the colored clouds continuously writhed, giving off even greater colored light. The dark clouds and colored clouds continuously clashed, with both sides disappearing. This lasted for a few hours, after which the dark clouds suddenly became much more ferocious than before, and the colored clouds continuously disappeared. The abnormal signs from before once again reappeared, with gales and lightning striking everywhere, looking quite terrifying. Xianru stood by Zhao Fu's side and reminded him, saying, "Your Majesty, I think we've lost this time. The other side has the ability users and aspers from 3 continents, as well as the Western continent's people. They have simply too many people. Is there any way to deal with them?" Zhao Fu stood with his hands behind his back as he gravely looked at the thick, dark clouds. Xianru gave a slight smile as she said, "I precisely came because of this. When your Majesty launched this unification battle, the entire human world's fate became chaotic. Those ability users want to use these abnormal signs to stop your Majesty, but what they are doing can already be seen as going against the heavens. Your Majesty needs to have this battle receive the acknowledgement of the heavens and earth and use fate to give those people a backlash, which will resolve this situation." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he asked Xianru how to go about this. Following this, Zhao Fu stood on a tall platform and wore his black dragon robe and his black old dragon crown. There was an altar in front of him with all sorts of sacrificial items. Zhao Fu took out his great Ken royal seal, which gradually floated up from his hand and hung in the sky. Roar! 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 9 dragons' roars sounded out as the great Ken royal seal gave off an intense black light, and 9 black dragons came out of it, giving off intense dragon's might. Zhao Fu looked quite serious as he stretched out a hand towards the sky and shouted, "We are the ruler of Great Ken. We have unified the Midland Continent, Northern Continent, and Southern Continent, becoming the first dynasty to unify 3 continents. We have started this battle as part of the mandate of heaven." As Zhao Fu's voice fell, countless traces of fate rose up from the Midland Continent, Southern Continent, and Northern Continent. They seemed to form a massive ocean as they flowed towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive black pillar of light tore through the sky. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the pillar of light, filled with an aura of holiness and majesty. He lowered his raised hand and pointed at the various sect masters and said with a booming voice, "We assign you the mandate of heaven." The sect masters' bodies trembled as an unimaginable wave of power flowed into their bodies. Within their eyes, the image of a black dragon flashed. Boom! 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 The hundreds of pillars of light seemed to have received an immense wave of power and exploded out with even more intense light. The colored clouds in the sky gave off a piercing light and gave off a massive aura as they flooded forwards. The countless dark clouds all disappeared in that instant, and countless people in the western continent felt as if they had been hit by an immense force, crashing to the ground and coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Zhangzia was harmed most. After coughing up a large mouthful of blood, he was unable to remain standing in the sky and fell down. In this final battle of the human world, the result of the first clash was the Western continent's loss, and Great Ken's army continued towards the Western continent. On the other side, the Eastern archipelagos had broken through Great Ken's 4th line of void zones and was advancing towards the Midland continent. Now, there was only Great Ken's final last-minute void zone remaining. This last-minute void zone was naturally quite weak and would be destroyed easily. The Ice Islands gave off powerful auras as they headed forwards like battleships, giving off powerful auras of suppression. The fish scale people were unable to stop them at all. If they charged up they would be slammed to death, so they could only think of other methods. Greatkin had also prepared a large amount of ice powder, and Greatkin's fish scale people started to use ice powder to create a frozen region. This frozen region was tens of thousands of meters wide, and the ice islands could not directly smash it apart. This allowed them to stall for time while the scholars at the back continued to set up another last-minute void zone to stall for time. Just stalling was enough. As Greatkin stalled for time, the Eastern Archipelago's factions became more and more worried because they could feel that time was running out. In response to the frozen region, the Eastern Archipelagos used one of its other tricks. Fiery red pearls as big as watermelon seeds flew out, creating intense flames that formed flame beasts. Roar. These flame beasts looked like rhinoceroses and roared as they charged towards the ice with immense heat. The flame beasts swore very fast and blazed like fiery lines as they shot towards the frozen region. Their terrifying temperature caused the ice to quickly melt. The flame beasts continuously charged ahead, melting more and more ice. There were fiery trails left on the ice, and even though the flame beasts were unable to melt all of the ice, the frozen region was now greatly fragmented and had large cracks. The countless ice islands ferociously smashed into the frozen region, causing the cracked frozen region to split apart. The ice islands continued onwards and easily broke through the fifth last-minute void zone. Greatkin's fish scale people used their final method, pouring flaming oil into the water and setting it alight. The ocean now became a flaming ocean. The flames gave off intense heat, causing the ocean water to start to boil, and the fish scale people quickly distanced themselves and did not dare to get too close. If the ice islands continued onwards, the ice islands would greatly melt, and the soldiers would be injured or killed. This forced the Eastern Archipelago's factions to stop their ice islands and wait for a few hours. After seeing that the flames were dying down, they had the ice islands charge through 1,095 five-nation armaments. As the ice islands entered the flaming ocean, they quickly melted, so the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers could only continuously throw ice powder. They had also constructed ice walls to defend against the terrifying heat. In the end, they were able to rush through the flaming ocean without much losses and had made it past all of Greatkin's void zones. They started to construct teleportation channels to head to the Midland continent and attack Greatkin. The fish scale people had no power to stop them, so they could only return and defend. Greatkin had left 1 billion soldiers at the Great Wall at the coastal area. However, only 200 million were actual soldiers, and 800 million were People's Militia. The People's Militia was just residents who had temporarily become soldiers, and they were naturally weaker than true soldiers. The fish scale army had 400 million soldiers and 600 million People's Militia, and together, they had 2 billion soldiers. However, they only had 600 million actual soldiers and 1.4 billion People's Militia. If they fought against the Eastern Archipelago's 1.8 billion soldiers, Greatkin's side would most likely lose. Of course, Zhao Fu had other methods, or else he would not have the confidence to go and attack the Western continent. After stepping onto the Midland continent, the Eastern Archipelago's factions did not directly attack. They did not dare to be careless at all. The soldiers gathered as the Eastern Archipelago's legatees revealed themselves. 5 of them had nation armaments. They first sealed up the surrounding water regions with ice, preventing the fish scale people from attacking from the water. It could be said that they were incredibly prepared. The Eastern Archipelago's legatees did not hesitate and gravely gave the order to attack. If they could break through the Midland continent, Greatkin would be forced to return to defend, and Greatkin's unification battle would fail. Kill. Countless soldiers roared as they charged towards the Great Wall like a massive flood, giving off shocking sounds. At the same time, the Eastern Archipelago's factions left some soldiers at the coast to defend against any fish scale people who made it through. On Greatkin's side, Wei Liao was the general in command. Facing the countless incoming soldiers, he immediately gave the order to counterattack. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows containing immense force shot out, drawing out arcs in the air before descending like a torrential rain. The Eastern Archipelago's soldiers swung their weapons, sending out sharp lights that sent the arrows flying. Others used shields to defend, and the archers shot back at soldiers on the Great Wall. The battle had begun. The city lords also started to clash in the sky, creating large gusts of wind that created a terrifying scene. Boom. A massive sound rang out as 10 black pillars of light shot into the sky, and a magic formation giving off massive deathly aura appeared. The undead disaster had been activated. Roar. Countless skeletons rushed out roaring from the side. There were 2 billion or so of them, and with so many skeletons, Greatkin was worried about them running out of control, so they had been set up far away from Greatkin's main territory. The countless skeletons formed an ocean of bones that gave off boundless undead aura. However, The Eastern Archipelago's soldiers' expressions did not change at all. They had experienced Great Kin's undead disaster a few years ago, and now that they knew about it, they had countermeasures. Groups of soldiers wearing white armor walked out and formed a defensive light. Their equipment gave off a faint white light and a dense holy light aura. This equipment was filled with holy light power, and it specifically countered Great Kin's undead disaster. Not only this, the archers shot out arrows with white crystals tied to them. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded out as the white crystals exploded and white light flashed. Searing holy light power rippled out, causing countless skeletons to howl as they died. This wave of attacks immediately caused the ocean of bones momentum to weaken, but because of the nature of the undead, they continued to fearlessly roar and charge at the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers, ferociously slamming into the white defensive line. Boom! This immediately resulted in a massive explosion, but the white defensive line stopped the ocean of bones. Countless shield bearers tightly gripped their shields as the infantrymen behind them started to attack, sending out holy light attribute attacks. The skeletons could not defend at all and were quickly killed, unable to harm the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers at all. Seeing this, Wei Liao's expression did not change. These skeletons were just cannon fodder and were forestalling and tiring out the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers. Wei Liao then gave an order, and soldiers tossed out barrels of flaming oil. This set many soldiers on fire, who screamed as they were burned to death. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows bringing with them massive power flew towards the city walls. The People's Militia soldiers found it quite difficult to defend, and blood flew everywhere as some were injured and killed. By now, the fish scale people had made it through the ice and were fighting with the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers defending the coastal region. The battle there was quite intense but mainly relied on long-range attacks. The Eastern Archipelago's soldiers did not want to go underwater, and the fish scale people did not want to go on dry land, as they would be at a disadvantage. The battle was slightly more advantageous for the Eastern Archipelago's side. Their soldiers were all proper soldiers and had at least stage 1 cultivation, and they were stronger than Great Kin's People's Militia. Boom. 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 5 explosions sounded out as 5 powerful auras spread out. The Eastern Archipelago's 5 legatees with nation armaments wanted to destroy Great Kin's defenses in one fell swoop and simultaneously unleashed their nation armaments. The 5 of them stood in the air surrounded by aura flames, giving off berserk gales. They gave off mountain-like auras, seeming like peerless experts. Now that Great Kin's legatee had headed to the western continent, there was no one who could stop the 5 of them. After all, the power of nation armaments was quite difficult to defend against. Moreover, of them, Rames had already become a true king. The 5 people had confident smiles on their faces. They were certain they could break through Great Kin's defenses and force Great Kin to return to defend, causing them to fail to unify the world. This time, Great Kin had been too confident, wanting to unify the human world but not having the power. They had greatly benefited because of the western continent, as 70% of Great Kin's forces had gone to the western continent to fight, giving them this opportunity. The 5 legatees did not waste any time and prepared to attack, but what happened next caused their expressions to change. Boom. 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 5 similarly terrifying powers exploded out, and the massive aura spread out and shook the heavens and earth. A swordsman in white, a boy who was 10 or so years old, a beautiful and cruel-looking woman, a demon surrounded by demonic chi, and an incredibly bewitching woman appeared in the sky, giving off powerful auras. The Eastern Archipelago's 5 legatees' expressions became quite unsightly because they found that these 5 people's auras were not weaker than theirs. Even though they did not have nation armaments, they were not at all weaker than them. 1096 demonic chi. These 5 people were Jnaya, Zhao Sha, Zhao Mo, Elise, and Mo Yaoer. They all had sect armaments, which were just as powerful as nation armaments. The Eastern Archipelago's 5 legatees had never thought that Great Kin would have such power. Great Kin had never displayed this power before. They had still underestimated Great Kin, thinking that only Great Kin's legatee had many nation armaments. Now, there were even others who had the same kind of power. Great Kin was simply too terrifying. After appearing, Jnai and the others did not say much before acting. Terrifying attacks shot towards the Eastern Archipelago's 5 legatees. Zhao Mo, the strongest of them all, faced off against Rames, who had established a kingdom, while the others all each picked an opponent. 5 nation armaments against 5 sect armaments. The terrifying shockwaves were similar to a battle between thousands of city lords, making people feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern, and they felt immense terror. The surrounding soldiers quickly left this region because the battle was simply too terrifying. If they were not careful, they could be killed by the shockwaves alone. Jnai and the others from Great Kin were incredibly powerful, suppressing the Eastern Archipelago's 5 legatees right from the beginning. Zhao Mo turned into a 100-meter-tall demon and gave off heaven-toppling demonic chi as he ferociously attacked Ramies. Before, even without a nation armament, Zhao Mo would be able to kill someone with a nation armament just with his Demon King's power alone. Now that he had obtained a sect armament, he was even more powerful. Even though Ramies had established a kingdom and had the power of a kingdom, he still could not rival Zhao Mo. Jinai's sword skills were incredibly sharp and precise, drawing out cold lights that forced the legatee fighting against him to continuously retreat. If he was not careful, he would be injured. Zhao Sha gripped the demon's sword Muramasa with both hands. Because he was originally an assassin, his motions were incredibly unpredictable and ethereal, attacking from all sorts of angles, and each of his strikes was incredibly vicious and sought to take his opponent's life, forcing his opponent into a tough position. Elise continuously shot out spider threads. Her opponent did not dare to get too close. If he got too close, he would be ferociously attacked, causing him to feel a chill on his back. Mo Yaoer continuously swung her sword, attacking her opponent. Even though her attacks were terrifying, her seductive aura and fiery figure could cause anyone's desires to erupt. The legatee facing her was a man, and his eyes went red, almost being charmed by Mo Yaoer. If he could do it with her, he would be willing to even die. The 5 people from Great Ken held a great advantage, and in the battle between city lords nearby, Great Ken's city lords also had a slight advantage because of their equipment. However, in the battle between soldiers, Great Ken was at a heavy disadvantage. There were 11 massive creatures, including birds, bears, and demons, ferociously attacking the Great Wall, causing many deaths. These 11 creatures were the core formations of 11 corps. Because most of Great Ken's soldiers here were people's militia, under the Eastern Archipelago's ferocious attacks, they suffered great losses. The invaders had nearly broken through the Great Wall. On the other side, the skeleton army was becoming weaker and weaker as the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers continuously killed them, and soon, they would be completely destroyed. At the back, the fish-scale people continued to attack from the ocean while the Eastern Archipelago's soldiers stationed there mainly defended, and the battle there was quite intense as well. The Eastern Archipelago's factions had a great advantage in terms of soldiers, and if this went on, they would definitely break through Great Ken's Great Wall and enter Great Ken's territory. Great Ken did not have any more soldiers to defend with. Even though the 5 Eastern Archipelago's legatees were facing Great Ken's people with great difficulty, looking at the battlefield below, they felt quite delighted. If their soldiers below could break through the Great Wall and then help them deal with these 5 people, they would win in the end. Kill. If we can break through the Great Wall, we'll win. Ramies exploded out with a terrifying aura as he forced Zhao Mo back a step and shouted out. This caused the Eastern Archipelago's morale to greatly rise, and the various city lords attacked with even more fervor. Wei Liao's expression did not change as he surveyed the battlefield. He was not worried about the battle, nor did he give any commands. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as the Eastern Archipelago's void zone was blasted apart, and a young man giving off terrifying demonic chi appeared in the sky. Following this, soldiers giving off powerful demonic chi passed through teleportation channels and arrived at the eastern continent before starting to attack. The Eastern Archipelago's defending forces were greatly shocked, as they had never thought that the demon race that the northern continent faced would attack. Everyone quickly sent soldiers to defend, but most of the soldiers had been sent to attack Great Ken, and only a small portion remained. Yi King brought 20,000 city lords and 1 billion soldiers, and they gave off a massive aura as they flooded forwards. They started to rampage throughout the Eastern Archipelagos, and the various cities and regions were powerless to resist at all as they were conquered. After hearing that the Eastern Archipelagos was moving out almost all of its forces, Zhao Fu changed his plans. They did not know that the southern continent of the Dark Daemon world belonged to Great Ken, so they naturally did not know that Great Ken would be able to use the Night Dynasty's power. This was a big advantage, and Great Ken could use it to launch a sudden attack on the Eastern Archipelagos. This would be completely unexpected, allowing them to reap great gains. At the Midland continent, the Eastern Archipelago's forces had nearly broken through the Great Ken's Great Wall when they suddenly heard about the situation in the Eastern Archipelagos. Their joy turned into horror. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. The Dark Demon race was also joining in? What should they do? The Dark Demon race was sweeping through their territory unhindered, and the Eastern Archipelago's leaders were all incredibly panicked because they were about to lose. They had 2 choices, continue to attack Great Ken or immediately return to defend. They would not be able to return in time because a countless number of Great Ken's soldiers were engaged with them, making it impossible for them to retreat. As such, everyone gritted their teeth and gave the order to continue to attack. Right now, breaking through the Midland continent was their last trace of hope. The Eastern Archipelago's aura rose, and they attacked even more ferociously. A few hours later, as the sun set, the golden sunlight seemed to drape golden clothes over the land. After paying a huge price, the Eastern Archipelago's factions had broken into Great Kin's territory, leaving blood and corpses everywhere. However, the Eastern Archipelagos had lost many of its city lords, and Great Kin's city lords had turned on Eastern Archipelago's countless soldiers. Of the Eastern Archipelago's 5 legatees, only 2 remained. Even though Great Kin suffered heavy losses as well, it had obtained victory in the end. The Eastern Archipelago's losses were already set in stone, and Wei Liao finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Over at the Western continent, that was the main battlefield. There, Great Kin had gathered 70% of its forces, and the Western continent had gathered the forces from 4 continents. There would be an incomparable world war. 1097 Disaster Pearl. Both armies now faced off in the Western continent, and the soldiers of the 2 armies were simply innumerable. All that could be seen were dark masses, forming 2 similarly sized oceans. Because one side wore all sorts of different armors, they looked like a colorful aura, and they gave off a terrifying aura. The other army was completely dressed in black armor, making it look like a black ocean, and it gave off an aura of destruction and conquering. The 2 auras gathered, causing the air in the human world to seem to become heavier. Not a single living creature dared to stay nearby. There were also powerful figures standing in the air, all of them city lords. The auras they gave off could shake the heavens and earth, and it could be said that it was the first time so many city lords had gathered in the human world. The armies on the ground and the city lords in the sky seemed to be able to lock down the heavens and earth and cause everything to distort. Even those far away could sense the danger coming from that area. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at the people facing off against him with a serious expression. It is time to conclude everything. The human world must be unified, only then does it have hope. We have the mandate of heaven, and if you submit to us, we will disregard all of your previous actions. The leaders of the Chinese factions looked at Zhao Fu with complex looks. They had never thought that Great Kin would rise to such a position. Had they known earlier, they would have destroyed him much earlier. In response to Zhao Fu's offer of amnesty, they immediately refused without thinking. They already had a deep hatred with Great Kin and did not believe that Zhao Fu would let it go so easily. Moreover, as the legatees of various dynasties, no one wanted to submit to others. Li Beiking's expression was the most complicated. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be Great Kin's legatee. After all, Zhao Fu was his older half-brother. Now, he was going to unify the world and destroy the Li family. It was not just the people from China. Those from the southern continent and northern continent looked at Zhao Fu furiously. It was all because of Great Kin that they had become like this. The people from the western continent all looked at Tina Pendragon, dressed in her silver night dress and holding her golden sword. Tina Pendragon said seriously, Great Kin's legatee, we do not want to fight either. We can promise that the Great British Kingdom will never invade Great Kin. We want to live in peace. Zhao Fu looked at the people in front of him and said coldly, the human world must be unified, only then can there be peace and can we defend against other worlds. Great Kin must unify the human world no matter what. We will ask you one last time, will you surrender? Hearing Zhao Fu's cold voice filled with killing intent, she replied gravely, we must refuse. The Great British Kingdom will not submit to anyone. Great Kin's legatee, if you want to fight, we will fight with you. You all must want to kill us. Today, we will give you an opportunity. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he took out 2 swords, the Emperor Killing Sword and Death Disaster Sword. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura exploded out, bringing with it a berserk gale. The Emperor Killing Sword's horrifying killing intent flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's eyes to give off a blood-red light. His hair also became blood-red, and a sword mark appeared between his eyebrows. The Great Kin royal seal continuously trembled, and 9 black dragons came out of Zhao Fu's body. Finally, a cold ghostly chi also spread out from his body. In that moment, Zhao Fu had unleashed the Emperor Killing Sword's power, the Great Kin royal seal's power, and the 6 Paths demon image's power. He had released essentially everything he had. 3 ferocious aura flames rose up around his body, completely covering him. Only his blood-red eyes giving off blood-red light could be seen within the flames. The space around him twisted and turned as if it could not endure this power. It continuously collapsed as the immense power caused everyone in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers to feel their bodies sink down, and they felt as if they were as small as a grain of sand. Zhao Fu had to use his full power, as he was facing countless legatees. There were 27 of them who had nation armaments. Facing Zhao Fu's release of power, the legatees all looked incredibly serious. They understood that this was the final battle, so they did not withhold anything and unleashed all of their power too. Aura flames appeared around their bodies, and their terrifying auras could shake the heavens and earth and cause gods and ghosts to tremble. Boom. Zhao Fu held the 2 swords and stepped out, bringing with him terrifying power as he tore through space and headed straight towards Dina Pendragon, the strongest of them all. As Zhao Fu attacked, this incomparable world war officially began. Boom. 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 Powerful ores exploded out as the city lords released their power and shot out like rays of light. They started a massive battle in the air, and with so many city lords fighting, it seemed as if the sky was going to be ripped apart. The soldiers on the ground also started to fight. Great Ken first shot out a wave of talisman bolts. These talisman bolts turned into white rays of light, bringing with them an incredibly terrifying and sharp aura as they flew towards the western continent's defensive walls. Facing the shocking aura of the talisman bolts, the western continent's people immediately activated the defensive barrier to protect the defensive walls. The talisman bolts were incredibly monstrous and would be able to easily destroy the defensive walls. The countless talisman bolts forcefully smashed against the defensive barrier, looking like a rain of white light. Massive explosions sounded out, and the defensive barrier was soon covered with countless cracks. However, it had still blocked Great Gen's attack. The western continent's people immediately deactivated the defensive barrier and started to repair it as the soldiers on the defensive walls drew their bows and shot out arrows. The countless arrows covered Great Gen's forces and fell like rain. Great Gen's charging soldiers shouted and released immense power as they swung their weapons, sending out countless sharp lights that sent the incoming arrows flying away. Swish, swish, swish. Another wave of white light tore through the sky, descending towards the defensive walls with unstoppable momentum and causing people's hairs to stand on end. The defensive barrier was once again activated, but it was unable to stop the talisman bolts again. It was already severely damaged, and the countless white bolts pierced through it and continued onwards towards the soldiers. Og! Countless pained cries sounded out as the soldiers' bodies were pierced by those unstoppable white lights, resulting in countless injuries and casualties on the defensive walls. The western continent's people were furious and threw out all sorts of colored pearls. These pearls all contained the auras of different disasters. These were disaster pearls, which Great Ken had obtained in the past. As the pearls descended, some released searing flames, burning soldiers to death, others released bone-chilling cold that froze soldiers, and others released lightning that blasted soldiers into crisp. 1098-33 Core Great Ken had used disaster pearls to deal with enemies in the past, and now enemies were using disaster pearls against them. These disaster pearls caused many injuries and casualties on Great Gen's side. Beiqi's gaze became cold as he ordered, "All corps move out." Boom. 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 56 corps rushed out from different places towards the defensive wall, roaring as they gave off terrifying auras that formed massive objects. The Demon King Corps formed a Demon King that gave off evil demonic chi, the Sword Mountain Corps formed a sword that gave off boundless sharp sword chi, the Water God Corps formed a water god that was surrounded by large amounts of water vapor. The Ice Corps formed a woman made of ice that was surrounded by countless traces of icy air, the Fire Corps created a woman made of fire that was surrounded by searing flames, and the Spider Corps formed a massive spider that gave off a ferocious aura. 56 massive objects were formed, which then gave off terrifying power as they charged at the defensive wall with unstoppable momentum. Boom. 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 The Great British Kingdom's commander also gave the order for all corps to mobilize. 33 corps gave off terrifying auras as they released their own corps formations. G. A snow-white fox gave off an ear-piercing cry and gave off an icy power as it appeared, causing snowflakes to fall down around it. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded out as a blue dragon appeared, giving off a massive amount of dragon's might, causing countless people to feel terror. Boom. Countless rays of golden light shot out as a golden scepter appeared, giving off a prestigious king's aura, making countless people want to submit. The Great British Kingdom's 33 corps unleashed 33 corps formations, which also gave off immense auras as they rushed at Great Gen's corps formations. Bang. 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 The air seemed to explode as the massive beasts of the two sides ferociously clashed. A world-destroying shockwave spread out, causing the surrounding ground to collapse. Countless trees were uprooted as countless people were blown away. Boom. 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 The massive beasts continued to disregard everything as they battled intensely. The horrifying scene seemed as if the heavens and earth were going to collapse and everything was going to be destroyed. However, Great Ken had a big advantage. Not only did they have more corps formations, but the corps themselves were all special corps, while the Great British Kingdom only had 12 special corps. Moreover, Great Gen's corps were higher level and had more people within the corps. The Great British Kingdom's corps formations were given a severe beating by Great Gen's corps formations, but they still fought madly. Seeing that they were at a disadvantage, the Western Continent's commander gave the order to push out large doors. They all looked different, with some made of wood, some made of stone, and some covered with blood. These doors were 10 or so meters tall and 7 meters wide, and they gave off terrifying power. There were 100 of each type of door, with a total of 1,000. The commander gave the order to open these doors, within which was darkness. Terrifying oars flowed out, causing everyone to feel afraid. Roar. Roars sounded out as countless goblins holding weapons rushed out of some doors. Other doors had orcs, ogres, or elves. After charging out, these creatures charged at Great Kin's army, looking incredibly ferocious. There were tens of millions of these creatures, and their auras were shocking. Daichi did not hesitate to give the order to use destruction crystals. Bang! 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 Countless crystals fell among the various creatures, resulting in massive explosions. Blinding white light filled the surroundings, and the terrifying explosive force devoured everything, causing the ground to continuously tremble. Almost 70% of the dozens of millions of Outlanders were blasted to death, leaving behind fragmented corpses and blood on the ground. Roar. Countless wyverns appeared in the sky, giving off violent gazes as they looked at the soldiers on the defensive wall. Roar. At that moment, massive humanoid monsters clad in heavy armor also roared as they gave off bloodthirsty and ruthless auras. The wyverns flapped their wings and rushed down. Their bellies bulged as they gathered flames and icy air, preparing to blast the soldiers on the defensive wall. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as hundreds of arrows shot out, giving off terrifying ripples and striking fear into people's hearts. Kai. Some wyverns were caught off guard and were hit by the arrows. The arrows were 10 or so meters long and contained immense force, easily piercing through the wyverns' defenses and stabbing 4 or 5 meters into their bodies. Roar. Countless pain dragons' cries sounded out. Some wyverns received light injuries while others suffered heavier injuries, and some that were hit in the head immediately died, their bodies plummeting down. At a hidden location, 150 dragon-slaying ballistae had been willed out. Great Kin had obtained 100 or so dragon-slaying ballistae from region treasure boxes, and the western continent had also obtained some and saved them to use against Great Kin's wyverns. The countless wyverns started to become more careful, no longer rashly attacking. The 3,000 core soul commanders held heavy weapons as they rushed at the defensive wall and started madly attacking. These corpse soul commanders all had heavy armor and shields, making it so that the dragon-slaying ballistae could not harm them. The battle in the sky was incredibly intense and was not inferior to the battle on the ground. The city lords viciously killed, and the terrifying shockwaves from their battle caused those far away to feel a chill through their bodies. At the same time, city lords from both sides continuously died, and their corpses plummeted to the ground. The most terrifying battle was Zhaofu's battle. Zhaofu was facing hundreds of legatees alone, and the battle was incredibly fierce. Only those who had nation armaments had the qualifications to actually fight with Zhaofu. Those who did not have nation armaments could only attack from a distance. True King's sword. Tina Pendragon raised her sword, and the royal seal within her body continuously trembled, sending King's power into her sword. A golden sword light rushed into the sky, dyeing half of the sky gold. Boom. Tina Pendragon slashed out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The golden sword light was filled with King's aura, and it was as if it could slash apart all creatures as it flew towards Zhaofu. Bang. Zhaofu immediately unleashed his Emperor's domain to protect himself. The golden sword light crashed against the Emperor's domain, resulting in a massive explosion. The golden sword light exploded out, turning into a golden gust of sword wind. Crack. A clear cracking sound rang out as the Emperor's domain started to crack, and Zhaofu was forced back a few steps. At that moment, someone cried out, "Grab this opportunity, everyone please ignite your fate dragons, or we won't have another chance." 1099 was scepter as that cry sounded out, hundreds of legatees appeared, and nearly 1,000 people surrounded Zhaofu. The inner circle was the 20 or so dynasty legatees who had nation armaments, and the others were on the outer circle. They all roared as they invigorated the fate dragons within their bodies, causing different auras to flow out. Some were red, some were white, some were black, and some were green. There were all sorts of different colors. Roar. Dragons' roars filled the sky as rays of light shot out from the legatees' bodies and slammed into the sky, seeming to tear the sky apart. The human world sky gradually darkened, and the entire world's fate madly gathered like a berserk gale. Everyone sensed something and looked towards the west, because the shockwaves from there were simply too powerful. The shockwaves here were indeed quite terrifying. Around 1,000 fate dragons gave intense lights as they spiraled in the sky, their terrifying auras inundating everything like a horrifying tsunami. Everyone present was someone who played a critical role in the human world, and they had much of the fate of the human world. Each of their fate dragons could invoke changes in the heavens and earth, so their combined power was naturally quite terrifying. The terrifying shockwaves affected the entire battlefield, and many people could not help but look over. How could such terrifying power exist in this world? Boom. A massive explosion rang out in all directions as the 1,000 fate dragons formed a massive dragon-shaped magic formation. An even greater pressure suddenly descended, causing the ground to cave in. Some unfortunate people who were caught in it felt as if they had been struck by something that was millions of kilograms heavy, and their bodies directly exploded, causing blood and guts to fly everywhere. Xiaofu was underneath the magic formation, and his body was bound by the terrifying power. Images of dragons appeared around Xiaofu, making it so that he could not move at all. This made Xiaofu feel quite startled. He tried to struggle free but found that he was unable to do so at all. The dragon images around him tightly bound him in place. Seeing this, the countless legatees all grinned. This was something they had especially prepared for Xiaofu in order to kill him. They did not hesitate to burn their fate dragon's power. A fate dragon was the most important thing to a person, and it affected their fate. Igniting it came at a great cost, and it would be difficult for the fate dragon's power to recover. Everyone, let's work together to kill Great Kin's legatee. A legatee cried out in joy seeing that Xiaofu could not break free of the binding. The others all acted, sending all sorts of powerful attacks towards Xiaofu, causing the space around him to seem to explode. In order to kill Xiaofu, the legatees all continuously attacked. The 20 or so dynasty legatees used most of their nation armament's power to blast towards Xiaofu, causing explosions to continuously sound out. Seeing so many terrifying attacks being unceasingly launched towards Xiaofu, Beiqi could not help but feel a trace of worry. Only after 10 minutes did the legatees stop and let out a sigh of relief. After releasing so many monstrous attacks, they had definitely blown Xiaofu to smithereens. After all of the light dissipated, everyone was shocked to see that 6 chains had come out of Xiaofu's chest, and there were 6 terrifying figures that were each 4 meters tall around Xiaofu. One of them looked savage, had fangs, and 2 horns on its head. It had a powerfully built body, and tongues of flame occasionally appeared on the surface of its body. It gave off a heavy sulfuric smell and had the head of a demon, and it held a trident. One looked like a skinny human without any flesh on its body. Its limbs were very long and thin, and it had a large and round belly. Its skin was gray, and it looked quite ugly. It had pointy ears and white eyes, which were filled with savageness. There was a piece of cloth around its waist, covering its lower body, and it held a large bone knife. One of them looked essentially like a human and had a handsome face and well-built body, and it wore white clothes. There was a blood-red sword at its side, and its eyes were also blood-red colored, giving off dense killing intent. One of them looked exactly like an evil ghost and had pure black eyes, fangs, and a pair of wide wings. It also had a tail and wore black armor, holding a large halberd. One was human-shaped and was covered with muscle. It looked quite strong, and it had gray-white skin and 3 heads. One was a chicken's head, one was a duck's head, and the other was a pig's head. There was a beast skin tied around its waist, and it seemed to be filled with powerful fleshly power. These were the 6 Paths demon images, and they had stretched out their hands, sending out their domains to form a 6 Paths defensive barrier. The 6 Paths defensive barrier was gray and was formed from 6 complicated and mysterious-looking compasses. It contained boundless 6 paths of reincarnation power, and the eerie ghostly chi flooded the surroundings. The temperature sharply decreased, causing countless people's hairs to stand on end as their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Everything seemed incredibly gloomy and eerie. The first time Xiaofu had unleashed the 6 Paths demon images' power, allowing them to appear in the human world, they had gone out of control, so Xiaofu had not dared to use their power this entire time. Now, there was no reason for him to hold back. He only had a single goal, which was to kill everyone in front of him. Og! Xiaofu tilted his head back as he roared. 4 dragons' roars could be heard from within his body as a 4-colored aura flame burst out from his body and a terrifying power also exploded out. Xiaofu had also used his fate dragons. Roar! Countless mournful cries sounded out as the dragon images around Xiaofu were destroyed under that immense power. This caused the other legatees' expressions to fall, because it seemed that Xiaofu would soon break free. Boom! 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 The dynasty legatees once again did not hesitate to release all of their nation armament's power. They did not hold anything back and even burned their life force as aura flames appeared and massive winds started to blow. 9 bronze cauldrons giving off a boundless aura was the first to descend, after which a spear giving off an aura of conquering appeared. This was followed by a crown that was like the sun, and then a flower that looked like a Japanese rose appeared. Boom! A golden light tore through the sky as a golden scepter covered with ancient runes and giving off an aura that seemed to be able to command the world appeared, seeming like no one could resist it. 1100 Book of God. All of the Egyptians could sense something, because this scepter was Egypt's clan armament, the Was scepter. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as countless rays of white light filled the entire sky. Pure white feathers slowly floated down from the sky as a white book descended from the sky. An unimaginably powerful energy spread out as every living creature seemed to become illusory. This book was the clan armament that Babylon wielded, the Book of God. 20 or so nation armaments and 2 clan armaments power caused the entire human world to feel the power of extermination. Under that wave of terrifying power, countless people's bodies froze in terror, and countless beasts ran in fear. As the dynasty legatees acted, the surrounding 1,000 legatees also moved as well. They cut open their palms and raised their hands. The blood flowed out of their palms and was attracted by a formless energy, flying into the massive magic formation made of fate dragons. Boom. The magic formation gave off even more shocking power as space was ripped apart. 1,000 dragon-shaped chains shot out from the sky, bringing with them immense power as they shot towards Zhaofu. These chains were incredibly terrifying, and they were unobstructed as they shot into the Six Paths defensive barrier, tying Zhaofu up. The dragon-shaped chains were not corporeal, and they were formed from fate. The Six Paths defensive barrier could not block the chains made of fate, but the chains consumed a large amount of fate. Now, Zhaofu's upper body was wrapped in chains, and there were countless dragon images around him. He tried to struggle but could not break free at all. Kill. The dynasty legatees did not hesitate at all and used their nation armaments to blast Zhaofu. With so many nation armaments attacking, the sky was torn, and the power seemed to be able to even extinguish the heavens. Before that power had even come close, it seemed as if the world was coming to an end. Zhaofu's body was finally harmed by that power, causing blood to flow out from him as a few wounds appeared on his face. Og! Zhaofu felt immense pain as he roared towards the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded out as waves of power aura exploded out. The 12 metal colossi giving off immense killing intent, a stone staff giving off massive destructive power, and a jade seal giving off an emperor's might all appeared. The 20 or so nation armaments and 2 clan armaments that Great Ken possessed were all simultaneously released by Zhaofu. After releasing the power of so many nation armaments, Zhaofu's body gave off an intense black light that turned into a pillar of light, giving off a destructive aura as it shot into the sky. The terrifying power seemed to rip open a hole in the sky, and a boundless dark and destructive aura flowed out like a fountain. Og! The legatees held nothing back as they roared, exploding out with their full nation armaments power as they blasted their nation armaments at Zhaofu. The countless nation armaments around Zhaofu continuously trembled and gave off immense lights as terrifying auras came out from them. They gave off world-destroying power as they madly crashed against the incoming nation armaments. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the sky seemed to shatter and a terrifying shockwave rippled out. 10 or so regions were instantly reduced to flatlands, and everything within them were obliterated. The entire human world trembled as the sky above the human world's western continent was torn apart, and an aura of destruction filled the world. The sky above the northern side was covered by an azure energy barrier. A massive dragon's might, containing power that seemed to suppress the world, appeared, and countless creatures felt a massive force weighing down on them. A massive azure dragon appeared in the sky. It was covered with azure scales and had many branches in its horns. It had powerful claws and a mighty aura. This was the northern side's guardian beast, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon. The western side's torn sky was now covered by a fiery red barrier. A searing heat spread out from the sky, and countless traces of water vapor instantly evaporated. A world-destroying power appeared, making countless people feel terror. A massive flaming bird appeared in the sky. This bird seemed like a phoenix but was not a phoenix. Its eyes and beak were as red as rubies, and they gave off an intense red light. This was the divine sun fire bird. The eastern side sky was covered by a white energy barrier, and the sound of water could be heard. An unimaginable night descended, causing countless people in the east to feel as if they had fallen into boundless darkness. A massive whale appeared in the sky. It was snow white and had blue eyes, and it looked extremely beautiful. It had a pair of pure white wings, and it was the guardian beast of the east, the sovereign emperor white whale. In the southern side, multicolored light spilled out of the sky, causing all creatures to seem to put on multicolored clothes and making the world seem quite beautiful. A massive might slowly descended, and even though it was powerful, it caused no fear. Instead, it made people feel reassured. A massive deer appeared in the sky. Its fur was multicolored, and its horns were platinum-colored. It gave off a gentle aura, and it was the guardian beast of the south, the 9 celestial enchanting deer. As the shocking destructive force rippled out, the human world's 4 guardian beasts simultaneously appeared. It could be seen how terrifying that destructive force was, to the point that it could destroy the world. This was indeed the final battle. The western side's divine sunfire bird was the first to speak, and it said in a coarse man's voice, "These humans are going to destroy the world, are we not going to interfere?" If this goes on, the human world's fate and source energy will be severely damaged. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon's ancient image replied, "We can't interfere. This is a battle for the unification of the human world, which will cause the human world to become one. When that happens, everything lost will gradually recover." The Emperor Sovereign White Whale replied with a simple and honest voice as it laughed, saying, "If the human world is unified, our mission will be complete, and we'll be able to leave the human world." The 9 celestial enchanting deer said with a young girl's voice and also lightly laughed. "After this battle concludes, we can head to the Devil Domain. Great Kin's legatee is quite terrifying, facing so many people by himself. If he can unify the human world, that might just be the best outcome for the human world." At that moment, the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon spoke, saying, "Let's stabilize the human world for now in order to prevent these humans from destroying the world. That will affect us greatly." The 3 other guardian beasts nodded and each guarded one direction as a formless power covered the human world, and the 4 figures gradually disappeared into the sky. 1101 King S stars bang. 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 As the nation armaments madly collided with terrifying power, explosions continuously sounded out, and the sky continued to be torn. The shockwaves turned into berserk gales, and everything in the surroundings had been annihilated. At that moment, Zhao Fu was still bound by the countless dragon-shaped chains, and he loudly roared as he exploded out with waves of immense power. Soon, the chains and dragon images were slowly being repelled by him. The faces of the 1,000 legatees fell. They were only at a slight advantage because they were restricting Zhao Fu while the dynasty legatees attacked with their nation armaments. If Zhao Fu broke free from the bonds, the ones who died first would definitely be those without nation armaments. I, the legatee of the Dali Kingdom, order all of the Dali Kingdom's fate to gather into the Dragon Formation. I, the legatee of the State of Wei, order all of the State of Wei's fate to gather into the Dragon Formation. In this moment of life and death, countless legatees disregarded everything and raised their bloodied hands as they shouted out. Not only did they send their own power into the Dragon Formation, but they also sent their nation's fate in as well. Boom. As the countless traces of fate fused into the Dragon Formation, the Dragon Formation instantly became more than 10 times bigger, and its power reached new heights as an even greater might spread out. The chains obtained even more power and bound Zhao Fu even more tightly, and Zhao Fu felt as if he was going to be squeezed into pieces. The various dynasty legatees continued to use their nation armaments to madly attack. Because Zhao Fu's body was bound and his power was being suppressed, Great Qin's nation armaments seemed to be at a disadvantage. This made the legatees feel delighted, and they felt that they had a chance at killing Great Qin's legatee. If they could kill Great Qin's legatee, this battle would conclude and they would all have hope. The legatees attacked Zhao Fu even more ferociously, and their soldiers' morale greatly rose. They desperately resisted Great Qin's attacks, while Great Qin's aura became slightly weaker. Zhao Fu roared, shaking the heavens and earth and causing a wild gale to stir. Boom. 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 3 massive stars appeared, one giving off boundless blood-red light, one giving off boundless gold light, and one giving off boundless gray light. They dyed the world 3 different colors, and their unfathomable might could barely be contained by the human world. The world continuously trembled and fell apart before being restored. The 4 guardian beasts were protecting the human world's source energy with all their power. If the 2 sides continued destroying it, it would not be able to recover until a long time had passed. Boom. The 3 massive stars gave off intense starlight and a might that seemed to be enough to destroy the world. A terrifying pillar of starlight descended onto Zhao Fu's body, making his aura continuously rise. A shocking aura of death covered everyone as they felt their bodies go stiff. Boundless terror surfaced in their hearts, and they felt as if they were going to die in the next moment. Boom. 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 At that moment, they seemed to sense something, and their minds felt as if they were going to explode. Terrifying auras rose up from every legatee's body and shot into the sky. Different colored stars giving off horrifying mights descended to the human world. Some stars gave off red lights, some stars gave off blue lights, some gave off violet lights, and some gave off yellow lights. Even though they were all of different colors, what united them was that they were all king stars. Under the might of Zhao Fu's 3 emperor stars, they had been forced to summon their king stars. The 1,000 king stars hung in the sky, giving off different starlights and different auras. There was not a single cloud left in the sky, and the scene was simply awe-inspiring. What happened next was even more shocking. The 1,000 king stars gave off terrifying mights as they quickly moved, surrounding the 3 emperor stars. They each exploded out with intense starlight, and waves of powerful king's aura formed an extraordinary king's aura that covered the heavens and the earth. At that moment, countless people wanted to kneel down and submit to that king's aura. This king's aura did not shrink back at all and pressed down towards the 3 emperor stars, seeming incredibly ferocious as it challenged the three Emperor's stars. The four guardian beasts looked quite shocked as they watched the 1,000 king stars simultaneously descend. It was the first time they had seen such a thing before. What shocked them even more was that these 1,000 king stars gave off a powerful king's aura that challenged the Emperor's stars. This was something that was almost impossible, and they could not help but feel nervous. They did not feel much confidence in Zhaofu, because 1,000 king stars simultaneously descending was simply too powerful, causing even the heavens and earth to want to submit. Who will win the final battle of the human world? If Great Kin won, the human world would be unified, and a new age would arrive. If the Western continent won, the situation in the human world would be the same, and everyone would ally together to attack Great Kin. The human world would welcome in a short period of peace, because if Great Kin lost, it would not be able to launch such a massive battle in a short period of time. If that happened, it would be a long time before the human world would be unified. Zhaofu's body was strung up in the air by the dragon-shaped chains, and the various dynasty legatees used their nation armaments to madly attack. Without Zhaofu's direct control, Great Kin's nation armaments were continuously beaten back. The king stars gave off waves of even more intense starlight, bringing with them a king's aura that could cause even the heavens and earth to submit as they moved towards the three Emperor's stars. Starting an official challenge, they wanted to destroy the three Emperor's stars. Zhaofu's face was a mask of pain from the damage from the legatees, the backlash from unsealing the Six Paths demon images, and summoning the three Emperor's stars. The immense pain caused Zhaofu's consciousness to almost disappear, and his body grew weaker and weaker. The countless legatees were ecstatic and became even more excited. Now, it seemed that they really would be able to kill Great Kin's legatee. If they could kill him, everything would end. The Western continent's army's morale soared while Great Kin's morale fell. Great Kin's nation armaments were no longer controlled by Zhaofu and could no longer block the attacks of the dynasty legatees. The dynasty legatees raised their nation armaments and gave off terrifying might as they attacked towards Zhaofu, wanting to reduce him to dust. Seeing this, Beiqi felt horrified and immediately wanted to go and save Zhaofu. Suddenly, the powerless-looking Zhaofu suddenly raised his head, looking at the dynasty legatees and causing them to feel a bone-chilling coldness. Their bodies froze, because Zhaofu's pupils had all split. Boom. An explosion that sounded like the heavens and earth exploding rang out as the four guardian beasts protecting the human world felt as if they had been hit by a massive force, and they all coughed up a large mouthful of blood. 1102 Unifying the world. The Chaos Imperial Star gave off a blinding blood-red light that tore through the entire sky, seeming to dye the entire human world blood-red. The aura of killing and disaster spread like floodwaters, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an abyss, and terror swept through their hearts. The Celestial Emperor Star was like a golden sun that gave off fathomless golden light and covered the world. Under this light, all creatures instinctively wanted to submit, and it was as if the ruler of the world had appeared. The Nether Emperor Star gave off a bright starlight, causing countless traces of yin qi to rise up from the ground. The world was filled with a cold and eerie feeling as all sorts of souls and ghosts appeared, gathering towards the Nether Emperor Star. The three stars each gave off the power to shake the heavens and the earth, and their light seemed to be able to pierce through the world. The 1,000 king stars continuously trembled because they now felt a wave of fear. Just now, they had exploded with that king's aura to challenge the three Emperor's stars because they felt that they had the ability to destroy those three Emperor's stars. However, the three Emperor's stars had released their might, causing their starlight to cover the entire human world. Their Emperor's aura was unstoppable, and under this might, the 1,000 king stars became dim. Boom. A massive explosion once again sounded out as the three Emperor's stars started to counterattack against these king stars, which had just challenged them. The three Emperor's stars gave off a wave of world-destroying Emperor's aura, which turned into a shock wave that swept out incredibly quickly. In just an instant, the 1,000 king stars had been knocked back by an immense force. The stars that were close actually shattered, and those at the middle became cracked. Those at the outer edges were also somewhat affected. How could these small king's stars resist the Emperor's aura? The remaining king stars hid in the sky in fear, disappearing quickly. The countless legatees suffered a massive backlash from this. They felt as if they had been struck by an unimaginable force and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Some of them fell from the sky, and it was uncertain if they were still alive. A trace of fear appeared on the four guardian beasts' faces. They had never thought that Zhaofu's power would be so great to be able to even injure them. They did not know that Zhaofu had once suppressed the spirit light world's four guardian beasts. Without the legatee's support, the bindings around Zhaofu naturally dispersed. Zhaofu looked down at the battlefield below and slowly raised the emperor-killing sword. Boom. Zhaofu's sword descended as a shocking blood-red light slashed out, seeming to be able to tear apart the world. The defensive wall was slashed apart by the strike, and a sword gash that was 10,000 meters wide and spanned a few regions appeared. That terrifying power caused the Western Continent's army to sink into boundless terror. The three Emperor's stars gradually faded into the sky, and Zhaofu powerlessly fell from the sky. Xianru suddenly appeared and caught Zhaofu. Beiqi looked away, his gaze becoming cold as he drew the Seven Murders sword and pointed it towards the sky. The 14 others with general armaments also raised their general armaments and pointed them towards the sky. Seven Murders Star. Army Destroyer Star. Voracious Wolf Star. Lunar Star. Loud shouts sounded out as rays of aura containing terrifying power shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble, after which stars giving off terrifying auras descended. There were 15 stars in total giving off different starlight, different than the King's stars and Emperor's stars. These stars all gave off General's aura as they were general stars. The 15 general stars gave off terrifying might as they covered the entire battlefield, causing the atmosphere to become much heavier. The starlight dyed the world into different colors, and under those general stars, everyone felt a sense of terror. Boom. 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 Beiqi and the others activated the sixth special effect of the general armaments, and auras continuously rose up from the soldiers. The soldiers' eyes became blood red, and massive power emanated out from their bodies as battle intent filled their minds, causing them to go out of control. Kill. Great Kin's soldiers gave off different auras, making them look like a multicolored sea. They gave off a world-destroying aura as they charged towards the defensive wall. Under this terrifying aura, the Western Continent's army instinctively felt terror. It was unknown how many of the legatees were still alive, causing their morale to fall. They were unable to oppose Great Kin's ferocious aura at all. The 100-meter-tall corpse soul commanders climbed up the defensive walls and destroyed the dragon-slaying ballistae before chaotically swinging their weapons about, smashing soldiers into meat paste. The scene was incredibly gory and shocking. With nothing to threaten them anymore, the wyverns became fearless again. They blasted out flames and icy air, burning or freezing soldiers to death. After unleashing their blasts, the wyverns leapt forwards and smashed people flying. The wyverns started slaughtering, taking revenge for earlier. The 20,000 Stage 4 generals that Great Kin had hidden suddenly revealed themselves, ferociously attacking the Western Continent's city lords, forcing the 40,000 city lords into retreating. Finally, Great Kin's army on the ground charged forwards like an ocean towards the defensive walls, scaling them in just a short while and breaking through the Western Continent's defenses. This meant that the Western Continent's army had failed and that Great Kin had won the final battle. Seeing that they had already lost, countless soldiers and city lords started to retreat and escape. Some soldiers and city lords completely gave up, kneeling on the ground to surrender to Great Kin. This half-month-long war finally concluded, and Great Kin's soldiers and city lords charged into the Western Continent. Now, all there was left was to conquer the Western Continent's regions. Soon, the human world would belong to Great Kin. Boom. Boom. Two massive explosions sounded out as two rays of light shot into the sky with immense power. Two massive doors containing incredible power appeared. One was engraved with a picture of the divine sun firebird, giving off a fiery light, and the other was engraved with a picture of the Emperor Sovereign White Whale, giving off white light. Su Yan turned to look at the Western Continent and sighed as he shook his head, feeling quite bitter, before he walked into one of the doors. Some others also followed behind him, after which they disappeared. Zhaofu woke up a few days later. His injuries were not very severe this time, and by now, Great Kin had conquered most of the Western Continent and Eastern archipelagos. Now, they only had to clear out the regions. It could be said that Great Kin had completed its goal of unifying the human world. Following this, Zhaofu heard about the two large doors, causing him to frown. Those two doors were doors to other worlds, and they could be used to summon creatures. The Western Continent's forces had used similar doors to summon many outlanders, but these two doors were different. They had been created using the Divine Sun Firebird Egg and Emperor Sovereign White Whale Egg as their cores. This allowed the two doors to connect to other worlds, and because the two eggs were eggs of the human world's guardian beasts and contained the human world's source energy, they could ignore the heaven domain boundary. 1103 Door to another world. The cost of using such a method was naturally losing the two eggs of the guardian beasts. The guardian beasts' eggs were incredibly valuable, and the loss of the eggs could cause anyone to feel pain. What Zhaofu cared about was not these two eggs but the method those people had used to escape the human world. Among them were many enemies of Great Kin, such as Akhenaten, CG, and Su Yan. He had never thought that those people had long since prepared a path of escape for themselves. However, he should have expected this. After all, if Great Kin won, the entire human world would belong to Great Kin. They had no other choice but to escape the human world. After hearing that those people had escaped, Zhao Fu's good mood about finally unifying the human world was slightly ruined. He thought about it and asked, where did those people escape to? Is it the grassy world? Beside him, Li Si replied, back when Commander Beichi sensed the abnormal ripples, he immediately sent people to investigate. However, they sensed the danger and immediately closed the 2 doors and disappeared. We are not sure where they were transported to. This minister has also sent countless spies to the grassy world to collect information, and we are quite sure that they are not in the grassy world. This minister then ordered some scholars to investigate the remnants from the magic formation, and they found that the doors use random teleportation. These random teleportation doors can cross many worlds, and it is impossible to track them. They must be incredibly afraid of Great Ken finding them. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. If these people had gone to the grassy people and revealed the things that had happened in the human world, Great Ken would be in a disadvantageous position and could even be in danger. Many of its plans could fail. Even though they had escaped, luckily they had not been able to cause much trouble. Now, as the ruler of the human world, Zhao Fu did not place them in his eyes at all. At that moment, Li Si once again spoke, saying, Your Majesty, those who escaped were merely a very small minority. Most people were stopped by Great Ken, including the Buddhist sect, School of Confucianism, School of Mohism, most of the dynasty factions, and Great Tang's Li family. Hearing that many people had been stopped, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. These people had dared to oppose Great Ken and cause Great Ken to suffer heavy losses. Almost 70% of the army was injured or dead, and they had lost 600 million soldiers and around 100 wyverns. Such a massive loss was a big blow to Great Ken, and this had been caused by these people. If they had all been able to escape, it would be simply too unjust. Since they had been stopped, Zhao Fu wanted to properly punish them, so a smile appeared on his face. However, after hearing about Great Tang's Li family, his smile died down, and a cold glimmer appeared in his eyes as he asked, Where are they? Li Si sensed the changes in Zhao Fu and replied earnestly, The Li family is one of Great Ken's main targets, so when Great Tang's army withdrew, Great Ken's forces chased them down. When we reached their legacy city, we found that they had already relocated their city and escaped, abandoning their countless soldiers and residents. Great Ken quickly chased after them and were finally able to corner Great Tang's Li family. Following this, they desperately resisted, but they were still taken captive by Great Ken's soldiers. However, Great Tang's legatee, Li Beiking, escaped, taking with him the nation armament and the Great Tang city. From the reports we have, it seems that he also stepped through one of the doors. Hearing that Li Beiking had escaped with the nation armament and Great Tang city, Zhao Fu felt quite displeased. Li Si immediately continued, Your Majesty, out of everyone in the Li family, only he was able to escape, everyone else has been captured by Great Ken, including his woman, his father, and the Li family's old patriarch. None of them were able to escape, and they are being held in prison. Zhao Fu nodded, feeling a bit more pleased. Even though he did not want to admit it, his little brother his escaping with the nation armament and the Great Tang city would definitely bring trouble for Great Ken in the future. It was better to get rid of as many of these troubles as possible. Li Si then cupped his hands said, Your Majesty, Great Ken has also taken down the Great British Kingdom. Out of all of the legatees, Tina Pendragon most likely received the greatest backlash and still has not awakened, and her life is in danger. We have already arranged for her to have the best treatment. Would Your Majesty like to have her healed or allow her to die? Tina Pendragon? Zhao Fu thought about everything that had happened, and he felt respect for this woman. If it wasn't for the fact that they stood on different sides, they might have been able to become friends. During this final battle, not only did she lead the Western continent, but she was also the most powerful and had the most fate. Back when Zhao Fu's 3 Emperor stars had unleashed their might, countless cracks had appeared on Tina Pendragon's King Star. Compared to her, the Bylon was not as lucky, his King Star had collapsed, and he had died from the backlash, leading to the Book of God falling into Great Ken's hands. Try to save her. Zhao Fu said to Li Si. Whether it was because of their relationship, internal affairs matters, or her innate value, she was worth saving. Li Si responded in the affirmative before asking, How should we deal with the other dynasty legatees and the leaders of those factions? We captured 16 dynasty legatees and 150 or so nation legatees. There are also countless leaders of sects and schools. Zhao Fu did not reply and instead asked, Have they surrendered or are they still resisting? Who views Great Ken with hatred and has committed the most crimes against Great Ken? Li Si was not well equipped to answer these questions, as they did not have much information yet, so he could only give a rough answer. Some of these people were still quite resistant, while some of them had expressed their willingness to submit. Zhao Fu showed no mercy and said, Based on what I just asked you, make a list of people later. Those on the list may be executed without our permission. Those on the list would be those who had resisted the most and harmed Great Ken the most. There was no need to keep such people, so they all had to die, and there was no need for Zhao Fu to check the list. Yes. This minister understands, Li Si replied before reporting to Zhao Fu about other matters. Most of these were minor matters, and some things had almost been forgotten by Zhao Fu. This included the Heavenstone City's city lord's son, Shi Wen. Back when Zhao Fu had killed his father, Shi Jian, he had escaped. He had not been able to escape Great Ken this time, and he had developed a faction to take revenge against Great Ken, which was quite laughable. His faction had naturally been destroyed by Great Ken, and he had also been killed. 1104. Bottom line: after Zhao Fu recovered from his injuries, he went to the prison. Zhao Fu had waited a long time for this, and it was time to end all of this. Zhao Fu's expression was cold, and he did not bring anyone with him. He also ordered the guards to leave, leaving him by himself. Zhao Fu did not hide his appearance and went to a relatively big part of the prison. An elderly man immediately recognized him, and he venomously glared at Zhao Fu as if he wanted to cut Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces. He was Li Shan, the old patriarch of the Li family. His face was quite pale, and he looked quite wan and sallow as if he had aged 10 or so years. The others noticed Zhao Fu's arrival, and some did not know who Zhao Fu was and took him to be an official. Soon, the Li family's old patriarch coldly said, "You're the bastard of the Li family. You're here for revenge, right? Kill or maim as you please. My kinger will take revenge for me sooner or later and present your head to me as a sacrifice." Only then did everyone realize that this young man was Great Ken's legatee, the person who had shaken the entire world. Their expressions immediately became filled with terror and hatred as they looked at Zhao Fu. Li furiously leapt over, loudly cursing, "You bastard, you destroyed the Li family. It's because of you that the Li family fell to such a state. I'm going to kill you, you little brute, for doing such a thing to the Li family." The door of the cell was open, and Li grabbed Zhao Fu's clothes and loudly cursed at him as he punched Zhao Fu's face. Zhao Fu did not retaliate and did not block either, allowing Li, his father, to hit him. He was incredibly calm, and there was even a trace of a smile on his face. Li disregarded everything and continued to vent as he sent a few more blows towards Zhao Fu's face. He had wanted to continue when Zhao Fu slapped him on the face, causing him to fly back and crash onto the ground. Half of his face was red and swollen, and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. Immediately, Li seemed to explode as he crawled up from the ground, looking at Zhao Fu as if he wanted to kill him. "You little bastard, you dared to hit me? I swear I'm going to slaughter you and feed you to dogs. I goddamn regret not killing you and that slut." Bang! Zhao Fu expressionlessly waved his hand, causing a massive force to blast Li's back. He once again crashed to the ground and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Li furiously tried to get back up and rush at Zhao Fu, but he was held back by the others. If he rushed up again, he would simply be asking to suffer more. However, he still profanely cursed at Zhao Fu, "I'm going to kill you, you bastard. I'm going to make you die a horrible death and turn you into meat paste." "Og!" Zhao Fu waved his hand, causing Li to cry out as a cold light shot out and lopped off one of Li's ears, causing blood to fly everywhere. Only then did Li stop cursing. Zhao Fu did not hold back at all. He had allowed Li to hit him a few times to wipe away his last traces of hesitation and connections to the Li family. Everyone around them looked at Zhao Fu hatefully, while Zhao Fu lightly laughed and asked, "How should I deal with you? Kill you all one cut at a time, or take apart your souls? I can do anything to satisfy you all." The Li family's old patriarch shouted angrily, "Kill us if you want, just do it quickly. You're my grandson, and there's your father, your grandma, your stepmother, and your sister-in-law. If you're really going to be that cruel, aren't you afraid of being rebuked by the rest of the world?" The elderly woman helping Li stop the bleeding now also spoke. She was the Li family's old patriarch's wife, Lisa's mother. She looked like she was 40 or so years old and had a mature figure. Back then, she was definitely a top-tier beauty. She was called Liu Yuxian, and she looked pained as she pleaded, "Our Li family treated you and your mother poorly, and the old patriarch and I will bear everything. You can kill us to vent out your anger, but please let everyone else off. After all, Zer is your father. Please, I'm begging you." Seeing his mother plead with Zhao Fu, Li said angrily, "Don't beg that bastard, he can kill us if he wants. I'm not afraid of him, and even if I become a ghost, I won't let him off." "Og!" Li once again cried out in pain as traces of Emperor's aura came out from Zhao Fu's body and entered Lisa's body. They were like countless bugs that bit at his body, making him feel immense pain. His wife, Zhang Xian, knelt in front of Zhao Fu, saying, "Please don't torture us anymore, I'll do anything you want." Seeing his own wife beg Zhao Fu as well, Li felt even more furious and endured the pain as he continued to curse at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu found that Lise really cared about this woman, so he stepped forwards to caress her beautiful face. Zhang Xian was terrified and did not dare to dodge, allowing Zhao Fu to caress her face. Seeing this, Lise was almost angered to death, and he felt as if his eyes were going to explode. He loudly roared, saying, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to dismember you into 1,000 pieces. I'm going to feed you to dogs." Zhao Fu laughed happily. This was a true laugh from the bottom of his heart. The anger he had suppressed for 20 or so years had finally been vented today. Zhao Fu disregarded Lise and continued to caress Zhang Xian's face as he gave a gentle smile and said, "You should know what to do now. As long as you properly serve me, not only will no one in the Li family die, including Lise, but I'll also even spare your son in the future." Zhang Xian lowered her head and started to weep. She turned to look at Lise in immense pain before nodding. Seeing his beloved wife going to serve someone else with the unimaginable pain that he was suffering, Lise gave a heart-wrenching howl. The Li family's old patriarch was almost angered to death. He glared at Zhao Fu and pointed at him with a trembling hand as he cursed, "Bastard! You'd go so far to do such a thing, you!" Before he could finish, Zhao Fu waved his hand and sent him flying before grasping with his hand and pulling Liu Yuxian into his embrace. Liu Yuxian struggled in terror, and Zhao Fu took out a medicinal pill that could increase longevity and fed it to her. Liu Yuxian became younger at a rate that could be seen by the naked eye, and she now looked 30 or so years old. She no longer struggled. After all, after living for such a long time, she knew what to do. Moreover, she felt happy after becoming so much younger. Any woman would want to keep her beauty from when she was younger. She knew what Zhao Fu wanted, so she took the initiative to hug Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not expect this, but this angered Li Shan so much that he coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to say anything. Zhao Fu loudly laughed before saying, "I'll treat them well." Following this, Zhao Fu hugged the two women, and he brought along Yang Yanyu as he left the prison, leaving behind Lise and Li Shan's furious shouts. After leaving, Zhao Fu ordered people to take care of Lise and Li Shan. He didn't want them to die. He then had people take Liu Yuxian and the two other women away. He would not do anything to them, nor would he make them his concubines, though they had a large amount of phoenix chi. He had his own bottom line that he would not cross. 1105 New Age. After returning to the Great Ken Palace, Zhao Fu seemed to have become a different person. There was a big smile on his face because the human world had finally been unified. There would no longer be any wars within the human world, and he could now focus on dealing with other worlds. All the pent-up worry within Zhao Fu disappeared, and he no longer felt as pressured. He had never felt so burden-free before, so he was naturally quite happy. If there were no other worlds, how good would that be? Zhao Fu would be the ruler of the human world and everything would be concluded, and he would be able to live a carefree life in the human world. That would have been the best conclusion, without anything to worry about. However, things were far from over. The human world was just a single world out of millions in the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu felt just as small and insignificant as he had been when he thought that he had to face countless kingdoms. Even though Great Kin was now dauntless within the human world, after the heaven domain boundary disappeared, Great Kin would have to live with its tail between its legs. Otherwise, a higher being could suddenly just destroy Great Kin, and there would be nothing they could do about it. During the next period of time, Zhao Fu summoned his ministers and generals. Now, Great Kin needed a new development plan, just like when he had just been a small village chief. Only with proper plans could they advance in an orderly way. That was how Great Kin had reached this point, step by step. Since the beginning, Great Kin had always taken into account the grand scheme of things, and only then had it unified the human world. Zhao Fu was not sure where he could get Great Kin to before he died. His only goal was to have it stand between the heavens and earth and never fall. Right now, they needed to completely clear out the human world, only then would Great Kin be able to level up into a dukedom kingdom. Afterwards, Great Kin's goal would be to expand out to the sides. After all, it would definitely be easier to bully those who were still in the novice village than those who had left it already. They needed to take down the Dark Daemon world and Fish Scale world as quickly as possible. There was also the Spirit Light world. Zhao Fu had obtained their primogenitor statue, and he had ordered his people to gather the blood of everyone in the human world to help refine the primogenitor statue as quickly as possible. The meeting lasted for a few days, and Zhao Fu and his various ministers and generals discussed Great Kin's future path in great detail. Great Kin's gaze could not just stop at the human world, they had to look beyond to the surrounding worlds too. First, there was the matter of intelligence reports. Without enough intelligence reports, it would be as if they were blind. They would not be able to see anything or know anything, and they would randomly walk about, not knowing if they had taken the wrong path. Intelligence reports were one of the most important things to any faction, and Great Kin could not just limit itself to the human world or the nearby few worlds but at least the surrounding 100 worlds. It should at least know the surrounding 100 worlds as well as the back of its palm. Only having a sufficient understanding of them would Great Kin's development in the future be more convenient, only then would it have more plans and become even stronger. Eternal Night, Flower Moon, and the White Lotus Sect were Great Kin's 3 intelligence organizations, and he decided to provide them even more support. Zhao Fu decided to have them spread to the countless surrounding worlds. It would be best to learn more about the ancient STEM domain as well. Eternal Lead was led by Zhao Sha and the 10 other assassins, Flower Moon was led by Zhao Yuyan, and the White Lotus Sect was led by Yu Kai-Ui. She had been the holy daughter of the White Lotus Sect and looked incredibly bewitching. The 3 organizations each had their own advantages. They now knelt in front of Zhao Fu and accepted their orders and a large amount of rewards and resources. This was to help them develop and collect more information for Great Kin. The Eternal Night's 11 leaders lowered their heads and simultaneously voiced their acceptance of their orders. Looking at the 11 people, Zhao Fu felt a bit uncomfortable because there had originally been 12 of them, and he did not know where Chuoba King was or if she was safe. With her identity as someone from the origin human race, the commotion she had caused was too great, catching the attention of even higher beings. It was not something that Great Kin could bear. Back when Chuoba King had given Zhao Fu the origin mark, he had not hidden it well, resulting in a higher being's clone descending and almost killing him. That higher being had most likely been angered greatly and had been looking for Great Kin this entire time. Zhao Fu was still quite worried that the higher being would find his way to Great Kin. Once he found Great Kin would be doomed. Moreover, with how big the Heaven Awakened world was, Zhao Fu was not sure if he would ever see Chuoba King again. This was all because Great Kin was too weak. Not only was he afraid that the higher being would find them, but he also did not have the power to keep Chuoba King with him. This gave Zhao Fu immense motivation to become stronger. Zhao Yuyan lightly smiled and nodded. Her figure was becoming more and more mature, and because she was adept at business affairs and had become close with Ba King, she had been greatly valued by Zhao Fu. There was also Ye Kai-Ui, who also coquettishly accepted her orders. She had been trying to develop a relationship with Zhao Fu this entire time and seemed to always be seducing him. Anyone could tell that she wanted to press Zhao Fu against the ground and have her way with him. However, Zhao Fu had many things to do and did not have time for this, so he had never touched her, making her feel quite displeased. This was especially so when she saw Zhao Yuyan's figure and airs become even more mature. This was something that resulted from Zhao Fu continuously doing it with her, and without that level of relationship with Zhao Fu, there was nothing Ye Kai-Ui could do to rise above Zhao Yuyan. This made Ye Kai-Ui want something to happen between her and Zhao Fu even more. The closer she was with Zhao Fu, her status would become higher and she would be more valued. Zhao Fu ignored Ye Kai-Ui's advances and continued to give out orders according to the plans they had just made. Finally, it was time to give out rewards. After the few days of discussions, Zhao Fu's body had recovered, and it was now time to put a perfect full stop on this unification battle. Li Si had already prepared a detailed list that listed out abundant rewards based on people's contributions, and he started to read them out. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao. The various ministers and generals came up to receive their rewards. Everyone present had big smiles on their faces as an atmosphere of celebration spread out. Now that this battle was over, everyone who had contributed was rewarded. Moreover, this was the final battle of the human world, which had great significance, so Zhao Fu gave out even more rewards than usual. This was followed by a grand banquet. This was not just limited to the palace. Zhao Fu held banquets all over the kingdom, causing the entire human world to be filled with celebrations. There were colored lights and banquets everywhere as if it was New Year's. The human world had finally been unified, and to every person, it was an incredibly significant event. From now on, there would no longer be different nations and races in the human world. All people would be called Ken people, and there would no longer be any wars. An age of peace had arrived, and this day would be recorded as the human world's new age. 1106 16-nation armaments. The celebrations lasted for a full 3 days, and only then did Great Kin walk out from the atmosphere of celebration and did everything return to normal. The departments continued carrying on their tasks while Great Kin's army continued to clear out regions, and the ordinary residents went about their own business. Zhao Fu had roughly estimated the gains from this final battle. They had obtained a shocking 60,000 cities and at least 28 billion residents. Such a big piece of meat would make Great Kin incredibly full, as if it had doubled in size. If they could fully digest all of this, Great Kin's power would increase to a terrifying level. By the time, Great Kin would be a level 1 dukedom kingdom, and it would be at a similar level to the Devil Horn Empire. Once news about Great Kin was spread, it would cause a massive disturbance. For it to become a level 1 dukedom kingdom so quickly, it would be much more dangerous than the Devil Horn Empire. Of course, if this news was leaked, they would be incredibly shocked and would immediately start to defend against Great Kin, perhaps even allying together to destroy it. Zhao Fu wanted this news not to spread. It was best to get rich silently. After Great Qin had enough power, it would sweep across everyone else. Now that Zhao Fu's body had recovered, it was time to refine nation armaments. As for why he had to wait until his body had recovered, that was self-explanatory. This time, he would be refining 16 nation armaments and a clan armament. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu felt that it was quite a pity that Akhenaten had escaped. After all, he had the human world's final clan armament. If he could refine all 4 of the human world's clan armaments, the benefits to Great Qin would be unimaginable. Great Qin's countless people's bloodlines would fuse even more with the human world, and their bloodline power would become even stronger. However, now that they were missing one, the effects were naturally much weaker. Only with the 4 clan armaments could they form one whole. Zhao Fu did not even know which world Akhenaten had gone to. If he wanted to obtain that final clan armament, who knew how long it would take? It was possible that he might never be able to obtain it. Zhao Fu had already brought all of the women from the 16 dynasty factions. They were from countries all over the world and were of different ethnicities. One of them was a faction that Zhao Fu did not like, which was Kievan Rus. It was one of Russia's dynasties, and its legatee was Oleg. Oleg was one of the 8 legatees, and he had invaded China before. He had opposed Zhao Fu many times, making Zhao Fu quite displeased. Kievan Rus belonged to him. Now, he had already died. It seemed that the backlash he received was quite strong, but he showed no intentions of surrendering. After all, he knew that after everything he had done, Great Qin would not let him off easily. As such, Great Qin's various generals could only kill him. Because this was a battle for unification and an internal battle, the human world's consciousness did not give anyone the world's source energy. Even if the world protector or any of the legatees died, the world's consciousness would not give them any protection because the world's consciousness wanted the world to be unified as well. Oleg had 3 mothers because his father had taken 3 wives, and he had 3 little brothers and 1 older sister. He himself had 10 or so women. All of them were undoubtedly quite beautiful and had good figures. The ones who attracted Zhao Fu the most were Oleg's 3 mothers and older sister. They were Russia's rare beauties. Oleg's 3 mothers looked around 30 or so years old. One had brown hair and delicate features and looked like a graceful and charming woman, one had a seductive figure and a pair of proud breasts, and the other had a fiery figure and seemed to be quite wild. Oleg's sister had red hair and was extremely beautiful. She was quite tall and gave off the aura of a fire spirit. She seemed passionate, beautiful, and unrestrained. Now, they had all been gathered at the refining pavilion. The 16 dynasties' women and residents were quite easy to deal with, but the clan armament was quite troublesome. Firstly, there was the problem of residents. Babylon only had a few cities, and they had been gifted to him by others. They only had a few 100,000 people, and he did not have any relatives, only a 5-year-old little sister who had been captured by Great Qin. His little sister looked quite cute and was introverted. However, even if it was for refining the clan armament, Zhao Fu would not lay his hands on her. Zhao Fu had his own bottom line, and he was not some animal. He gave the order for the little girl to be especially taken care of. If she was well behaved, he would allow her to grow up happily, if not, she would be killed. Zhao Fu did not want to keep someone who held hatred towards Great Qin. Babylon did not have any other relatives, so Zhao Fu could only look for people with bloodlines close to his, and he finally found a few. One of them was the leader of a faction. The people spawned from his city could be used to refine the clan armament, so this resolved the problem of residents. At the same time, they had found 10 or so women. They were only somewhat pretty and were not extremely beautiful. However, it was incredibly difficult to find women with Babylon's bloodline, so he could not be picky. After entering the refining pavilion and seeing so many beautifully dressed women, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. A loud moan sounded out as Oleg's older sister collapsed onto Zhao Fu's body, while his 3 mothers' faces were incredibly red as they panted, white liquid all around them. At that moment, the wild-looking woman, one of Oleg's mothers, gasped as she said, "How are you so powerful? I like it, let me rest and we'll go again. I won't lose this time, how does that sound?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he stroked Oleg's sister's snow-white back while replying, "It's impossible for you to win." Who was it begging for mercy just then? "We still need to refine the nation armaments." The wild-looking woman coldly harumphed and did not accept this. She leaned over and pressed her red lips against Zhao Fu's. After a wave of intense sounds, the woman collapsed onto the ground and Zhao Fu put on his clothes, preparing to refine the nation armament. Oleg's older sister had regained some strength, and she looked at Zhao Fu with a cold expression as she said, "You won't harm anyone from Kievan Rus, right? We can use our bodies to pay back what Oleg has done to Great Qin, so don't harm anyone else." Zhao Fu turned to look at her and frowned. He was not very pleased with this sort of tone. Seeing Zhao Fu's expression, Oleg's two other mothers felt quite afraid. They clearly knew the status of this person, so they immediately said, "Your Majesty, we apologize. She's still not used to her new status and definitely won't be like this in the future." After saying this, they lightly pushed Oleg's older sister, indicating for her to back down and not anger Xiaofu. Otherwise, they would all suffer. However, Oleg's older sister continued to glare at Xiaofu icily, looking quite stubborn. 1107 Dark God beside them was a woman who used to be Oleg's woman. She had a fiery figure and a beautiful face, but she was a bit lacking compared to Oleg's mothers and older sister. She stood up and charmingly smiled as she helped Xiaofu put on his clothes, saying, "Your Majesty, there's no need to pay too much mind to her. She seems all stubborn and unyielding, but wasn't she moaning in pleasure under you just then? Also, Your Majesty, I'm called Macy and I'm willing to serve Your Majesty every day and bring Your Majesty pleasure." Those words caused Oleg's older sister's face to become red. She lowered her head and did not say anything, and Oleg's three mothers' expressions became quite unsightly. From Xiaofu's attitude towards them, they could tell that he quite liked them. This meant that they would have immense opportunities in the future. After all, this man was the ruler of the world, so there was nothing bad about currying favor with him. Moreover, they quite enjoyed the feeling of being ravaged by him. They had already fallen in love with it and could not leave Xiaofu anymore. Whether it was for their original aim or for the needs of their bodies, they had to make Xiaofu happy. Seeing how displeased Xiaofu seemed, their future could be quite grim. It was possible that he would throw them to soldiers to screw them to death. However, Xiaofu did not mind too much. He put on his clothes and took the nation armament that was floating in the air and headed to the heaven and earth refining formation. Terrifying ripples spread out as nation armaments were refined after another. Finally, only the clan armament was left, which was Babylon's Book of God. Boom! A massive pillar of light bringing with a terrifying power shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. A monstrous aura spread out, causing the weather to change and for clouds to swirl as countless traces of fate madly gathered. An enormous vortex appeared in the sky, giving off a massive aura that could shake the surroundings. The countless traces of fate quickly gathered, causing the pressure to become stronger and stronger. Following this, the vortex suddenly formed a massive black orb. This black orb was very round and seemed corporeal, and it felt abnormally tough. It looked completely harmless but gave off a heaven-toppling flame, and its might was almost corporeal and was enough to kill people. The Book of God went through its final resistance, giving off piercing white light, and a massive figure appeared in the sky. This figure was 1,000 meters tall and looked like a middle-aged man. He had a kind demeanor and wore snow-white robes. There was a massive orb of light behind his head, which gave off a fathomless white light like a sun. The heavens and earth trembled in excitement as if they had met their owner. Sensing this power, those who believed in God looked madly passionate and excitedly knelt on the ground. There were countless people. The world was filled with a kind, holy, righteous, and pure aura. Everything seemed incredibly wonderful as if it was heaven. Everything was because of that figure. The figure was the church's master, the one that the church worshipped. It was the God who had created everything. Why was ancient Babylon's clan armament the Book of God? It seemed that the Book of God was more suited to the church, as its name and attributes were more appropriate for the church. This concerned a big secret. The Book of God was a special clan armament because it not only had the properties of a clan armament but also had the power of a faith armament. Faith armaments were the most important items to godly spirits. They were incredibly powerful and useful, as they could gather faith power and could control followers. They were the most powerful killing weapons of godly spirits. Ancient Babylon was where the Bible's original Eden had been. The Garden of Eden was paradise on earth, and according to Genesis of the Bible, God made the ancestor of all humans, Adam, in his own image, and then used one of Adam's ribs to create Eve. He settled the first man and woman in the Garden of Eden. There was a big connection between Babylon and God, but because it was so long in the past, no one knew just what it was. Ancient Babylon was one of the 4 great civilizations and had a very long history. It had many cities, which was quite rare during the ancient world, and it had many legendaries, myths, pharmacopoeias, and history books. It was one of the cradles of Western civilization, and it had the Hanging Gardens, which were now ruins. Now, this Book of God belonged to Great Kin. Xiaofu disregarded the struggling of the god above and invoked the heaven and earth fate. An explosion sounded out as an even bigger wave of fate gathered in the sky. The black orb gave off an intense black light as it absorbed even more fate, and its might seemed to be able to cause the world to collapse. Within the black orb, a formless power sealed the struggling Book of God, and Xiaofu cut his palm, releasing his emperor's blood to refine it. Xiaofu's blood and Great Kin's fate gradually seeped into the Book of God, and the image of God in the sky gradually collapsed. Crack. A few hours later, a clear cracking sound rang out as a small crack appeared on the black orb, causing black light to seep out. At the same time, an aura of darkness, destruction, and chaos came out from within the black orb. This aura caused countless people to feel incredibly shocked, and they felt as if they had fallen into icy water. It was a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze their souls. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds continuously sounded out, and soon the black orb was covered with cracks. Everyone started to feel anxious, not knowing what would happen to the Book of God. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the black orb exploded. Countless black shards shot out in all directions as a book giving off black light appeared. Countless rays of black light descended from the sky, and black feathers fell like snow. The heavens and earth were filled with a cold and dark, but beautiful, atmosphere. The image of God once again appeared, but it looked different this time. It now gave off fathomless black light and was wearing black robes. Its appearance was quite savage, looking like a dark god. However, Great Kin's residents felt a warmth in their bodies, and some of their illnesses and ailments disappeared. Their bloodlines became even stronger, and their strength became greater. They had obtained quite a lot of benefits from this. The Book of God had been turned into Great Kin's clan armament, and it was now quite important to Great Kin. Because everyone was now a subject of Great Kin, everyone received great benefits and rejoiced. Zhao Fu had never thought that the Book of God had been corrupted. He had not wanted such a thing. After all, the Golden Dragon said that it could be used by a godly spirit nurtured by Great Kin, allowing its effects to be more powerful. However, Great Kin did not have any darkness-type godly spirits, only water and light. Now, this Book of God could only be used as an ordinary clan armament. It was weaker than the Imperial Ruler's seal by a bit but was stronger than the two other clan armaments. 1108 Pendragon Zhao Fu waved his hand and the image of the Dark God disappeared. The Black Book of God automatically flew into Zhao Fu's hands, after which he placed the refined clan armament in the city hall so it could also be nurtured by Great Kin's fate. Following this, Zhao Fu heard that Tina Pendragon had woken up. After waiting a few more days for her wounds to recover some more, he had people bring her to him. After a few more days of recovery, Tina Pendragon had more or less recovered from her injuries. There was a rosy glow on her cheeks, and she no longer looked as pale and weak. Zhao Fu sat on his throne as he looked at Tina Pendragon and asked, "How is your recovery?" Tina Pendragon felt a bit surprised. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be concerned about her body. She nodded and replied, "I'm mostly recovered, thank you for healing me." Tina Pendragon currently felt quite conflicted, because the Great British Kingdom had been destroyed and all of its territory had been conquered. Most of its residents had submitted, and her family was under the control of Great Kin. It could be said that Great Kin was her greatest enemy, but Great Kin had now saved her life. Everyone treated her quite courteously, and she could somewhat guess at the reason. "Now, your Great British Kingdom has already perished, what will you do now?" "We hope you will submit to Great Kin," Zhao Fu said. He intended to have her submit, and it could be said that he had already shown her immense respect. Tina Pendragon sank into her thoughts for a while and found that she had no other option. Even though before she had said that she would not submit to anyone, her family and friends were all under the control of Great Kin, and she did not want to be killed as a fallen queen. That would be a humiliation to her family. Moreover, Great Kin's legatee had already shown her much courtesy. Normally, those who dared to oppose him would have been killed already, instead of being able to stand in front of him like this. Tina Pendragon made her decision and deeply breathed in as her golden eyes looked at Zhao Fu earnestly and said, "I'm willing to submit to you, but I have a condition." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and asked, "What is the condition?" Tina Pendragon replied seriously, "I hope that you will be an enlightened liege, a good emperor, or else I will leave." Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh, "So that was the only condition?" He replied, "Do you really think that we are bad, and that we are an incapable ruler? You can travel around personally have a look at Great Kin's scenery and people. Also, you can rest assured, we will view the Great British Kingdom's subjects as our own subjects and will not treat them any differently." Hearing this reply, Tina Pendragon was able to relax. She knelt down on one knee and lowered her head as she said respectfully, "I, Tina Pendragon, am willing to submit to Great Kin's majesty." A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he walked down from the throne and came before Tina Pendragon, saying, "There's one other matter that we want to ask you about." Tina Pendragon felt quite confused. What else would there be for Zhao Fu to ask her about? She looked up and asked, "What is it, Your Majesty?" "I will consider it seriously, as long as it does not violate my principles, I will agree." Zhao Fu's smile became brighter and seemed a bit flirtatious as he lifted up Tina Pendragon's chin and said, "We want you to become our concubine." Tina Pendragon was the strongest queen in the West and the leader of 8 legatees. She was the most powerful person apart from Zhao Fu, and she was undoubtedly the woman with the most phoenix chi in the human world. Moreover, her peerlessly beautiful looks were incredibly rare in the whole world. This was especially so for her natural king's aura, which made people intoxicated with her. Any man would instantly like her. Tina Pendragon's face became red. She had never thought that Xiaofu would suddenly say such a thing. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, Tina Pendragon's breathing quickened, and she could not help but think about the scenes during the legacy trial of Xiaofu violating her. Even though it was fake and just an illusion, it had caused Tina Pendragon's face to become bright red, and she felt so embarrassed that she could not look at Xiaofu. Xiaofu laughed and had never thought that Tina Pendragon would react in such a way. Even though he was not sure if Tina Pendragon had any feelings towards him, it seemed that she was not resistant. Xiaofu was not so narcissistic that he believed that all women in the world were infatuated with him. There were only a few within the harem who had true feelings for Xiaofu, who he also had true feelings for. Most of them had submitted because their faction had been conquered or for their own interests. The reason why Xiaofu asked Tina Pendragon for her thoughts was because her status qualified for Xiaofu to treat her like this. What do you say? We will treat you well. In actuality, there's no use even if you disagree, for various reasons. You must become our concubine, Xiaofu smiled as he said with a trace of domineeringness. Tina Pendragon glared at Xiaofu, saying, You're always so domineering. If you don't treat me well, I'm going to leave. Xiaofu understood her intentions and smiled as he nodded and pulled her up. Following this, Xiaofu called Li Si and had him deliver up the imperial edicts that they had already prepared. There were many of them and were split into dozens of books, with many people's names written on them. One of them had Tina Pendragon's name on it. These imperial edicts were for conferring the title of concubine on people. Now that the human world had been unified, the women of various dynasties and some others who had a large amount of phoenix chi were brought to the palace. There were many of them and this included those who had escaped to the western continent from other continents, people from the western continent, and people from the eastern archipelagos. Xiaofu took out the Great Ken seal and started to stamp the imperial edicts. Tina Pendragon's face became slightly red as she asked in curiosity, Your Majesty, why are you making so many women concubines? Can you really handle them all? Also, your harem is already massive. Xiaofu smiled as he explained the matter of phoenix chi to her. The thing that Tina Pendragon had been wondering about this whole time was finally answered, and she inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Xiaofu was not as lascivious as she had thought. Li Si waited by Xiaofu's side, and looking at Tina Pendragon, he could tell that she had submitted to his majesty. A woman like Tina Pendragon would be of great help to Great Kin, so he gave a trace of a smile. Tina Pendragon noticed Li Si's gaze, and she did not feel too embarrassed, as she had already accepted her new status. A while later, Xiaofu gave the stamped imperial edicts to Li Si to confer the titles. Xiaofu then asked Tina Pendragon caringly, Tina, you still haven't fully recovered from your wounds, you should go back and rest. We will treat your family members well, and if you want to see someone, just let your attendants know. Tina Pendragon felt a warmth within her heart and smiled. She had never thought that such a day would come. Great Ken's ruthless and bloodthirsty legatee actually knew how to care about others. 1109 Dragon Phoenix Boom. A massive explosion sounded out not too long after Tina Pendragon left, and a golden aura shot into the sky, forming a massive golden pillar of light. Clouds started to swirl as a massive aura spread out. This sudden explosion of aura caused the residents in the Great Kin city to feel quite startled. They walked out and looked at the golden pillar of light in front of the palace. Xiaofu was not too surprised because he knew that this was due to the infaffing of concubines. The abnormal signs would soon calm down. However, what Xiaofu did not expect was that in the next second, the entire human world's fate swarmed over. What's going on? Sensing these changes, Xiaofu felt quite confused and walked out of the palace. Scree! A piercing phoenix cry sounded out as the Emperor Phoenix statue turned into a 1,000-meter-wide golden phoenix and elegantly danced in the sky, scattering countless golden motes of light. Golden rain seemed to descend onto the Great Kin city, painting a beautiful scene. The human world's fate gathered towards the golden pillar of light, and the golden phoenix also circled around the pillar of light as the aura coming from there became stronger and stronger. Xiaofu still did not understand why the human world's fate was gathering. Countless rays of golden light shot out from the massive pillar of light as a golden pearl that was as big as a marble started to absorb phoenix chi and fate from the human world. The massive amount of fate and phoenix chi flooded into the golden pearl, causing it to become larger and give off an even more intense golden light. A terrifying might gradually suppressed the heavens and earth, and it was not just those in the Midland continent who could feel it, those on other continents could also sense this power. Boom! A massive sound rang out as the golden pearl exploded out with a formless energy that instantly spread throughout the entire human world, shaking the heavens. Countless traces of phoenix chi rose up from the imperial concubines within the palace and floated towards the golden pearl. All continents of the human world gave off fate as well, which quickly flew towards the golden pearl. The oceans of fate and phoenix chi were absorbed by the golden pearl, causing the shockwaves to come off from it to become even more intense. It was not enough to make people feel terror. Finally, the golden pearl absorbed all of the fate and phoenix chi without leaving even a bit behind. It was now 10 meters wide and silently floated in the sky, giving off a faint light without any terrifying auras anymore. It just looked like a massive orb floating in the sky. Zhao Fu could clearly sense how terrifying this golden pearl was. The power that it contained was not weaker than that of a clan armament, and it could cause a person to feel as if their heart had fallen into an abyss. The massive golden phoenix flew around the golden pearl, seeming incredibly joyful. It then gulped down the golden pearl in one mouthful. Immediately, the heavens and earth dimmed as the sun and moon lost their light as clouds swirled. The golden phoenix gave off brilliant golden light as if it was a massive golden sun. Scree-ee. The massive golden phoenix spread its wings and gave off a massive cry. A shocking power exploded out, instantly covering the human world and causing it to fall into shock. Those on other continents could see a massive wave of golden light spreading over, following which the human world sky was dyed gold. Images of phoenixes appeared in the sky, and countless other birds flew joyously in the sky as golden light lightly fell. Everyone felt traces of golden light enter their bodies, causing their bodies to be surrounded by a warm energy. Some illnesses and injuries were quickly healed, and some people's bloodlines became stronger. The countless concubines in the Great Ken Palace were bathed in the golden light, and the phoenix images elegantly descended from the sky and entered their bodies. Powerful auras spread out as their bodies all gave off golden light, and they started to go through changes. All of them seemed to become younger, and their skin became more supple. Their bloodlines seemed to change as well, as a powerful bloodline power fused into their bodies. This was the Phoenix bloodline. Even though it was only a weak trace of the Phoenix bloodline and was not very powerful, it had given them great benefits. Every person's grade increased, those with low grades all rose to A grade, and some who already had high grades continued to increase, some of them even reaching SSS grade. Moreover, each person obtained at least 20 or so years of lifespan, and some of them who already had cultivation now had stage 1 power. These benefits were simply shocking, but they only applied to Great Ken's concubines. If it applied to every resident of Great Ken would have become terrifyingly powerful. Within Zhao Fu's body, the golden dragon laughed as it said, "Congratulations, your Emperor Phoenix statue is on the same level as a clan armament now. All of Great Ken's residents' bloodlines have become stronger, and their foundations have been stabilized." Hearing this, Zhao Fu also laughed. However, in the next moment, his expression changed as he sensed a massive amount of power flow into his body. The phoenix crystal within Zhao Fu's body continuously trembled excitedly as it devoured the power that entered Zhao Fu's body. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the phoenix crystal devoured the power flowing into Zhao Fu and gave off an intense golden light. Zhao Fu uncontrollably released a terrifying aura that blasted out like a wild gale, and a golden aura flame erupted around him. Above the Great Ken City, the golden phoenix was now 10,000 meters wide, and a golden flame burned around its body. The power it gave off was simply terrifying, and it now flapped its wings, causing golden light to fall onto Zhao Fu's body. Boom! In that moment, the phoenix crystal within Zhao Fu's body continuously trembled as if it had a life of its own. It gave off a terrifying aura and shot out of Zhao Fu's body and into the sky. The phoenix crystal gave off brilliant golden light and gave off a terrifying aura as a massive amount of Great Gen's fate once again madly gathered. The phoenix crystal ravenously devoured Great Gen's fate, causing its terrifying aura to continue to climb until it reached its peak. Boom! The phoenix crystal exploded out with a platinum aura, which condensed into a massive figure that contained a might that caused people to feel terror. This image had the head and body of a dragon, but it had a phoenix's wings and claws. Its body was covered with platinum-colored scales and gave off an incredibly noble aura. Zhao Fu was not sure what this was, and the golden dragon explained, "This is a dragon phoenix. It is primarily a dragon and secondarily a phoenix. It is something formed from fate. 1110 platinum dragon phoenixo?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a bit surprised. He had never thought that the dragon phoenix would also be a creature formed by fate. It was similar to a fate dragon. However, what was key was that this dragon phoenix was not something that Zhao Fu had formed, and it was not his own fate dragon. Rather, it was something that had been formed from a phoenix crystal created by the Emperor Phoenix Crystal. It was innately linked to the Emperor Phoenix statue. According to the golden dragon, dragon phoenixes were quite special and incredibly rare because it was too difficult to form them. On the other hand, something similar to dragon phoenixes were phoenix dragons, which were quite common. Wu Qingnian had one. The difference was that for phoenix dragons, the phoenix was the primary while the dragon was the secondary. Some women who could become queens would have them. Dragons represented kings and belonged to men, while phoenixes belonged to women. As such, Women who could become queens had phoenix dragons. However, it was incredibly difficult for dragon phoenixes to appear because men could not possess phoenix chi, and this was the case even if a man was made a concubine. There were countless kingdoms in this world, and there would definitely be kingdoms ruled by women. In those kingdoms, it would be women taking men's hands in marriage, and they could divorce men. If a kingdom was ruled by a queen, she would normally have male concubines. Even though they were called concubines, they would not be acknowledged by the heavens and earth to be true concubines. After all, true concubines needed to have phoenix chi, which men did not have. As such, dragon phoenixes were incredibly rare. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaofu possessed the Emperor Phoenix statue, he would not be able to form a dragon phoenix. In the Heaven Awakened world, if a man had a dragon phoenix, countless queens would view him as a peerless treasure and would definitely marry him. In normal circumstances, dragons represented kings and symbolized expanding one's territory, while phoenixes represented concubines and symbolized stabilizing the kingdom. If a woman was the queen, the situation would be the opposite. Having a male concubine with a dragon phoenix would be of immense benefit to the kingdom. Not only did dragon phoenixes have a stabilizing function, but it also had an expanding function. Someone with a dragon phoenix was dozens of times more valuable than an ordinary concubine. Ruling as a queen was already quite difficult, but with the help of a dragon phoenix, it would be of great help to her king's fate. With so many benefits, all queens would view men with dragon phoenixes as priceless treasures. Countless queens could only dream of such a thing. More importantly, the dragon phoenix that Xiaofu had was the highest grade of dragon phoenix, which was a platinum dragon phoenix. They were incomparably rare, and ordinary dragon phoenixes could not compare to even 1/10,000th of them. Xiaofu was the vessel for this dragon phoenix, and his own qualities were exceptional. Moreover, it was formed from the core of the Emperor Phoenix statue, which had boundless phoenix chi, and it had also absorbed the fate of the world. How could the dragon phoenix produced not be incredibly rare? Now, Xiaofu shouted, "I have a platinum dragon phoenix, who wants to marry me?" There would be countless queens swarming over and fighting to the point that the heavens and earth would become dim. Adding on his handsome face and his noble and domineering aura, any queen would want to have him. However, Xiaofu would not be willing to do such a thing. No man wanted to be a woman's concubine. No man wanted to just live in the palace and perhaps even serve a woman with a few other men. Xiaofu would be more willing to die than do such a thing. Xiaofu walked the path of kings and emperors. How could he become someone else's concubine and serve someone else? Of course, Xiaofu had to be cautious in the future and not let out any of his platinum dragon phoenix's aura. Otherwise, if other queens found out, Xiaofu could not fight against them. He would be captured by them and suffer a terrible fate. The platinum dragon phoenix looked at Xiaofu. It now had its own life. A while later, the platinum dragon phoenix gave a satisfied and happy expression, and it gave off an immense amount of power as it dove into Xiaofu's body. As the platinum dragon phoenix shot into Xiaofu's body, it caused Xiaofu's aura to once again rise. Now, Xiaofu's aura had changed slightly. There was a trace of gentleness that would make countless queens want to care for him. Xiaofu did not want such a thing, but because it was brought by the platinum dragon phoenix, there was nothing he could do about it. Luckily it was only a trace, or else Xiaofu's noble and domineering aura, as well as his terrifying image in other people's hearts, would have been ruined. With the platinum dragon phoenix, Xiaofu now had 5 fate dragons. His fate had greatly increased to the point that it was quite rare even within the Heaven Awakened world. After the platinum dragon phoenix entered Xiaofu's body, the golden phoenix in the sky landed on the heaven prayer platform again and turned back into the Emperor Phoenix statue. It could now be used like a clan armament. Xiaofu had just refined the Book of God, and now he had obtained another clan armament, making him feel quite happy. Soon, the abnormal signs gradually disappeared. Xiaofu planned to return to the palace to read through documents, but just as he turned around, he seemed to lose control of his body. A massive wave of demonic chi rushed out of his body, rushing out like a corporeal shockwave that caused the ground to crack. What was going on? 1111 Six Desires Demon God Xiaofu felt that the Six Desires celestial art that he cultivated was about to break through. The Six Desires celestial art was an art of celestials, so it was naturally quite profound. After cultivating it for so long, Xiaofu had only reached the peak of the 3rd level. In total, it had 24 levels. Just then, Xiaofu had lost control because he was about to break through to the 4th level. His cultivation had most likely been affected by the Platinum Dragon Phoenix, which was now helping him break through. There were 2 cultivation methods for the 6 Desires Celestial Art. One was suppressing desires, which produced celestial chi, and the other was indulging desires, which produced demonic chi. Xiaofu walked the second path, so he produced demonic chi. It could be said that Xiaofu was a demonic cultivator. Every 3 levels of the 6 Desires Celestial Art was a stage, which could give special effects or abilities. If Zhao Fu broke through the third level, he would reach the first stage. Zhao Fu did not hesitate to return to the palace. He closed the door of the palace and gave orders for no one to disrupt him before sitting cross-legged on the throne with his eyes closed, going into his cultivation status. The sixth wall of demonic chi had become 6 massive vortexes, and the heaven and earth essence chi around him quickly gathered. The 6 vortexes became larger and larger as they absorbed this essence chi, and their attractive force became stronger and stronger. The attractive force now seemed corporeal, and everyone in the Great Qin City could sense that the Great Qin Palace was giving off an attractive force that was gathering heaven and earth essence chi. The sky gradually darkened as demonic clouds gathered above the Great Qin Palace. Everyone looked towards the Great Qin Palace curiously. Because their majesty regularly caused abnormal signs, they were not too surprised. Zhao Fu did not know about any of this, and he only focused on cultivating the 6 desires celestial art. The 6 vortexes continued to absorb heaven and earth essence chi, and drops of demonic waters started to appear. This lasted for 5 days, and by now, the sky above the Great Qin Palace was completely covered by thick black clouds. It was as if the sky was weighed down, making the atmosphere quite heavy. A cold and dark demonic chi also spread throughout the Great Qin City. From a distance, it looked like the Great Qin City was covered by a dark haze. The might coming from there could cause people to feel as if their hairs were standing on end, and they felt fear in their hearts. The 6 vortexes in Zhao Fu's body had now formed 6 pools of demonic water. The demonic water was pure black, and it had been formed from the extreme condensation of demonic chi. Each drop contained immense power and could turn people into demons. What Zhao Fu needed to do now was condense 6 desires demonic crystals. The 6 desires celestial art had started off as 6 small orbs of demonic chi, and now the second stage was to condense the demonic water into 6 demonic crystals. Zhao Fu focused his mind and started to compress the demon water and continuously gather it. Only after spending much effort did he create a small black crystal that was as big as a needle head. After the 6 black crystals appeared, Zhao Fu's body trembled and a powerful energy exploded out. The 6 black crystals started to wildly absorb the surrounding demonic water, becoming larger and larger. The low demonic clouds in the sky started to go through changes, forming 6 massive vortexes. 6 terrifying ripples came from the 6 vortexes, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. The 6 black crystals in Zhao Fu's body continuously devoured the demonic water. Soon, the 6 black crystals had devoured all of the demonic water, becoming round crystal pearls that were as big as longan fruits. Boom. 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 At that moment, the sky went through massive changes. The 6 massive vortexes exploded out with an incredibly terrifying force as countless rays of black light shot out. 6 figures giving off shocking demonic might appeared in the sky, and everyone in the Great Qin City felt their bodies sink. The 6 figures all looked different and gave off dense demonic chi. A formless aura spread out, and the countless residents in the Great Qin City stood frozen in place. The figures' eyes were empty and looked like puppets. One figure had no face, only having eyes, and there were 20 or so eyes. They covered its face, and they were all black and had runes within them. They looked quite terrifying, and its body was as skinny as a monkey and had black skin. One figure was tall and slim and was a man's body. It was quite pale and had black hair. It also had no face, but on the 2 sides of its head, it had 6 pairs of pointed ears. One figure looked both like a human and a beast. Its upper body was that of a human and its lower body was that of a beast. It was covered with black fur and did not have a face either. It only had a long, blood-red nose and looked like a monster. One figure looked like a small, elderly person. It was currently lying on its stomach, and there was a short horn on its head. It did not have a face either and only had a mouth filled with fangs and a very long tongue. One figure looked like a woman on its upper body and did not have a face either. The lower half of its body was made up of many tentacles that continuously twisted about and were a fleshy color. It looked quite disgusting and horrifying. The final figure looked quite normal. It was a person wearing a black cloak, and it was surrounded by demonic chi. However, there was nothing within the black cloak, only darkness and demonic chi that continuously changed. The 6 desires of the 6 desires celestial art were as such: eyes, desiring and coveting with the eyes; ears, desiring praise; nose, desiring delicious smells; mouth, desiring delicious tastes; body, desiring physical pleasures; and mind, desiring fame and love. In Buddhism's great treatise on the perfection of wisdom, the 6 desires referred to colors, shapes, carriage, voices, smooth skin, and attractive features. The 6 desires referred to people's innate desires towards people of the opposite gender, and it was now more commonly called lust. The 6 desires could be said to be linked to people's biological desires, and no one could avoid having them. Moreover, people could not get rid of them, or they would become like puppets. The 6 figures in the air represented the 6 inescapable desires. They were the 6 desires demon gods and controlled the 6 desires. All residents present were affected by the 6 desires demon gods, becoming like puppets because they had their 6 desires controlled. They could not see, hear, smell, move their bodies, or even think. This sort of control power was very powerful. However, as a celestial art, it was not too surprising that it was so powerful. Within the heaven domain, there was a grand sect that had 6 1,000-meter-tall statues. These statues were human-shaped, wore robes, had cold expressions, and gave off boundless celestial chi. 1,112 6 desires celestials. These were the 6 paths celestials who controlled the great daos of 6 desires. They were extremely powerful and were on the same level as the 6 paths demon gods. The 6 desires celestial art was split into 2 paths, and if Zhao Fu had walked the first path, suppressing desires, it would have been these 6 desires celestials appearing, as opposed to the 6 desires demon gods. From this, it could be said that the 6 desires celestials and 6 desires demon gods were opposing existences. Even though they came from the same roots, they represented 2 completely different powers and were completely opposed to each other. It was just like good and evil. Those who were good could not tolerate those who were evil, and those who were evil could not stand those who were good. The 2 sides were destined to oppose, if not destroy, each other. The sect here was a famous sect within the heaven domain, and it was called the 6 Desires Celestial Sect. Legends said that it was a legacy from the ancient 6 Desires Celestials. What they cultivated was not the complete 6 Desires Celestial art but an incomplete 6 Desires Celestial art. Over the ages, they had continuously refined it and perfected it, creating the current 6 Desires Celestial art. As such, it was somewhat different from what Zhao Fu cultivated. The 6 Desires Celestial art that Zhao Fu cultivated was complete, because he had obtained it from the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon was the Heaven Murder Empire's fate dragon, and the art had been obtained by their most magnificent emperor from a celestial. No one knew how the 6 Desires Celestial sect had obtained the 6 Desires Celestial art, and they walked the path of suppressing desires. They naturally worshipped the 6 Desires Celestials. As one of the great sects of the heaven domain, the 6 Desires Celestial sect was incredibly powerful and could shake the surrounding 100 domains. Otherwise, it would not qualify to be called a great sect. Even a small sect within the heaven domain would be able to easily suppress countless kingdoms in the outer domains. Currently, the 6 Desires Celestial sect had 6 higher beings controlling it. A single higher being was a peak existence and had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. No matter where they went, they would be shown utmost respect, and there were not many in the heaven awakened world. The 6 Desires Celestial sect alone had 6 higher beings, so it was only natural that it had a grand status even within the heaven domain. Everyone treated it courteously and no one dared to offend them lightly. At that moment, the statues of the 6 Desires Celestials suddenly gave off an intense white light, which became 6 pillars of light that brought with them terrifying auras and shot into the sky. They seemed to have detected something and wanted to destroy it. These sudden ripples caused everyone in the 6 Desires Celestial sect to feel quite shocked, and even the 6 higher beings in closed-door cultivation immediately sensed these changes. One of them frowned as he said, "Why are the 6 Desires Celestials reacting so greatly? Could it be that someone has stepped onto the evil path and caused the 6 Desires demon gods to appear? Otherwise, the 6 Desires Celestials wouldn't react like this." Someone else said seriously, "For someone to cause the 6 Desires demon gods to appear means that that person must have extraordinary talent and has cultivated the 6 Desires Celestial art to a high level. We must kill that person, or else he will become a scourge and cause the 6 Desires Celestial sect to lose face." Another person sighed. Back then, the young sect master rebelled against the 6 Desires Celestial sect and changed the 6 Desires Celestial art into the 6 Desires demonic art. That has been settled now, but each generation of his legacy causes a lot of chaos. A woman coldly harumphed, and each time, it causes harm to many women and brings shame to the 6 Desires Celestial sect. Back then, the sect master was too soft. If he had cut down the young sect master, none of that would have happened. Another person said after some thought, "I remember it has been a few hundred years since we killed the last generation of the young sect master's legacy. I thought that we had killed everyone of that line. I never thought that after so long, it would once again reappear." Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as the 6 Desires Celestials gave off an even greater aura and the pillars of white light became even more intense. 6 terrifying figures descended from the pillars of light, and a shocking aura swept out. Those terrifying ripples caused the 6 higher beings' expressions to fall, and one of them said in shock, "The 6 Desires Celestials actually descended. That person is terrifyingly dangerous." Those ripples far surpassed the ones that the young sect master caused back then. The other higher beings were dumbfounded as well. It was the first time they had seen the 6 Desires Celestials react like this, and the next scene made them even more shocked. The Six Desires Celestial Sex Sect armament seemed to detect danger and started to slightly tremble. It gave off world-destroying power that caused everyone in the Six Desires Celestial Sect to fall into terror. The Six Desires Celestial Sect's fate started to go into turmoil, looking quite unsettled. The Six Desires Celestial Sect's fate is reacting so greatly, we have to take this seriously. This signifies that that person is terrifying to the point that he can overturn the Six Desires Celestial Sect, or else the Six Desires Celestial Sect's fate would not be so unsettled. The other higher beings looked incredibly serious. This matter completely exceeded what they had expected. With how powerful the Six Desires Celestial Sect was, such a thing was incredibly rare. Once something like this happened, it would definitely be a big matter. That person was indeed incredibly dangerous. What shall we do? A higher being seriously asked the others. One of them said with immense killing intent, with how dangerous that person is, we must exterminate him at all costs. Also, we have to completely get rid of the young sect master's legacy to prevent something like this from happening again. Hearing this, everyone else nodded. Another higher being said, we don't know where this person is or have any other information on him. How will we find him? One of them coldly laughed as he said, in actuality, we don't need to personally act, as long as we spread news about this. Those who have been harmed by the Six Desires demonic art will definitely want to kill him. There are countless such people. Right now, it's not just us who want to kill him, other people want to kill him as well. He won't be able to hide within the heaven domain, and once his identity is exposed, he'll be dead without a doubt. Even if there's another higher being protecting him, he must die. When that time comes, the six of us can personally act and put an end to this. Another person sighed and said, back then, the young sect master was a peerless genius and yet fell to such a state. Now, there's no turning back. Let's not talk about such matters anymore. Let's give out the order to disseminate this information and have people look for that person's identity and location to resolve this as quickly as possible, another higher being said coldly. Everyone else nodded and quickly gave out orders. Countless disciples were shocked, because the six higher beings had personally given out orders, showing just how important this matter was. After hearing that they were to look for a person, they all felt quite excited. If they could find this rebel line from the Six Desires Celestial Art, the rewards would definitely be unimaginable. Countless people wanted to leave the sect to go and find that person. 1113 Celestial Evil. In actuality, the rebel line of the Six Desires Celestial Sect would appear every now and then, and any disciple who could kill those people would be given immense rewards from the sect. It was also a display of strength for the disciples. After all, the people from the rebel line were all extremely powerful and surpassed ordinary people. They could even fight people from higher stages, and this was quite normal. Moreover, the Six Desires demonic art greatly suppressed women, and women who did not cultivate the Six Desires celestial art would find it difficult to deal with. This was because the Six Desires demonic art and Six Desires celestial art countered each other. Not only would those who killed people from the rebel line receive great rewards and glory within the sect, but they would also become famous within the heaven domain. The current sect master of the Six Desires Celestial Sect was incredibly powerful and had held the head of someone from the rebel line as he defeated countless competitors. With the support of the higher beings, he had ascended to the position of sect master and was worshipped by countless people. As such, everyone was quite excited that someone from the rebel line had appeared. This was their opportunity to become famous in the heaven domain. The Six Desires Celestial Sect used its own power to search for that person, and it also spread the news out, causing a great commotion. What? One of those bastards has appeared again? Hurry up and kill him so he doesn't touch women from my family. Countless people immediately had such thoughts, because people from the rebel line of the Six Desires Celestial Sect were always a blight to the heaven awakened world. Every time they appeared, they would take countless beautiful women and cause countless women to fall and voluntarily follow them. Those people had a charm that could easily seduce women, no matter if they were wives, young girls, or holy daughters. It could be said that any female could be attracted. This made any man hate anyone from this rebel line and made them want to kill such people. They could not allow such people to exist, or else the women from their families would be doomed. There were many stories about people from the rebel line in the heaven domain. One person had snuck into a kingdom and done it with countless concubines, and afterwards many of them wanted to leave with him. However, they had been mercilessly tossed away, being executed. Another person charged into the devil domain and had a great battle with 300 or so female dragons, the results of which seemed to cause the heavens and earth to go dim and mountains and lakes to crack. 9 days later, he had actually emerged victorious. There was even one time a person had seduced the Empress Dowager of an empire, sending the entire empire into an uproar. Countless peak experts had came to obliterate that person, and even though he had died, he had done something very few others would be able to do, and his name was remembered forever. There was also a charm demon higher being who had found someone from the rebel line, and the two of them had gone at it together. The charm demon higher being was surprised to find that she could not use her charm abilities to control him. Of course, that person could not use the Six Desires demonic art to control the higher being either, so it could only be said that they had fought to a draw. Afterwards, the charm demon higher being had wanted to take him to the demon domain, give him protection, and make him her only man. That person had agreed to go with her, and the charm demon higher being liked him immensely. She also prepared many charm demons for him, and they had lived deeply in love together. However, during that time, a supreme expert had appeared in the Six Desires celestial sect, and that person had charged into the demon domain with his sword. The charm demon higher being had tried to protect that person, but she had been forcefully sealed and that person was destroyed by the supreme expert. Each generation of the rebel line had been exterminated, so no one knew how the legacy had continuously been passed on. It was said that the supreme expert found the core of the legacy but did not destroy it, allowing it to continue to exist. No one knew if this was true or not. Those were only some of the stories from the past. The rebel line of the Six Desires celestial sect was quite notorious, and everyone hated those from the rebel line. Within the heaven domain, people called the rebel line celestial evil. Hearing that a new generation of celestial evil had descended, countless people were shaken and felt quite surprised. They sent out people to find this person. Once found, they would immediately kill him. The Six Desires demonic art was called the greatest of the four great desire arts. The Holy Book Pavilion even added this to their books and circulated it so that more people knew about it. Some factions were determined to kill this person, while other factions were willing to take him in. Of course, those were mainly the evil factions, such as some sects that promoted dual cultivation, and some particularly licentious races welcomed him too. However, they did not dare to openly welcome him due to the Six Desires celestial sect. The six higher beings were not people to offend lightly. News of this quickly spread, and it became a hot topic for discussion. Hubby. A beautiful woman sat within a handsome-looking man's embrace, and hearing the discussions of the people around them, she called out to him. The handsome-looking man lightly smiled as he nodded with a glimmer in his eyes. That Six Desires celestial sect was quite terrifying to be able to discover him already. He had to be more careful to avoid being caught by them, or else he would be dead without a doubt. Back at Great Kin, Zhao Fu had no idea that he had been dragged into such a big matter. Roar. The Six Desires demon gods looked at Zhao Fu and gave happy and excited roars. They then gave off powerful auras as they turned into rays of light and shot towards the Great Kin Palace. Boom. An explosion sounded out as the hall that Zhao Fu was in seemed to give off boundless demonic light. The Six Desires demon gods directly entered Zhao Fu's body, their bodies and minds entering the six crystals. Boom. Zhao Fu instantly broke through the fourth level, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out and created a massive gale. Countless doors and windows were blasted open, and if it weren't for the magic formations protecting the hall, it might have been destroyed. After successfully breaking through to the fourth level, Zhao Fu had a smile on his face. He had never thought that his cultivation would break through as well. Now, Zhao Fu's cultivation was at Tier 8 level 6. In just 3 more steps, he would be able to break through to stage 9. However, after that, cultivating would become more and more difficult. It would take at least a few years for Zhao Fu to break through stage 9. The abnormal signs in the sky gradually faded, and the puppet-like residents returned to their normal states. They were covered in cold sweat and felt quite afraid. That feeling from before had been much too terrifying. Your Majesty, are you alright? Li Si, who had been outside infaufing concubines, quickly walked into the hall and asked after everything had settled. Zhao Fu smiled and indicated that he was fine before asking Li Si to prepare some intelligence reports on the Dark Daemon world and Fish Scale world. Now, it was time to consider other matters. 1114 4 Soul Jades. After reading through the intelligence reports of the two worlds, Zhao Fu felt that the Dark Daemon world would be more difficult to take care of, and there was not too much room for development. On the other hand, there was a lot of room for development in the Fish Scale world because they were already ready to unify the Darkwater continent. After making some preparations, Zhao Fu prepared to head to the Fish Scale world to unify the Darkwater continent when suddenly abnormal signs once again erupted. Countless traces of fate and essence chi madly gathered, and the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. These terrifying ripples caused countless people to feel despair, and it was as if the world was going to be destroyed. Boom. 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 4 shocking explosions sounded out as 4 massive pillars of light shot into the sky with enough power to shake the world. The sky seemed to be torn as 4 different colors spread out and took up positions in the sky. The 4 massive pillars of light also spread in 4 directions, giving off boundless auras and shaking people's hearts. Roar. A domineering dragon's roar sounded out as a massive azure dragon appeared in the sky. Its figure was enormous and seemed to take up the entire sky. Its azure scales looked like azure jade, and it had many branches on its horns. It had powerful-looking claws and looked quite mighty. Scree-ee. A cry sounded out as a flaming bird also appeared in the sky. It looked like a phoenix and yet not like one either. Its eyes looked like rubies and gave off an intense red light. Roar. Another heaven-shaking roar sounded out as a massive whale appeared in the sky. This whale was snow white and had blue eyes. It was extremely beautiful and also had a pair of pure white wings. Nee. A massive deer appeared in the sky, surrounded by celestial chi. The deer's fur was rainbow-colored and it had platinum-colored horns, and it gave off a gentle aura. This was the first time that the four guardian beasts had appeared in front of people together. Countless people looked up at the sky in shock. Great Kin's Legatee. An ancient voice sounded out in the north. It was from the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon. Hearing this voice, Zhaofu flew into the sky and stood at the center. He looked at the guardian beasts around him and asked the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon, "What do you want to talk to us about?" A trace of a kind smile appeared on the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon's face. Zhaofu's performance had completely exceeded his expectations, and such a peerless genius would definitely shake the Heaven Awakened world. Perhaps one day he would even need Zhaofu's help. Moreover, with Zhaofu's terrifying power and his identity as the ruler of the human world, he had the qualifications to speak with him on the same level. Congratulations, you have become the ruler of the human world, and our mission has concluded. It is time for us to leave. Back then, I made a promise to protect Great Ken's foundation for 100 years. Now, because you have unified the human world, I am released from that promise. I had never thought that you would be able to unify the world so quickly, but because you have done so, our mission has ended ahead of time. The Heaven Domain boundary will also disappear ahead of time, so you need to make preparations to face the true Heaven Awakened world. After hearing the Sky Desolation Azure Dragon's words, Zhaofu earnestly nodded. Even though he was prepared for this, hearing that the Heaven Domain boundary would disappear soon, he felt quite at a loss. He still did not feel too much confidence in facing the true Heaven Awakened world. The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon continued to speak, saying, "With your talent, you will head to the Heaven Domain someday, so perhaps we will meet again. I hope you will protect the human world well." Zhaofu replied sincerely, "Don't worry, with Great Kin present, the human world will definitely be safe and sound." The Sky Desolation Azure Dragon laughed as it nodded and said, "We trust you. Now, it's time to give you a final gift. We hope it will be of use to you." The four guardian beasts gave off terrifying auras that seemed to instantly inundate the human world like a tsunami, causing people to feel despair. The four guardian beasts' bodies gave off large amounts of light, which condensed in front of them. 4 orbs of light giving off terrifying power formed, and 4 drops of blood that contained their source energy flew out from their foreheads and fused into the orbs of light. The 4 orbs of light condensed to form 4 pieces of jade. They were all different colors and were about 3 fingers long. There were 4 figures within them, which looked like tiny versions of the 4 guardian beasts. The 4 pieces of jade flew over to Zhaofu, and he stretched out his hand to catch them before taking a look at them. 4 soul jades, 4 precious jades condensed from the soul blood of the 4 guardian beasts. They have powerful effects and abilities. Please use them carefully. Thank you all. Zhaofu had a trace of a smile on his face and felt that these 4 soul jades were quite extraordinary. Soul blood was incredibly important to anyone, and now that they had used their soul blood to create these jades, Zhaofu expressed his sincere gratitude. The 4 guardian beasts slightly laughed and said,